Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Lin Ye lay at the platform edge, using his sleeve to slowly absorb the blood in his mouth. Before the next train arrived, he didn't plan to make any actions that might produce sound. The burly man was still struggling in the passageway. Listening to the burly man's weak breathing, Lin Ye felt a sense of security similar to listening to rain at home. As long as the burly man wasn't dead, the train attendant wouldn't appear. Of course, this situation wouldn't last long. The burly man would die soon, and when the train attendant appeared, it would be Lin Ye's death sentence. Moreover, Lin Ye's current condition was terrible. His entire body was suffering continuous damage, and some fragile organs were already nearing necrosis. Even without enemies appearing, he wouldn't survive much longer. The young girl slowly moved to Lin Ye's side, hesitated for a moment, then handed him a pitch-black train ticket. Silent Land Aquarium. Lin Ye took the ticket, feeling like he could die now. Just knowing which station had tickets to the aquarium station made this simulation mission much simpler. The current problem is how long it takes from Silent Land to Aquarium. I need to reach Aquarium before the train attendant appears. The earpiece captain is the easiest aberration to preserve, but once it enters Silent Land, it can commit suicide at any time. That only leaves the burly man. As long as I control the burly man, I can delay the train attendant's appearance. As Lin Ye was thinking, vibrations came through the ground. The train was arriving. The train stopped before both of them, simultaneously crushing the still struggling burly man. With the young girl's help, Lin Ye barely managed to climb into the train. After entering the train, Lin Ye could finally breathe normally. He endured the pain and struggled to sit up in a seat. The young girl sat beside Lin Ye. Her condition wasn't great either, appearing rather listless. The doors closed, the train started moving, and the train attendant appeared before Lin Ye. Lin Ye handed the ticket to Aquarium Station to the train attendant. After the train attendant disappeared, Lin Ye looked at the young girl and asked, "Can you control that burly man from before?" Lin Ye couldn't do it himself, so he could only ask the young girl for help. "Yes," the young girl answered confidently. "Then can you control the burly man at that previous station?" Lin Ye asked again. "No, there I can only maintain this state. I can't do anything." The young girl pointed at herself. "Do you know which station the botanical garden ticket leads to?" Lin Ye remembered the young girl had previously suggested he go to the botanical garden to find another ticket. "I don't know, but I really like plants. Would you accompany me to the botanical garden?" The young girl looked at Lin Ye expectantly. "I don't know. Can I trust you?" Until now, Lin Ye didn't know whether he should trust the young girl. The young girl didn't speak, just looked at Lin Ye somewhat sadly. "Let's discuss that question later. Can you deal with it?" Lin Ye looked at the suddenly appeared train attendant aberration and asked expectantly. "No." Flesh membrane grew throughout the carriage, gradually covering the entire compartment. Tendrils wrapped around the train attendant. Lin Ye had already lost mobility due to massive internal bleeding in various body parts, and could only feebly wiggle like a fish out of water. The train attendant completely ignored the tendrils. Its body gradually elongated, its slender shadow falling upon Lin Ye, merging with and slowly tearing apart Lin Ye's body. Remaining simulation attempts, 7. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Ye opened his eyes in the prison transport vehicle. The train attendant's killing method seemed related to its shadow, but since Lin Ye had already lost the ability to resist, he couldn't determine if the train attendant had other methods. Should I test that this time? The first stage symptoms began again, so Lin Ye had to think about things that wouldn't cause trouble. The prison transport vehicle stopped outside the subway entrance once more. Lin Ye repeated his previous actions, being the first to enter the subway entrance. This time Lin Ye didn't rush to act. Instead, he used the tickets in the ticket booth to attract the captain's attention, and during casual conversation, he built rapport with the captain. Only after finding the ticket to Silent Land did Lin Ye ask the captain, "Do you know about anomalies related to the aquarium?" "What do you know about that?" the captain asked warily. "The aquarium has merged with the subway station. I must resolve the aquarium anomaly to deal with this anomaly," Lin Ye said straightforwardly. When he spoke these words, the nature of this simulation changed. Lin Ye wouldn't leave such important information for the organization, so this could only be a simulation. He would test the possibility of reaching the aquarium through Silent Land and try to die at the aquarium station. The aquarium incident has a very high security clearance level and contains much dangerous information. I can only tell you that to resolve the aquarium incident, you actually don't need to do anything. Just stay in the aquarium and wait for the incident to end, the captain said in a low voice. "Thank you." Thinking about this simulation's special skill, Lin Ye felt confident. Should I report this to the organization? The aquarium anomaly incident is truly very dangerous. Back then, multiple captains and one high-ranking organization member died before it was barely resolved. The captain said uneasily. The subway station incident was already troublesome enough. If the aquarium incident was added, he didn't know how to handle it. "No need, I'll resolve it." Lin Ye didn't want the organization coming to hinder him. Not everyone was as reasonable as the captain. "Then I'm relieved," the captain said sincerely. Vibrations came through the ground. The train was arriving. Lin Ye entered the train. Before communications cut off, Lin Ye spoke. "My name is Lin Ye. Working with you has been quite pleasant. My name is Andy. I've read your file. It's my honor to work with you." Andy's voice cut off. The train started moving. The train attendant appeared, and Lin Ye handed the ticket marked Silent Land to the train attendant. Not long after the train started moving, the illness's first stage officially began. This time Lin Ye didn't think about anything else, instead focusing on how to reach the aquarium station through Silent Land and resolve the aquarium station anomaly. In this state, he could block out all information and think more focusedly about problems. While Lin Ye was thinking, the train's broadcast sounded. "Next station, stomach. Please prepare to disembark." When Lin Ye regained awareness, the illness's first stage had already ended, and he had formulated his next course of action. The train started moving. Strands of black hair wrapped around Lin Ye as the illness's second stage began. The young girl appeared beside Lin Ye. "I want to leave this place through the aquarium. Can you help me?" Lin Ye looked directly into the young girl's eyes and asked seriously. "I can, but will you accompany me to the botanical garden?" The young girl also spoke seriously. "If I can't reach the aquarium through Silent Land, I'll accompany you to the botanical garden," Lin Ye replied. After reaching a consensus, Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Without the young girl's help, it would be extremely difficult for him to pass through the Silent Land. Some time later, the train's broadcast sounded. "Next station, Botanical Garden. Passengers preparing to disembark. Please get ready." The young girl gazed at the various plant forms outside the window, revealing a pleased smile. After the train came to a complete stop, the captain's voice once again came through the earpiece. "Hey, can you hear me?" Lin Ye didn't respond, instead taking off the earpiece to chat casually with the young girl. This time he needed to delay the earpiece captain's self-destruction. As long as they could board the train before the burly man appeared, the young girl could control the burly man until they reached the aquarium. To keep the captain stable, he needed to make it believe there was still a possibility of achieving its goal. The captain wanted Lin Ye to believe the young girl didn't exist. Lin Ye would gradually let it achieve this purpose, but before that goal was fully realized, they would first pass through the Silent Land station. Lin Ye carefully controlled the rhythm of the conversation. At first, he only occasionally spoke with the captain, spending most of his time chatting with the young girl. Then he gradually increased his conversations with the captain while reducing his dialogue with the young girl. He had to precisely manage the conversation progression, neither too fast to raise suspicion, nor so slow that the captain lost confidence. Language was an art form, and while Lin Ye wasn't particularly skilled in this art, he excelled at performance. Soon, the captain became entangled in Lin Ye's carefully woven web of lies. As the deception unfolded, the train passed through the restaurant and aquarium stations, heading straight for the Silent Land. The captain felt it was on the verge of success, but just before achieving victory, the train's broadcast sounded again. Next station, Silent Land. Passengers preparing to disembark, please get ready. Silent Land? This is my stop, Captain. After we pass this station, I'll try the method you suggested. Could you please stay quiet for a while? I'm worried the communication might be affected. Don't leave me alone in a place like this. You're the only one I can rely on. Lin Ye said with utmost seriousness, barely suppressing his laughter. Of course. Once that illusion disappears, I can guide you out of here. The captain responded with even more sincerity than Lin Ye. If he hadn't read An Actor Prepares, Lin Ye would have completely lost his composure. The train arrived at the station, doors sliding open. Lin Ye stood by the doorway, but didn't immediately step onto the platform. He waited until the final moment before door closure to enter. As the doors were about to close, Lin Ye removed his earpiece and stepped onto the platform, with a young girl following close behind. Actually, as a professional actor, keeping the earpiece on would have been more effective. But Lin Ye wasn't sure whether deceiving him or killing him held higher priority for the earpiece captain. If it was the latter, the moment he stepped onto the platform, Lin Ye's head would instantly explode. Lin Ye still wanted to see the aquarium, so this time he didn't enter the platform wearing the earpiece. This would definitely alert the earpiece captain, but like all deceived individuals, it wouldn't react immediately. It would find excuses for Lin Ye's behavior, and until it stopped deceiving itself, Lin Ye's left hand holding the earpiece remained safe. The sound of heartbeat echoed in his ears. Lin Ye used breathing techniques to control his heart rate, deliberately slowing his vital signs and reducing the operational speed of all his organs. With his previous simulation experience, his condition would be much better passing through the Silent Land this time. The young girl found the ticket to the aquarium in the restroom. When she handed the ticket to Lin Ye, the earpiece captain finally realized the truth. However, the moment it emitted its first syllable, Lin Ye silently tossed it away. He had rehearsed this motion dozens of times in his mind. No matter how loud the earpiece captain screamed, it wouldn't affect Lin Ye or the young girl. "Ah, you bastard!" The earpiece captain uttered its final words before completely exploding in the tunnel, fragments scattering across the tracks and walls exactly as Lin Ye had predicted. After some time, the next train arrived at the station, and the burly man appeared nearby. Lin Ye ignored the slowly approaching burly man as the train stopped before them. While boarding the train, Lin Ye flipped off the figure behind him. The burly man moved behind him, only to be immediately restrained by the young girl who had been prepared inside the train, her tendrils wrapping around all his joints. Lin Ye sat down to rest and handed the ticket to the aquarium station to the train attendant. Since he hadn't moved around excessively this time, the damage Lin Ye sustained wasn't severe. Of course, not severe didn't mean he was fine. Lin Ye didn't dare make any sudden movements now, fearing he might trigger internal injuries and suddenly die. Humans were just that fragile. After some time, the train's broadcast sounded again. Next station, church. Passengers preparing to disembark, please get ready. Remaining simulation attempts, 6. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Ye opened his eyes in the prison transport vehicle. He had indeed intended to commit suicide after gathering sufficient information, but he never expected to die in a gunfight. The other side had struck first. The opposing squad leader showed no interest in communicating with Lin Ye, instead planning to capture both him and a young girl to extract information about the subway station anomalies. Although experiencing some physical discomfort after passing through the Silent Land, Lin Ye compensated for his physical weaknesses with extensive experience. Combined with the decent spiritual energy concentration in this world, he and the young girl quickly eliminated the entire advance team. Just as Lin Ye planned to retreat to the aquarium station to continue gathering information, the opposition unexpectedly launched some type of portable spiritual energy missile into the ticket hall. The young girl was critically injured protecting Lin Ye, and the burly man was blown to pieces. An enraged Lin Ye charged to the surface with the young girl and the train attendant aberration. After eliminating hundreds of opponents using various methods, Lin Ye was ultimately gunned down in the chaotic crossfire. Before closing his eyes for the final time, Lin Ye saw an enormous shadow, nearly half the size of the city, appear above the urban skyline. The opposition seemed to have found some method to deal with the train attendant. The young girl had been right. There were indeed 4 stages to the aberration. Damn it, I lost my temper. This meaningless conflict left Lin Ye deeply frustrated. If he hadn't possessed simulation abilities, the other side would have paid dearly for someone's arrogance. As first stage symptoms began to manifest, Lin Ye calmly contemplated various questions about rune knowledge. The prison transport vehicle once again stopped outside the subway entrance. Repeating his previous actions, Lin Ye was the first to enter the subway entrance. This time, Lin Ye intended to complete this simulation mission, so he didn't engage in extensive communication with the captain. He simply proceeded normally to the restroom, where he found that ticket leading to the Silent Land. Lin Ye then repeated his actions from the previous simulation, meeting the young girl, deceiving the earpiece captain, capturing the burly man, and finally arriving successfully at the aquarium station. Lin Ye found a spot to sit beside the staircase leading to the ticket hall and gestured for the young girl to sit beside him. Obediently hugging her knees, the young girl sat next to Lin Ye. Leaning against the wall beside the staircase, they watched the dark seawater beyond the glass walls. Just being on the platform, Lin Ye could feel an indescribable sense of oppression. If not for his strong mental energy, he would have already collapsed. Before the pressure from that seawater could overwhelm him, Lin Ye activated his special ability, Safe Zone. Lin Ye established a cubic safe zone with 1-meter sides around them. The oppressive feeling vanished instantly, and the seawater outside no longer appeared so terrifying. Lin Ye could actually expand the safe zone since there were many geometric structures with 1-meter sides. He could also position the safe zone closer to the staircase leading to the ticket hall. But after some consideration, he ultimately abandoned these ideas. Expanding the safe zone might reduce its protective strength, and the 1 cubic meter safe space was already sufficient. Lin Ye also had no intention of fleeing to the ticket hall. Without resolving the aquarium anomaly, he couldn't complete the simulation mission, making escape meaningless. If the aquarium anomaly still persisted after an hour, Lin Ye would visit the botanical garden and church during the next simulation. If all else failed, he would perform a ritual at the aquarium to summon the abyssal evil god and destroy this place along with it. At that time, he would also take the opportunity to see what exactly the 4th stage of the illness contained. Can you handle this? Don't kill it. Due to its massive size, most of the burly man's body remained outside the safe zone. Okay. The young girl extended several tendrils, dragged the burly man out of the safe zone, and excised the excess portions outside the protection area. Fine tendrils quickly grew from the incision sites, healing the wounds. After pulling the remaining half of the burly man back into the safe zone, the young girl looked toward Lin Ye, only to find him staring at the glass wall before them. A massive blue-gray, semi-transparent eyeball pressed against the glass wall. The eye was so enormous that they could only see the eyeball itself, unable to glimpse whatever being it belonged to. It seems to be watching us. The young girl studied the patterns on the eyeball with curiosity. This was her first time seeing the details of an eyeball so clearly, because we're the exhibits in this aquarium. Rare specimens like us aren't common, so of course it would take a longer look. Lin Ye also carefully examined the patterns on the creature's eyeball, which resembled some kind of runic structure. After watching for a while, the eyeball disappeared into the depths of the dark seawater. Shortly after, a school of small fish emitting blue light appeared outside the glass wall. Each fish was only palm-sized, but the entire school consisted of thousands of identical fish without any variation. All these small fish watched Lin Ye with one side of their eyes, synchronously waving their tails in perfect unison. Outside the safe zone, the burly man's severed limbs twitched a couple of times before gradually transforming into numerous identical small fish that hopped about outside the protective area. They opened their fish lips, emitting strange calls. Ignoring the small fish jumping outside the safe zone, Lin Ye watched through the glass wall as the school moved with perfect coordination. After a while, seeing that Lin Ye remained unaffected, the fish school departed from the glass wall and disappeared into the ocean depths. The few hopping small fish collapsed to the ground dead. So beautiful. Pity they're not edible. The young girl rested her head on Lin Ye's shoulder, her long hair intertwining with his body as she admired the gigantic sea creatures gradually approaching outside the window. Indeed a pity. This is my first time visiting such a place. I should have brought some snacks. Thinking of the delicious food at the restaurant station, Lin Ye suddenly felt that going without food might be acceptable. Massive aquatic plants, various deep-sea leviathans, ruined underwater structures, strange statues, all sorts of things passed by the glass wall, briefly observing the two before moving on. When a gigantic blood-red eyeball, covered in fleshy strips, finally moved away from the glass, the platform shuddered and began gradually returning to normal. The safe zone's duration hadn't yet expired, and Lin Ye wasn't in any hurry to leave. Why didn't you kill it? That might have prevented my escape. Lin Ye asked the young girl. I don't know either. Originally, I planned to trick you into going to the botanical garden to turn you into a vegetable, keeping you here with me forever. But later I changed my mind. The young girl sighed, poking the small fish corpses outside the safe zone with her tendrils. Well, I'm truly grateful for that. I have no desire to become a vegetable. Lin Ye felt relieved that he hadn't believed the young girl's nonsense about going to the botanical garden. Otherwise, he might not even have gotten the chance to simulate again. Let's go. It's time to leave this place. The young girl stood up, pulling the half-sized burly man toward the staircase leading outside. Come on. If you don't leave, I can't either. The young girl turned back to address Lin Ye, who still sat on the ground. What will happen to you after we leave? Lin Ye stood up, knowing the simulation was about to end. How should I know? The young girl smiled, pulling Lin Ye as they left the subway station. So beautiful. Pity they're not edible. The young girl rested her head on Lin Ye's shoulder, her long hair intertwining with his body as she admired the gigantic sea creatures gradually approaching outside the window. Indeed a pity. This is my first time visiting such a place. I should have brought some snacks. Thinking of the delicious food at the restaurant station, Lin Ye suddenly felt that going without food might be acceptable. Massive aquatic plants, various deep-sea leviathans, ruined underwater structures, strange statues, all sorts of things passed by the glass wall, briefly observing the two before moving on. When a gigantic blood-red eyeball, covered in fleshy strips, finally moved away from the glass, the platform shuddered and began gradually returning to normal. The safe zone's duration hadn't yet expired, and Lin Ye wasn't in any hurry to leave. Why didn't you kill it? That might have prevented my escape. Lin Ye asked the young girl. I don't know either. Originally, I planned to trick you into going to the botanical garden to turn you into a vegetable, keeping you here with me forever. But later I changed my mind. The young girl sighed, poking the small fish corpses outside the safe zone with her tendrils. Well, I'm truly grateful for that. I have no desire to become a vegetable. Lin Ye felt relieved that he hadn't believed the young girl's nonsense about going to the botanical garden. Otherwise, he might not even have gotten the chance to simulate again. Let's go. It's time to leave this place. The young girl stood up, pulling the half-sized burly man toward the staircase leading outside. Come on. If you don't leave, I can't either. The young girl turned back to address Lin Ye, who still sat on the ground. What will happen to you after we leave? Lin Ye stood up, knowing the simulation was about to end. How should I know? The young girl smiled, pulling Lin Ye as they left the subway station. Lin Ye looked out the window. Outside, the platform connected to the entrance of a pitch-black church, where a priest sat on a bench at the church entrance. As the train pulled into the station, the priest stood up and bowed to Lin Ye. Only after the train departed did he turn and enter the church. More time passed, and the train's broadcast sounded once more. Next station, aquarium. Passengers preparing to disembark, please get ready. Finally here, Lin Ye stood up and moved toward the door, but this time the young girl remained seated. This was the first time she hadn't followed closely behind him. "What's wrong?" Lin Ye asked. "I don't want to go out." The young girl kept her head down, her tendrils piercing into the burly man's body. If she just killed the burly man, everything would start over. "But I have to go out." The doors opened, and Lin Ye didn't stop walking, stepping into that profound darkness. The young girl could only lower her head and follow behind Lin Ye. The aquarium wasn't actually completely dark. Overhead lights illuminated the platform and a small area of water near the glass walls. But in the areas beyond the light's reach, that profound black curtain overwhelmingly created the illusion of being in pitch-black deep sea. Lin Ye didn't linger on the platform. Within mere seconds, he felt himself being swallowed by that pitch-black deep sea darkness. Ascending the stairs and passing through the ticket hall, Lin Ye quickly found a connection point between two puzzle pieces that didn't fit together. The other side clearly wasn't the world where the organization was located. Just as he had guessed, only by resolving the station's abnormality could he complete this simulation mission. Sigh. I wish the organization station was the madhouse. Just killing a few madmen would complete the mission. Lin Ye sighed. Who are you people? Are you the ones who turned this place into this? From the other side of the puzzle connection, two fully armed squads quickly entered the passageway, aiming their guns at Lin Ye and the young girl. Clearly, the other side had been monitoring this area. The moment they appeared, the other side sent people over. "We're exploration personnel from another world. We've encountered the same situation as you. The situation down there is quite complex. I can tell you everything I know. Could you please not aim your guns at me?" Lin Ye glanced at the displeased young girl and the squad leader on the other side staring at the tendrils, then sighed. Remaining simulation attempts. 6. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Ye opened his eyes in the prison transport vehicle. He had indeed intended to commit suicide after gathering sufficient information, but he never expected to die in a gunfight. The other side had struck first. The opposing squad leader showed no interest in communicating with Lin Ye, instead planning to capture both him and the young girl to extract information about the subway station anomalies. Although experiencing some physical discomfort after passing through the Silent Land, Lin Ye compensated for his physical weaknesses with extensive experience. Combined with a decent spiritual energy concentration in this world, he and the young girl quickly eliminated the entire advance team. Just as Lin Ye planned to retreat to the aquarium station to continue gathering information, the opposition unexpectedly launched some type of portable spiritual energy missile into the ticket hall. The young girl was critically injured protecting Lin Ye, and the burly man was blown to pieces. An enraged Lin Ye charged to the surface with the young girl and the train attendant aberration. After eliminating hundreds of opponents using various methods, Lin Ye was ultimately gunned down in the chaotic crossfire. Before closing his eyes for the final time, Lin Ye saw an enormous shadow, nearly half the size of the city, appear above the urban skyline. The opposition seemed to have found some method to deal with the train attendant. The young girl had been right. There were indeed 4 stages to the aberration. Damn it, I lost my temper. This meaningless conflict left Lin Ye deeply frustrated. If he hadn't possessed simulation abilities, the other side would have paid dearly for someone's arrogance. As first stage symptoms began to manifest, Lin Ye calmly contemplated various questions about rune knowledge. The prison transport vehicle once again stopped outside the subway entrance. Repeating his previous actions, Lin Ye was the first to enter the subway entrance. This time, Lin Ye intended to complete this simulation mission, so he didn't engage in extensive communication with the captain. He simply proceeded normally to the restroom, where he found that ticket leading to the Silent Land. Lin Ye then repeated his actions from the previous simulation, meeting the young girl, deceiving the earpiece captain, capturing the burly man, and finally arriving successfully at the aquarium station. Lin Ye found a spot to sit beside the staircase leading to the ticket hall and gestured for the young girl to sit beside him. Obediently hugging her knees, the young girl sat next to Lin Ye, leaning against the wall beside the staircase. They watched the dark seawater beyond the glass walls. Just being on the platform, Lin Ye could feel an indescribable sense of oppression. If not for his strong mental energy, he would have already collapsed. Before the pressure from that seawater could overwhelm him, Lin Ye activated his special ability, Safe Zone. Lin Ye established a cubic safe zone with 1 meter sides around them. The oppressive feeling vanished instantly, and the seawater outside no longer appeared so terrifying. Epsilon. Lin Ye could actually expand the safe zone since there were many geometric structures with 1 meter sides. He could also position the safe zone closer to the staircase leading to the ticket hall. But after some consideration, he ultimately abandoned these ideas. Expanding the safe zone might reduce its protective strength, and the 1 cubic meter safe space was already sufficient. Lin Ye also had no intention of fleeing to the ticket hall. Without resolving the aquarium anomaly, he couldn't complete the simulation mission, making escape meaningless. Simulation ended. Remaining simulation attempts. 6. Obtained random items that appeared in this event. *6. Obtained title, Most Valuable Exhibit. Detected persistent special spiritual contamination in the shelter. Cleaning in progress. Cleaning completed. Lin Ye opened his eyes on the shelter bed. Just as he had anticipated, as long as he returned to the absolutely safe shelter, the system would help him deal with that illness. What surprised him was that the anomaly capable of affecting the body through spiritual means to produce various stages of illness was actually just a special type of spiritual contamination. So the 4th stage means directly confronting the contamination source? Or will something else appear? Lin Ye certainly wouldn't let the illness progress to the 4th stage out of curiosity, so he could only remain curious. Thanks. This time I was admired by your kind for quite a while. Tapping the fish tank, Lin Ye poured some concentrated nutrient solution for the goldfish. Blub blub. The goldfish waved its beautiful tail and blew a few bubbles at him. True, separated by a fish tank, it's hard to say which side is the observer and which is the observed. Though he felt this pop-eyed goldfish was hinting at something rude, Lin Ye didn't say much due to mental fatigue. After tending to the plants and animals for a while, and finishing the lavish lunch he prepared, Lin Ye finally began examining the loot. The 6 items were 2 dead fish, a dark red card, a pitch-black train ticket, a water blue admission ticket, and a small white statue. Lin Ye first picked up the dark red card, depicting a young girl. Flesh and blood spirit entity sealed card. A new entity born in the stomach, its spirit originating from a certain high-risk special spiritual contamination and a newborn deity. Note, warning, after using this card, the survivor's spirit will reconnect with a high-risk contamination source. Leaving the shelter will restart the contamination process. The young girl stood vividly on the card, with fleshy tendrils carved along the edges. Behind her were layers of dark red flesh membrane. Putting away the card, Lin Ye picked up the 2 dead fish. Salted fish thrust. Salted fish capable of teleportation. After stabbing an enemy, it will turn them into more salted fish. Note, the time for harvest has come. The salted fish glared at Lin Ye with dead fish eyes, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction. Holy crap, this is too treacherous. Good thing someone as kind and virtuous as me obtained such a sinister item. I'll use it properly. Storing the salted fish, Lin Ye picked up the pitch-black train ticket. Subway ticket, restaurant station. A ticket that can be used at any subway station to travel to restaurant station. Note, the feast has long been prepared. They have been waiting for quite some time. The word restaurant was written in the center of the ticket, below which was a long dining table filled with various bizarre foods. A smiling attendant stood on each side of the table. Only an idiot would go. You don't expect me to bring a whole train of passengers to restaurant station, do you? Putting away the ticket, Lin Ye picked up the water blue admission ticket. Aquarium admission ticket. After use, you can visit the aquarium to admire various beautiful and unique deep-sea creatures. Additionally, with this ticket, you can participate in various interesting deep-sea interactive activities. Note, this is an extremely rare VIP ticket for 2. Nobody can refuse such a date invitation. The water blue ticket was printed with various colorful cartoon fish smiling. If Lin Ye hadn't just escaped from that pitch-black deep sea, he might have considered visiting. Why are they all such creepy things? Who would want to go on a date at that kind of aquarium? Putting away the admission ticket, Lin Ye picked up the final item. Deep Sea Statue. A statue originating from the deep sea. Carrying it makes you prone to encounter special events related to the deep sea. Note: warning, survivor rank too low. Do not actively engage with special events related to the deep sea. The deep sea statue was a small, white humanoid figure of unknown material, carved to resemble an alien human with deep sea creature characteristics. Only a few centimeters long, it could be held in hand. Lin Ye directly threw the deep sea statue into the basement junk pile. He didn't want to encounter anything related to the deep sea during simulations or system missions. After checking the item information, Lin Ye used the system to view his new title. Most Valuable Exhibit. You were rated by numerous deep-sea creatures as the most valuable exhibit of this exhibition. Note: which among them do you think is the most valuable exhibit? I prefer the ruined deep-sea structures. The fish schools are nice too, quite beautiful. After dealing with the loot, Lin Ye took the rune card, weakening, and several bottles of nutrient solution to the game room. After using the rune card in the game room, Lin Ye practiced spiritual energy circulation while playing cards. Recently, he had been planning to increase his spiritual energy circulation count. Completing the spiritual energy circulation, Lin Ye bid farewell to the attendant and returned to the shelter. With some time still remaining before the nighttime activity, Lin Ye entered the spiritual energy workshop to digest runes and attempt to create new spiritual energy items. Before the nighttime activity began, Lin Ye left the workshop to prepare dinner. While cooking, Lin Ye was still contemplating how to utilize the weakening rune. He hadn't yet managed to integrate the weakening rune into his combat system. After preparing dinner, Lin Ye opened the group chat while eating. 5276841000000. A new week has begun again. No, it started in the morning. Feels like the day only truly begins after completing the nighttime activity. Shouldn't today be maze exploration? Probably. Hope I could get a shelter upgrade blueprint today. Have you all advanced already? Of course, feels like the system will spawn a bunch of second-stage creatures in the maze. Otherwise, there won't be enough mutation organs to go around. Don't say that. I haven't advanced yet. Then you better hurry up. Don't die before old phone. You phone. Aha. Old phone. You're browsing the group chat again. Nighttime activity beginning. Tonight's activity, maze exploration. Join. 9:59. Join. Maze exploration. Activate. Hope everyone gets shelter upgrade blueprints. Except old phone. You phone, without that first blueprint, even if I get one I can't use it. That's too tragic. Lin Ye, fully armed, sat on the bed feeding the goldfish. Not sure if it was his imagination, but the goldfish seemed a bit fatter than in the morning. 0:01. Midnight. Nighttime activity beginning. 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Obtain special skill, Fate. Fate. After using this skill, you will receive guidance from Fate. You can choose to accept or reject Fate 1/1. Note: don't be quick to refuse, because after refusing, you'll never know what exactly you missed. Lin Ye awoke on the red floor, surrounded by the familiar red maze. Fate? What kind of weird skill is this? Lin Ye hesitated for a second, then directly used the special skill Fate. Then he saw a very obvious green arrow shadow on the ground. This is the guidance of Fate. Lin Ye had no intention of rejecting Fate at all. This was a special skill that who knows how many card draws it would take to use once, so why would he refuse? Following the arrow's direction, Lin Ye passed several locked rooms and a dark red corridor. Before even seeing the so-called Fate, he was already at a loss. This was probably Fate indeed. Lin Ye quickened his pace, winding through the red maze for half an hour and passing several more locked rooms before finally entering a dark red corridor under the arrow's guidance. At the end of the corridor was the familiar red double doors. Lin Ye pushed them open, But Guardian number 3, who should have been there to greet him, lay like a corpse in the center of the hall. Lin Ye initially thought the other might be pretending to be dead, but according to his spiritual perception, it was truly a corpse without the slightest trace of vitality. Why would the system have a corpse act as a guardian? Is this a trap? Lin Ye still wanted to probe further, but the fate arrow pointing at the corpse suddenly grew dim, on the verge of disappearing. Immediately guessing the probable reason, Lin Ye quickly stepped forward, stripped the corpse bare, and gathered all the items from the body into his arms. The most conspicuous among these items was a dark red, jade-like cube, currently emitting a piercing red light. Just as Lin Ye hesitated whether to throw it away, complex runic structures suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Damn it, I haven't even gone to the item room yet. Before his words faded, the runic structures completed. The red light emitted by the cube grew brighter and brighter, and Lin Ye vanished within the red glow. Special event triggered. Inheritance proof. Nighttime activity terminated. Countdown canceled. Can return to shelter after event conclusion. Lin Ye stood on an altar holding an assortment of items. The altar was piled high with human limbs and various organs, while dozens of black-robed cultists surrounded the base. Hee, young master, you can't escape. Will you give me the inheritance proof now? The man at the forefront spoke to Lin Ye with a sinister smile. Lin Ye put away the items in his arms, thinking the other was probably referring to that roughly 17-year-old male corpse from the Red Maze. But that corpse was clearly a nearly adult foreign boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. Lin Ye didn't see any resemblance between himself and that corpse at all. Lin Ye stepped down from the altar step by step. Invisible spiritual energy blades stabbed into the backs of the surrounding cultists. Amid screams and spraying blood, Lin Ye stopped before the man. Who are you? How did you get pulled here by the ritual? Realizing the situation had turned bad, the man retreated in panic while pulling out a spiritual energy pistol to aim at Lin Ye. Lin Ye could clearly perceive all the man's information. A third-tier spiritual energy user, wearing only a black robe with mediocre protective ability and carrying a spiritual energy pistol with ordinary firepower plus 2 spare magazines, currently panicked and preparing to fire. Although the man was a third-tier spiritual energy user, his physical fitness and mental energy were far inferior to Lin Ye's, and his intelligence wasn't particularly high either. Before the other could fire, Lin Ye used a spiritual energy blade to cut off the index finger that would have pulled the trigger, then stood watching as the man kept trying to pull the trigger with that severed finger. It took a while before the man understood what had happened. The man pressed on his finger in terror as he retreated, but his backward speed clearly wasn't fast enough. Lin Ye pinned the man to the ground with his foot and spoke his first words since arriving here. Tell me everything you know. Don't waste time. If I tell you everything, will you spare my life? The man asked cautiously. Of course not, but if you tell me, I won't stab you with this dagger. Lin Ye took out the despair dagger, brushing it past the man's eyeball. Looking at the despair dagger, the man was persuaded by Lin Ye and carefully disclosed all the information he knew. This was a large city known as the City of Sin, and those who could gain a foothold here were no ordinary people. The man was a peripheral member of the Spider God cult. His superiors had instructed him to perform the ritual here and obtain the inheritance proof from a young noble master. As for what the inheritance proof actually was or what to do after obtaining it, he knew nothing. Lin Ye looked at the man's corpse with speechless expression. Knowing too much certainly wasn't good, but being completely clueless about what you were doing was just ridiculous. The Spider God cult's ritual site was a dilapidated underground parking garage. After searching the entire garage, aside from some local currency, Lin Ye found nothing of value. Leaving the parking garage via the ramp, outside was a rundown road surrounded by semi-abandoned buildings. Lin Ye could sense some living people moving about within these abandoned structures. Following the road away from the abandoned area, the surrounding buildings began to look normal. Pedestrians gradually increased, and in the distance even appeared some skyscrapers dozens of stories high. On the surface, the City of Sin didn't seem much different from an ordinary large city, But Lin Ye hadn't encountered a single ordinary person on the streets yet, and everyone carried weapons on them. At first, Lin Ye worried his nightfall formal wear might be too conspicuous, but he quickly discovered that his attire was actually among the more low-key in the crowd. Burly men in full body armor, tall women in leather jackets carrying heavy machine guns, priests riding two-headed goats, scantily clad men and women soliciting customers outside bars. The city of Sin was even more chaotic than Lin Ye had imagined. Lin Ye randomly found a restaurant by the roadside and ordered some food. He hadn't quite figured out how to complete this special event yet, so he decided to tour the city first. The restaurant served food quickly, and before long, Lin Ye's table was filled with various dishes. Mixed vegetables, stewed meat, grilled steak, meat-filled wraps. Lin Ye sampled various dishes of unknown ingredients. He had sensed the restaurant's kitchen. While he hadn't seen the materials inside, they were all within his acceptable range. As Lin Ye tasted the dishes, the surrounding diners were observing him. "Hey, pretty boy, is this your first time in this city?" A young woman with red hair and fair skin sat down opposite Lin Ye and spoke to him. "Yes. Would you like to show me around the city? I could pay a guide fee." Lin Ye glanced at this first-tier woman whose hair was even shorter than his, then took a sip of sweet and sour drink. Sure, but I'm not cheap." Watching Lin Ye elegantly cut his steak, Lily suddenly felt she might have misjudged him. "No problem. I'm actually quite wealthy, especially in this city," Lin Ye said with a smile. After finishing the meal, Lin Ye began following Lily around the city. "Do you have any places you'd like to go?" Lily had originally planned to just show this obvious outsider who didn't have the city of Sin's aura around for a casual stroll, then send him out before nightfall. That way, she'd be doing a good deed while scamming money. But after spending some time with Lin Ye, she gradually abandoned this naive idea. "Are there any local snack specialties here?" The kind girls tend to like. Although Jiang Yu's recommended grilled innards hadn't made Alice very happy last time, that was Jiang Yu's taste problem. Lin Ye hadn't given up on relying on normal female preferences. Are you talking about proper snacks? Or is that some code for contraband?" Lily confirmed with Lin Ye. "Of course, proper snacks. There's contraband here, too?" Lin Ye asked somewhat strangely. "Oh, of course there's no contraband here. But many things become contraband once you leave the city." Lily led Lin Ye into a slightly older commercial street, where the pedestrians were noticeably more normal compared to the outside. "You came from outside? What trouble did you get into?" Lin Ye looked curiously at Lily's slender back. Should they say you can't judge a book by its cover? He found it hard to imagine what she looked like when committing misdeeds. "I didn't get into trouble. I came here to find a friend." Lily gave a simple explanation. "Your friend wouldn't happen to be a young man with golden hair, would you?" In that moment, Lin Ye felt fate's touch. No, she's a white-haired girl about my age." Lily gave Lin Ye a puzzled look. "She didn't leave you an address?" Lin Ye felt the capriciousness of fate. "She disappeared. According to her family, she was most likely brought here." Lily's tone turned somber, but she quickly rallied herself. "So I came. I'll find her, no matter how long it takes." "Oh, have you found any clues then?" Lin Ye once again felt fate's presence. "No, the city of Sin is too big and too dangerous. I can only search for clues during daytime on relatively safe streets." Lily sighed. She rarely sighed, but facing this situation, even she couldn't help but feel disheartened at times. "Do you know what I do for a living?" Lin Ye suddenly said. "You? No idea. I initially thought you were some young noble coming here for fun, but young nobles aren't as reasonable as you." Though their contact had been brief, Lily was certain she'd never met anyone quite like Lin Ye. "I'm an expert in handling incidents, especially helping those above deal with various troublesome matters," Lin Ye said with complete confidence. "Can you help me then?" Lily turned to look at Lin Ye. "Exactly. Finding someone is trivial matter for me, even in the chaotic city of Sin." Lin Ye naturally met Lily's gaze. If that girl was truly still in the city of Sin, he could find her. "Then would you be willing to help me? What price must I pay?" Lily asked seriously. She knew perfectly well that unless a miracle occurred, it would be difficult for her to find that person in this city. "I don't come cheap. You probably can't afford my hiring price. How about this? Help me pick out your favorite snack. Then fate will tell me whether to help you or not. Lin Ye looked toward a nearby grocery store as he spoke. Lily entered the grocery store. Lin Ye expected her to hesitate for a while, but she came out quickly, holding a bag of colorful spherical candies. This was her favorite snack, and it's my favorite too. Lin Ye took out Alice's snack bag and placed the candy inside. Soon the bag of candy disappeared, and then something new appeared in the snack bag. Lin Ye reached into the snack bag and pulled out a packet of milk soft candies. What does this mean? Lily watched Lin Ye nervously. Lin Ye put a soft candy in his mouth. The flavor was quite rich, and the texture, when chewed, was excellent. Do you believe in fate? Handing Lily a piece of soft candy, Lin Ye turned and walked toward the bar they had passed earlier. I don't believe. Lily followed behind Lin Ye, stating firmly. I don't believe either, Lin Ye said with a smile. Blaze Bar, stronghold of the Wild Dogs gang. The Wild Dogs were one of the lowest-tier gangs in the City of Sin, but true to their name, their members were like stray dogs roaming the city, appearing everywhere, which made them well-informed. Since it was daytime, only a few burly staff members were inside when Lin Ye entered the bar. Customer, the bar opens in the evening. One of the staff members said to Lin Ye, Where's your boss? I have some business with him. Lin Ye used his spiritual energy blade to stab through several staff members who were drawing pistols from behind. Without waiting for their response, he quickly walked into the bar's interior. Sir, what do you need? The wild dog who witnessed Lin Ye's attack neither fled nor resisted, knowing it would be meaningless and only provoke the other party. I'm looking for a missing girl. Who should I go to? Lin Ye stared into the wild dog's eyes as he asked. Then you should go to the Gray Gang. They regularly bring batches of people in from outside. Any organization in the city needing additional manpower goes to them, especially those cultists. They're the Gray Gang's biggest clients. The wild dog spoke rapidly, afraid that speaking too slowly would displease Lin Ye. Where's the Gray Gang headquarters? What's their strongest members tier? Lin Ye continued questioning. Gray Gang headquarters is in the northern city. That entire area is Gray Gang territory. There's a distribution map of various organizations' strongholds in the safe. The Gray Gang's strongest is their boss William, Tier 4. The wild dog answered quickly. How many Tier 4 members does the Gray Gang have? Lin Ye pressed further. Only William is Tier 4, but they have many Tier 3 experts. The wild dog was extremely cooperative. Good. You're being cooperative, so I don't want to kill you. But I also don't want you telling others about me. What should I do? Lin Ye took out the despair dagger and pressed it against the wild dog's face, letting him fully experience the aura of despair. I won't mention you to anyone, or I'm dead for sure. Neither you nor the Gray Gang would let me live. The wild dog leaned back, trying to distance himself from that despairing aura. Good. After obtaining the map, Lin Ye turned and left the Blaze Bar. How did it go? Just one street away, Lily, who had been waiting outside, approached. More smoothly than I expected. Lin Ye unfolded the map, silently memorizing the distribution of each organization's strongholds. A Tier 4 opponent was somewhat troublesome, but with proper preparation beforehand, it wasn't impossible to handle. Besides, finding someone didn't necessarily require dealing with the Gray Gang boss. Lin Ye headed toward the nearest Gray Gang stronghold. The Gray Gang's bases were concentrated in the northern part of the city, including various entertainment venues, such as casinos, clubs, and bars. Having Lily wait in a safe location, Lin Ye infiltrated a remote underground casino base alone. The quality of Gray Gang members was significantly higher than that of the Wild Dogs gang, but before Lin Ye, the difference wasn't substantial. It didn't take much time for Lin Ye to infiltrate the hidden room located in the deepest part of the casino. The room contained only one Gray Gang executive who was sleeping. Lin Ye pulled a chair to the bedside and sat down, took a wet wipe from the headboard to clean his hands, and placed a piece of milk soft candy in his mouth. Until the soft candy began to melt, the bald fat man on the bed still hadn't woken up. Lin Ye had to use spiritual energy to wake this fat pig up. It was the first time he'd seen a spiritual energy user with such poor alertness. Who are you? The fat man barely opened his eyes, glaring at Lin Ye impatiently. Who am I? That question is somewhat complicated, but for you, I'm just an intruder with ill intentions. Lin Ye chewed the soft candy cheerfully as he spoke. Someone, help! The fat man finally understood his situation and made the most normal reaction. Lin Ye didn't stop the fat man from screaming. The morning simulation mission had left him mentally exhausted, and now he needed some time to alleviate this fatigue. After experiencing complex abnormal events, friendly communication with normal people was quite a good way to relax. The fat man shouted for a long time, but outside remained completely silent. Seeing the fat man stop, Lin Ye finally spoke with a smile. Do you know what perfect infiltration is? Perfect infiltration means the infiltration process wasn't discovered by a single person. Now, there's no one left outside, so I've perfectly infiltrated this room. What do you mean there's no one left outside? The fat man trembled all over. Usually being the abusive party, this was the first time he deeply felt this kind of helpless, trembling sensation. What do you think? Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and relaxed against the chair back. The chair was high quality and very comfortable to sit on. You must be here for the legacy component, right? That thing is in the hands of Gray Gang boss William. I'm his brother-in-law. Spare my life, and I can definitely help you get that thing. NES. The fat man showed an obsequious smile and, without Lin Ye needing to say anything, spilled everything he should have said. In some ways, he could be considered talented. I am indeed here for the legacy component, but that's just a task assigned from above. I've also taken on some private work. The above task isn't urgent. First, help me find someone. Lin Ye took out the photo Lily had given him and placed it before the fat man. She disappeared outside. I heard the Gray Gang was involved. Help me find her, and I won't kill you. When the fat man saw the young girl in the photo, his pupils contracted slightly, and his body unconsciously shrank back. You've seen her, and it left a deep impression. Lin Ye grabbed the fat man's head, staring into his eyes as he asked softly, "Where is she?" She was bought by a cultist, but that was already months ago. I don't know where she is now. Feeling the increasing pressure on his head, the fat man quickly explained loudly. Tell me everything you know. Be clear. Releasing the fat man's head, Lin Ye leaned back against the chair and closed his eyes. She was the prettiest in that batch of goods, supposedly a noble young lady of high status. At the time, I had some improper thoughts, which is why I recognized her immediately just now. If she hadn't been merchandise reserved by a distinguished guest, I would have a hem. William told me that distinguished guest was a mid-level believer of the Spider God cult, not someone to mess with, so I abandoned those thoughts. The fat man carefully described the situation at the time. He didn't think that merchandise could still be alive now, so he was very afraid Lin Ye would take his anger out on him. Good. Now I'm your newly recruited underling. Take me to the Gray Gang headquarters for a walk. I'll be watching you. If anyone discovers my identity, I'll kill you and escape. Of course, you can also try calling for help in front of William and see if he can save you. Lin Ye walked outside the room, changed into clothing that more resembled an underling's outfit, then locked the casino's main door before taking the fat man to his sports car parked by the roadside. The fat man's driving skills were fairly good, and the sports car quickly stopped outside a luxury hotel. Handing the car to a parking attendant nearby, the fat man brought Lin Ye into the hotel. This luxury hotel was the Gray Gang headquarters. Caston Hotel had 12 floors, with 3 additional underground levels housing a luxury casino. William usually stayed on the hotel's top floor, where the entire level served as his residence. With the fat man leading the way, Lin Ye quickly figured out the hotel structure and Gray Gang member distribution. As long as he dealt with William, the remaining Gray Gang members were insignificant. Just as Lin Ye was considering how to easily handle William, he sensed that some kind of ritual seemed to be taking place above them in the hotel. Take me up, quickly. Lin Ye pulled the fat man along and used his face to access the elevator that went directly to the top floor. The elevator will be detected by William as soon as it approaches the top floor. I rarely bring people up here. He'll definitely suspect your identity. If we get trapped in the elevator, neither of us will escape. The fat man anxiously whispered. You probably don't need to worry about William anymore. Lin Ye changed into his nightfall formal wear, took out Red Blade, and began tracing runes around them. As the elevator ascended, Lin Ye had already made his preparations. 9, 10, 11, 12. The elevator doors opened. Lin Ye activated all the runes on his body, and with the various runic enhancements, he disappeared from the elevator. Earlier in the elevator, Lin Ye had avoided carefully sensing the top floor for fear of drawing attention. The moment the elevator doors opened, Lin Ye saw William with half his body mutated into a spider monster, and also saw a Tier 4 cultist intently maintaining some kind of ritual. Lin Ye didn't hesitate for even a moment. With one heavy slash, he cut off the Tier 4 cultist's head. The opponent reacted quickly. Even though ambushed by Lin Ye, he managed some response, but his fragile spiritual energy shield and short-distance body movement couldn't avoid Lin Ye's heavy slash. The ritual was interrupted. William, who had been forcibly mutated into a spider monster, had completely lost his rationality and only knew how to frantically attack everything around him. The cultist's body didn't fall to the ground. Numerous spider legs and silk strands grew from within it. Strands of spider silk swept around, with one strand sticking to the cultist's head and pulling it back, casually reattaching it to the cultist's chest. Lin Ye quickly retreated to avoid the spider silk, while simultaneously drawing his CL-0 pistol and firing at that head. The bullet, enhanced with collapse and weakening runes, spiraled as it struck the cultist's chest. Those spider silk strands pulled its head away again. The silk strands dragged the cultist's head around, its spider legs rapidly twitching as it scurried wildly across the hotel's top floor. Apparently, losing its head wasn't without consequences. Lin Ye dodged the frenzied attacks of the mutated William and the randomly sprayed silk strands from the cultist, retreating awkwardly toward the elevator area where the doors hadn't completely closed yet. The fat man frantically pressed the close button while praying the monsters hadn't noticed him. But a hand stopped the closing elevator doors. "Wait for me in the elevator. I have questions for you later." After successfully crippling two troublesome enemies through ambush tactics, Lin Ye suddenly realized he genuinely needed a local guide. "Yes, sir," the fat man hurriedly replied. Lin Ye released his hand and turned to survey the spacious 12th floor lobby, where the mutated William was currently chasing and attacking the cultist. The cultist maneuvered its head around while hopping wildly, simultaneously spraying copious amounts of silk strands to entangle the mutated William. Lin Ye began setting up rune traps around the area. He had no intention of letting the cultist escape the hotel. The Spider God cult was clearly connected to this special event involving the inheritance proof. If he let the cultist escape now, he'd undoubtedly encounter them again later. Thinking this, Lin Ye felt somewhat fortunate. If he hadn't come here to investigate and had allowed the cultist to complete the ritual, he would have faced both the cultist and the mutated William together. The cultist barely managed to restrain the mutated William, but before it could catch its breath, Lin Ye, hiding in the corner of the lobby, used his spiritual energy blade to sever the silk strands controlling the mutated William. Seeing this, the recently decapitated cultist, having just regained some cognitive function, charged toward Lin Ye with the mutated William in tow. Compound rune traps triggered one after another. Cutting, weakening, collapse, mutation, synthesis. The cultist was suspended mid-air, trapped by various runic effects. The mutated William limped toward the cultist and began stabbing its twisted spider legs into the cultist's body. Lin Ye continued observing from the corner while setting up more compound rune traps around the two entangled monsters. The two creatures attacked each other furiously, triggering rune traps repeatedly as they rolled across the floor. Before long, they lay motionless on the ground. And with diuresis new, Lin Ye cautiously controlled his spiritual energy blade to dissect their bodies. The mutated William was cleanly dismembered, but when the blade reached the cultist, it suddenly leaped up and sprayed massive amounts of silk strands at Lin Ye. The silk triggered the rune traps, and the cultist forced its way through the silk, lunging at Lin Ye. Lin Ye quickly retreated. He didn't believe this was a death throes struggle. The enemy definitely had some underhanded tactic to turn the tables. The cultist crashed against the mutated spiritual energy shield. Watching Lin Ye gradually moving further away, it could only reluctantly resort to its final measure. A stream of dark green liquid erupted from the cultist's body, easily dissolving multiple layers of spiritual energy protection. But Lin Ye had already retreated to the elevator area by the time the liquid sprayed out. He was simply too fast. The cultist glared furiously at Lin Ye. Even now, it couldn't figure out which faction this madman who suddenly appeared to decapitate it belonged to, or how he managed to disrupt the transformation ritual at the perfect moment. Before being sliced apart by the spiritual energy blade, it could only utter its final words with resignation. The ritual has already begun. I'll be waiting for you on the other side. You might be waiting for quite a long time then. Lin Ye dismembered the cultist's body, only beginning to collect the loot after confirming its complete demise. The 12th floor served as William's residence, where Lin Ye found numerous items from William's collection. William had collected many exquisitely crafted low-tier spiritual energy items. A spiritual energy lighter with silver metal casing, translucent crystal drinking glasses, strangely shaped knives and forks, and similar curios. Additionally, Lin Ye found 2 mid-tier spiritual energy items, a ring and a pair of gauntlets. Compared to William, the cultist proved considerably poorer. Lin Ye only found 2 dark red, jade-like cubes on its body. These 2 cubes closely resembled the cube Lin Ye had taken from the corpse, just proportionally smaller. Lin Ye retrieved the large cube from his loot space and placed all 3 cubes together. The large cube generated a suction force that drew the smaller cubes into its interior. The 2 small cubes each occupied an inner corner of a large cube. Based on proportions, Lin Ye would need to find 6 more small cubes to completely fill the large cube. Quite troublesome indeed. Having roughly deduced the special mission's progression, Lin Ye stored everything potentially useful into his loot space, including those Tier 4 body parts. After processing the loot, Lin Ye opened the elevator to find the fat man still waiting inside. What do you need me to do, sir? Seeing Lin Ye completely unharmed, the fat man forced an obsequious smile. Where's the spider god cult's base? With 6 more small cubes to find, Lin Ye had no intention of waiting for the spider god cult to come to him. Probably in the basements of some abandoned buildings on the outskirts. Those cultists frequently come to the Gray Gang to purchase goods, but I only know the general direction, not the exact location. The fat man took the map and circled the approximate area of the Spider God cult's operations. They don't need to purchase. Lin Ye suddenly looked up toward the ceiling, the changes above making him abandon his half-assed question. Does the City of Sin have any churches? Preferably older ones. Churches? I remember there being an abandoned old church at the westernmost part of the city, but nobody's maintained that church for a long time. The fat man didn't believe any so-called deities would listen to the weak, so he maintained no religious beliefs. Good. Thanks for your help. You don't need to follow me anymore. Lin Ye entered the elevator and casually used spiritual energy to push the fat man outside. You mean? The fat man stood flustered outside the elevator, inwardly delighted yet unable to believe this was real. That's right, you're free. And everything in the room is yours. Take as much as you want. Lin Ye pressed the button, and before the elevator doors closed, he said to the fat man who was already eager to move, but afraid to act, I'm letting you go, but you still need to take responsibility for your previous actions. When you made deals with those cultists, your fate was already sealed. Leaving the fat man who was already planning his escape with the money, Lin Ye took the elevator down from the hotel and drove away in the fat man's sports car, using the appropriated keys. Lin Ye parked outside a restaurant and picked up Lily, who had been waiting inside. Did you find her? Seeing only Lin Ye in the car, Lily bit her lip as she asked. Not finding her would be one thing. She feared hearing the other possibility. Your friend was purchased by the Spider God cult's followers. Later, I'll go have a talk with the Spider God cult. Lin Ye answered calmly. He thought back to the dismembered limbs and organs near the altar when he first arrived, his mood growing heavy. Later, not getting the worst possible answer, Lily relaxed slightly. It's about to rain. Lin Ye pointed toward the sky. Lily looked up and saw countless snow-white silk strands falling like heavy rain, enveloping the entire city of Sin. What is that? Lily pulled her head back in the car and asked in terror. I don't know either, but I think it's best not to get touched by those silk strands. Lin Ye floored the accelerator, heading straight for the westernmost part of the city of Sin. Screams rose and fell outside the car windows as those silk threads descending from the sky equally pursued all living creatures within the city. People ran wildly through the streets to avoid the threads, but once entangled by even a single strand, they would quickly be overwhelmed by massive amounts of following silk. Strands of silk fell onto the sports car's roof, piercing through the windows like worms and crawling into the vehicle's interior. Lin Ye maneuvered the vehicle to constantly avoid obstacles on the road, while simultaneously tracing runes nearby to deal with the varying thicknesses of silk strands crawling into the car. These silk strands were extremely difficult to handle. The spiritual energy blade imbued with cutting concept could only slice through the thinner strands, while thicker ones required 2 to 3 cuts to completely sever. Even when cut, the severed portions would persistently crawl toward nearby living creatures. Lin Ye could only deploy mutated spiritual energy shields around them, while continuously tracing weakening runes to suppress the activity of these silk strands. But the car quickly filled with silk strands of varying thicknesses, and the mutated spiritual energy shields began to crack and disappear. Why are all these silk strands crawling to the right? Is Lily carrying something that attracts them? Or do I have some item on me that prevents them from attacking me? Lin Ye controlled the steering wheel with one hand, retrieved the jade cube from his loot space, and took a smaller cube from within the larger one. Hold this. Lin Ye handed the small cube to Lily. As Lily took the small cube, the silk strands immediately stopped moving and ceased attacking the nearly collapsed spiritual energy shield. Having lost their target, the silk strands piled in the back seat quickly withdrew through the windows, turning to attack other prey. What is this? Lily looked in astonishment at the cube in her hand. She had already begun thinking about her last words moments ago. The Spider God cult created such a massive scene probably for these cubes. Don't lose it. Lin Ye put the large cube back into his loot space. Even separated by a spatial barrier, the silk strands didn't attack him. Lily looked thoughtfully at the cube in her hand. With the silk interference gone, Lin Ye turned on the car stereo, cranked the volume to maximum, and continued accelerating toward the western city. Lin Ye actually hated noise, but with the entire city filled with chaotic screams, gunshots, and explosions, playing some music wouldn't bother anyone else. RNOES. I never thought I'd have the day when I'd be joyriding in a sports car through the city of Sin. Watching passerby after passerby being wrapped into cocoon-like shapes by silk strands along the roadside, Lily sighed with emotion. By now, the sounds of resistance in the city had begun to diminish. The roads were piled high with snow-white silk mounds that resembled insect cocoons, the mounds trembling slightly as if the people inside were still breathing. Too bad the weather isn't great, and there's too much debris on the road. His mental energy scanned the interiors of those silk mounds as Lin Ye continued accelerating, ruthlessly running over one snow-white cocoon after another. The silk strands naturally wouldn't be damaged by tires, but the embryos that hadn't completed mutation inside weren't so resilient. Lin Ye watched with satisfaction through the rearview mirror as cocoon after cocoon was crushed, leaking blood and flesh, gradually finding that feeling he used to have when playing racing games to the beat of dynamic music. Lin Ye didn't tell Lily that he actually didn't have a driver's license, and this was his first time driving. However, Lin Ye had watched others drive several times and had played Road Rash, so he wasn't completely new to this. Aren't you driving a bit too fast? Sitting in the passenger seat, Lily felt the sports car was practically floating, especially when running over the silk mounds, giving a sensation of low-altitude flight. It's fine, I'm very good at driving. In games, Lin Ye silently added in his mind. That's good then. Lily quietly fastened her seatbelt. Lin Ye secretly manipulated spiritual energy to impact various parts of the sports car to maintain vehicle stability. If not for his decent grasp of physics, they would have long since rolled off the track. Arriving at the church after a nerve-wracking journey, Lin Ye executed a drift and parked the car at the church entrance, ending this dangerous trip. Lily secretly glanced at the car roof with its inexplicable multiple dents and said nothing. The church was exactly as the fat man had described, an abandoned, poorly maintained church that had fallen into disrepair over years. But the church's materials were decent enough, making it sufficient as a temporary base. After telling Lily to stay on a pew and not wander around, Lin Ye began setting up rune traps throughout the church. Those cocoons wouldn't take long to hatch into mutation creatures, and when that happened, this city of sin would become a paradise for monsters. Lin Ye wasn't sure if the Spider God cult had means to control these mutated monsters, so he had to prepare in advance for attacks by large numbers of mutated creatures. Just as Lin Ye was engraving runes on the wall using fourth-stage flesh, he sensed someone approaching the church. Lin Ye didn't stop what he was doing, but he prepared to take action. If the other party showed even a hint of hostility, he would strike with full force. After all, time was running short, and the church wasn't fully prepared yet. A burly man carrying a heavy machine gun with ammunition belts wrapped around his body pushed open the church doors. He had intended to walk directly into the church, but upon sensing the arrangements inside, his right foot halted mid-step. Charles just wanted to find a place to rest. When passing the church, he saw the dented sports car parked outside and thought he'd come in to see if he could find someone to cooperate with. Through the church doors, his perception was affected, making it impossible to determine who was inside. But when he opened the church doors, he became even more uncertain. First were those complex bloody runic structures engraved on the floor and walls. Charles didn't dare use his mental energy to carefully perceive them. Mental contact was the most dangerous form of contact, and he had no desire to be affected by those runes and turned into a babbling madman. Second were the two low-stage spiritual energy users in the church, one at first stage, one at second stage. A spiritual energy user stage was difficult to conceal, as advancement left clear marks on the body. How many times someone had advanced could be determined at a glance. But could two low-stage spiritual energy users really create such complex runic structures? Charles nervously withdrew his right foot. He had absolutely no desire to approach this haunted place. You should have that kind of cube on you, right? Can you get it to me? Lin Ye glanced at Charles and continued setting up rune traps. Cube? You mean the inheritance proof? Are you also a participant in the ritual? Charles looked nervously at Lin Ye, his right hand slowly reaching behind his back. That thing is the inheritance proof? I won't steal your things. Anyway, you'll all eventually fight each other, and the winner will naturally come find me here. Lin, then I'll be going? Charles stopped his right hand from reaching backward and retreated step by step. You don't need to worry about me. I don't kill people randomly without reason. What you should worry about are the monsters about to be born in the city. Time is running short. Lin Ye continued setting up rune traps inside the church. He didn't think the other could survive alone in a city full of monsters, but that wasn't his concern. Previously, the spiritual energy concentration in the city of sin could only be considered average. But as some ritual began, the environmental spiritual energy density gradually increased, as if someone had sealed off the city and kept injecting spiritual energy inside the barrier. This wasn't bad news for Lin Ye. As long as spiritual energy kept up, he could hold out here for a long time. Is there anything I can do to help? Lily watched Lin Ye busily preparing the church and asked softly, "What are you good at?" Lin Ye didn't directly reject Lily. In his view, even ordinary people had their uses, let alone a first-level spiritual energy user. While I had pretty good grades in school, my friends say I sing quite nicely. Looking at those completely incomprehensible symbols on the walls, Lily's voice grew less confident with each word. Perfect. You can help me smash these flesh chunks and sing me a song while you're at it. Preferably something uplifting. I didn't sleep well this morning. Lin Ye dumped all the flesh from his loot space onto the empty ground and handed the sturdy thigh bone to Lily. Okay. Lily took the thigh bone and smashed it into the juicy meat chunks, spraying blood everywhere. To prevent blood spray from getting in her mouth, Lily pulled up her collar and began singing, smashing a chunk of flesh with each line she sang. Lily had never imagined that her first job after leaving school would be this. Amid Lily's passionate singing, Lin Ye continued working in high spirits. With someone handling the menial tasks, his efficiency improved significantly. 30 minutes later, Lin Ye finished preparing the church, just as monstrous roars echoed from the previously calm urban areas in the distance. Take a break. We might not have time to rest later. Lin Ye took out a bottle of what looked like expensive beverage from his loot space and poured Lily a cup. This was one of the rare drinks among William's collection. The rest were all high-proof liquors. Thank you. This cup is so beautiful. Lily picked up the cup and held it toward the light source, the liquid inside sparkling brilliantly. You can keep it if you like it. I have several more. Lin Ye poured himself a cup too. Through the glass, he could see monsters rushing toward the church in the distance. It was a Spider-Man, with spider features haphazardly spliced together with human parts. Snow-white silk strands twisted and writhed all over its body. Of course, there wouldn't be just one such monster. Painful roars could be heard from all directions, as if these creatures retained some human consciousness but couldn't control their monstrous instincts. Lin Ye sat on a bench, savoring the liquid in his cup. He watched as Spider-Man charged into the church through various broken openings, only to die in the rune traps. Until the number of monsters breaking into the church reached a certain threshold, Lin Ye didn't need to do anything. Are we just going to sit here? Lily watched the gruesome deaths of the Spider-Men and asked uneasily. You could sing them an encouraging song. After finishing his drink, Lin Ye took out a milk soft candy and popped it into his mouth. Encourage them to come eat me? I mean, shouldn't we prepare somehow? Like smashing these Spider-Men to pieces. Facing a situation beyond her control, Lily desperately wanted to do something. I still have uses for these corpses. If you're bored, you can play chess with me. Lin Ye took out an exquisite chessboard, another one of William's collectibles. I'm not very good at these aristocratic games. Seeing that Lin Ye had already opened the chessboard, Lily had no choice but to help set up the pieces. She felt grateful she had played with Sophie before. Otherwise, she'd be embarrassed not knowing the rules. What are you doing? You can only place one piece at a time. Lin Ye pushed the figurines Lily had arranged off the chessboard. Don't we need to set up the pieces first? Lily asked confusedly. No, the board is mine, so I make the rules. You can only place one piece at a time. The first person to connect 5 pieces in a line wins. Lin Ye placed a black figurine at the center of the board. Oh, so that's how you play. No wonder I could never win. I was using the wrong rules. I won't lose this time. Lily seriously placed a red figurine next to the black one. No, you're just terrible. You'll still lose when you're supposed to lose. 18 moves later, Lin Ye won the first game. Lily resentfully cleared the board and placed a red figurine at the center. But as a Gamoka master who had defeated all his classmates in high school, Lin Ye naturally wouldn't lose to a beginner, and he never went easy on anyone. 10 minutes later, Lily achieved her first 10-game losing streak. Why? Lily stared at the chessboard, beginning to doubt her intelligence. I make the rules. Why would you think you had any chance of winning? Lin Ye used his spiritual energy blade to finish off the first Spider-Man that broke through the rune traps. But the rules are fair. Lily couldn't understand what was wrong. That's exactly right. If they weren't fair, you wouldn't have played 10 games with me. Heavy machine gun fire and car engine roars came from outside the church. Lin Ye turned to look at the church doors. Before long, Charles pushed open the church doors with one man and one woman. Friend, the city of sin has been sealed off. Monsters are everywhere outside. We hope to cooperate with you to hold out until the ritual ends. The trio were covered in silk strands and wounds everywhere, looking utterly wretched. I don't need to cooperate with you, but I can let you take refuge in the church, provided you show sufficient sincerity. Although all 3 were quite powerful third-tier spiritual energy users, Lin Ye didn't care. The church was his territory. Trespassers would die. Which family are you from? I'm the heir of the Donald family. Help me obtain the inheritance rights, and I'll give you anything you want after we leave here. Jimmy pushed Charles aside and spoke to Lin Ye. So you're saying you're not planning to give me anything now? You're really not afraid of death? Lin Ye turned back to continue tormenting Lily. Although the other party was somewhat rude, he wouldn't kill them directly. At most, he'd watch them get bitten to death by Spider-Man. I can give you the inheritance proof. May I come in? Sensing the complex runes inside the church, Bella straightforwardly abandoned her brainless companions. Permission granted. Lin Ye liked smart people. They were less troublesome to deal with. I'll give it to you too. If you keep running around outside, forget about inheriting any legacy. I'm about to become someone else's legacy myself. Charles wasn't stupid either. Even without mentioning the yet-to-appear Spider-God cult, those Spider-Men outside could easily kill them. Big brother, I was wrong. Give me a chance. Jimmy promptly admitted defeat. Without his companions, he wouldn't last 15 minutes outside. The three of them handed their small cubes to Lin Ye, who didn't give them any trouble and let them into the church. With more and more Spider-Men gathering outside, he needed more people to help with the defense. Especially Charles with his heavy machine gun. Having him around would make defending much easier. Handle those Spider-Men that break through the rune traps. Don't let them bother me. Lin Ye continued playing chess with Lily. These people had arrived at just the right time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any time to slack off. Are you playing chess? Jimmy glanced over a few times but couldn't understand what they were doing. Was that family story you mentioned made up? If it was fabricated, you're quite talented. You almost fooled me. The entire church was under Lin Ye's control. He would deal with any Spider-Man that the three couldn't handle. The Donald family is actually quite famous, though he might not necessarily be the family's heir. Bella interjected. Her weapon was a sharp greatsword that could cleave through a Spider-Man's body with a single swing. If the family is so famous, why would they send family members here to die? Or does your family have so many third tiers that you need to send some in to be expended? Lin Ye asked in confusion. Sigh, the family is almost finished. Someone just happened to give me an opportunity to inherit an ancient family's legacy. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Jimmy sighed. He had known there was something fishy about this, but never expected the problem to be this big. Ancient family? What family? Even now, Lin Ye didn't know what he was supposed to be inheriting. I don't know either, but any family with an inheritance proof must be at least several hundred years old. The collections inside must be extremely valuable, and there might even be relics. Jimmy looked at Lin Ye with envy. If he could obtain even one relic, he could revitalize his family. So, if the inheritance proof doesn't belong to some current family, but is rather a relic from some ancient family, as long as you collect them all, you can obtain that family's legacy. Lin Ye had previously thought the young man was the heir of some current family, and that he was helping the other inherit the family legacy. Correct. The inheritance proof is a product of an ancient technology that has been lost. Although many inheritance proofs have been excavated, the Empire still hasn't managed to decipher this technology. Bella looked at Lin Ye with confusion. While inheritance proofs weren't common, anyone who reached a certain status would know relevant information. After easily defeating Lily once again, Lin Ye put away the chessboard. Something seemed to have changed outside. More and more Spider-Men were squeezing into the church, and he no longer had time to slack off. Lin Ye absorbed the spiritual energy from the environment, continuously backstabbing Spider-Man with spiritual energy blades. Combined with the rune traps, he quickly cleared the church of Spider-Man. But before long, more Spider-Men crowded into the church. The rune traps triggered one after another as the Spider-Men stepped over their companions' bodies, approaching the pew area. Lin Ye had already set up multiple layers of mutated spiritual energy shields around the pews. Spider-Men crashed into the spiritual energy shields and were impaled by spiritual energy blades. I'm almost out of bullets. We can't hold out much longer like this. Charles shouted loudly. You three take turns defending near the pews. Leave the monsters to me to clean up. Lin Ye drew his experimental longsword. The spiritual energy blades were too inefficient, only able to deal with one monster at a time, and there were too many Spider-Men. Spiritual energy compression, shaping, cutting, speed. Dying. Swinging the longsword, Lin Ye roared. Scorching energy erupted from the hilt, merging into the compressed spiritual energy within the blade. The fused energy passed through 3 runes, shaping, cutting, and speed, before erupting forward from Lin Ye's position. Boom! The Spider-Men in front of Lin Ye were cleared out. The compressed energy, after rough shaping, erupted forward like shotgun pellets, blowing apart all enemies blocking Lin Ye's path. Lin Ye called this technique the shotgun blade, a product of his research into spiritual energy compression. Good thing I didn't talk back earlier. Jimmy felt extremely grateful that Lin Ye hadn't used that technique on him before. Lin Ye stood before the pews, absorbing spiritual energy. The church doors had been completely destroyed by his strikes, and large numbers of Spider-Men flooded into the church. Spiritual energy blades appearing out of thin air continuously backstabbed approaching Spider-Man. When the church became packed with Spider-Man, Lin Ye would unleash another shotgun blade. Charles and the others handled Spider-Man squeezing into the church through damaged areas. As long as Lin Ye stood guard at the front, they could hold out for a long time. Lin Ye continuously unleashed shotgun blades, occasionally taking time to repair the rune traps. The concentration of spiritual energy around them grew higher and higher. As long as he had enough mental energy, he could keep going for a long time. Spider-Man corpses soon piled up throughout the church. The front half of the church had almost been completely demolished by Lin Ye's attacks. Lin Ye occasionally took breaks to drink water. When he finished his second bottle of mineral water, the flood of Spider-Men entering the church finally began to decrease. Are they gone? Charles released the heavy machine gun and sat on the ground. Even with controlled bursts, he had almost run out of ammunition. Damn it, when I get back, I'm going to kill that bastard who gave me the inheritance proof. Jimmy sat down next to Charles. He was the weakest of the 3, and if Charles hadn't helped him earlier, he might not have made it back. Bella leaned on her greatsword as she sat on a pew. She still had some energy left. You don't think this is over, do you? Lin Ye sat next to Lily and took out a piece of milk soft candy, putting it in his mouth. The Spider God cult? Bella's expression turned grave. She knew exactly how difficult those cultists were to deal with. They had destroyed the entire city of Sin. They wouldn't let them go until they achieved their goal. Boss, you can definitely handle those cultists, right? Jimmy moved closer to the pews, hugging Lin Ye's calf, while speaking in an ingratiating tone. Handle them? You still don't understand the situation. This city is the Spider God cult's nest, their chessboard. And all of you who came to compete for the inheritance proof are just chess pieces they've arranged. What makes you think you can handle them? Lin Ye closed his eyes. The city of Sin couldn't have only William as a 4th-tier spiritual energy user. The Spider-Men that had just attacked the church were at most 3rd-tier, and pretty weak ones at that. Where are the remaining monsters? As if answering Lin Ye's question, a group of cultists riding Spider-Men gradually approached the church. The Spider-Men being ridden were all mutated from relatively strong 3rd-tier spiritual energy users. Behind those cultists stood 4 spider monsters mutated from 4th-tier spiritual energy users. You actually haven't died yet, and you've wiped out all the remaining offspring. I should have come to deal with you first. These 2-tier 4 candidates could have waited until the end. Under Priest Khan's command, the 2 freshly mutated Tier 4 monsters emitted agonized roars. There were also participants who had obtained inheritance proofs and were even 2-tier 4 spiritual energy users. But even Tier 4 spiritual energy users struggled to survive the Spider God cult schemes. After all, the Tier 4 spiritual energy users in the City of Sin had long been implanted with Spider God eggs by the cult. Before the ritual began, they had already been mutated into monsters obedient to the Spider God cult. Under the combined assault of Khan and the 2-tier 4 mutated monsters, they could only transform into monsters. If Lin Ye hadn't eliminated one cultist and William in advance, they would have been dealt with long ago. You really should have come earlier. Since I could eliminate your companion, there's a possibility I can eliminate you too. Lin Ye stood within the half-destroyed church, speaking to the priest outside. Oh, so that waste was eliminated by you. I thought those 2 Tier 4s did it. Priest Khan looked surprisingly at the 2nd-tier spiritual energy user standing amid the pile of corpses before him. The other's strength and talent intrigued him, and even his appearance was quite suitable. They were too careless. If I were them, I wouldn't have given you any chance to sneak attack. Lin Ye sighed. Fourth-tier spiritual energy users were powerful, and this very power was their most fatal weakness. You're not bad. I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you're willing to join the Spider God cult, I won't just spare those wastes behind you. I'll even give you an opportunity to become a deity. Priest Khan tilted his head, staring at Lin Ye. Beneath his skin, silk strands crawled and shifted. The ritual isn't over yet. I suspect they're all part of the ceremony, so you can't possibly spare them. As for becoming a deity, I hate spiders, and I certainly don't want to become a spider nest. Lin Ye flatly refused. The spider god sounded weak. Who knew which backwater mountain deity it was? He was valuable merchandise. Then there's no helping it. Since you're unwilling to become a host, you can only serve as experimental material. Whether you become a spider nest or not isn't your decision to make. Under Priest Khan's command, all 4-tier 4 mutation creatures charged at Lin Ye simultaneously. You don't actually think you're the only one who can conduct rituals, do you? You should know, even among deities, there are disparities. What should you do if you accidentally stumble into someone else's chessboard? Lin Ye chose to play by his own rules. The opponent needed to fulfill numerous complex conditions to win, while he only needed to connect 5 pieces. The moment Lin Ye stepped into the abandoned church, the ritual had already begun. Every subsequent slaughter was in homage to the deity. Lin Ye raised the colored glass sphere with one hand, softly speaking the only skill he had obtained from the divine seat. Sacrificial offering. The sacrificial offering could form unique mutation organs, but no one had ever said it could only create one mutation organ. As long as there was sufficient material, dividing it into 2 portions could create 2 mutation organs. Divide it into 3 portions, and you get 3 mutation organs. Divide it into a complete set, and you can form an entire system of mutation organs. And one complete set of mutation organs could form a mutation creature. Of course, given Lin Ye's mutation proficiency, he definitely couldn't perform such complex operations alone, so he needed to borrow the deity's power. The ritual pleased the deity, and the deity revealed a smile. All the Spider-Men's flesh and blood within the church surged toward Lin Ye simultaneously. This biomass covered Lin Ye's body surface, rapidly mutating and reshaping into numerous mutation organs that assembled into a complete entity. Within moments, a flesh giant bearing some resemblance to Lin Ye appeared where he had been standing. The flesh giant pushed open the church dome, casually grabbed one of the approaching tier 4 mutated monsters, and tore it in half amid the creature's piercing shrieks. Now, who gets to make the decisions? The flesh giant revealed a bloody smile toward the priest, emitting Lin Ye's voice from its mouth. Damn cultist! A second tier tearing apart 4th tiers? What kind of monster are you worshipping? You're forcing my hand. Priest Khan turned and prostrated himself on the ground, speaking to a black-robed figure behind him. Great divine emissary, the ritual has been disrupted and cannot proceed. Please directly initiate the final steps. The figure removed its hood, revealing a youthful face. Sophie, how could you join the Spider God cult? Seeing the figure's face, Lily emitted an incredulous cry of disbelief. The Spider God cult's divine emissary completely ignored Lily, paying no attention to the heavy blow the flesh giant was throwing her way either. She looked up toward the sky, where a large number of pure white silk strands descended from above. A tier 4 mutated monster moved to block Lin Ye's punching path, only to be smashed apart by Lin Ye. This was Lin Ye's first time controlling such a gigantic flesh mutation body, and he couldn't smoothly change attack targets yet. The silk strands fell to the ground, covering the divine emissary and the other cultists, including the priest. The mutated monsters didn't escape either. All were swept into the silk. Vast quantities of silk coiled together, forming a gigantic white egg-shaped object. Lin Ye adapted to his new body while quickly moving near the egg-shaped object, forcefully tearing at the silk. However, before he could exert force, the silk strands crawled along the flesh giant's arm toward its body. Lin Ye moved diagonally forward while using his left hand to coil around most of the silk strands. Then he exerted full body force, driving his right fist into the egg-shaped object. Thump! The egg-shaped object shook violently from the impact, but the silk proved incredibly resilient, absorbing and dispersing the majority of the fist's force. Meanwhile, scattered silk strands had already pierced into the flesh giant's body, beginning to squirm through the flesh as they attempted to locate Lin Ye's position. Lin Ye rapidly retreated, temporarily lacking a method to deal with the silk. He could only distance himself from the egg-shaped object and first address the silk within his body. The four observers inside the church watched in stunned silence. Both sides' explosively escalating combat power had completely eliminated any opportunity for them to intervene, leaving them no choice but to hide and wait for the battle's conclusion. Lily looked sorrowfully at the pure, white, egg-shaped object. Her friend might never return. After dealing with the silk inside his body, Lin Ye didn't rush forward to continue fighting. He refused to believe this flesh giant crafted by deity power could only swing its fists wildly. This body definitely possessed additional special functions. He just hadn't learned to use them yet. Lin Ye moved his body through various motions, and as he familiarized himself with it, he gradually began to understand how to utilize this body's capabilities. As Lin Ye was acclimating to his body, heavy heartbeat sounds emerged from within the egg-shaped object. The entire structure began rhythmic contractions and expansions, the heartbeat growing progressively stronger as the insect egg approached hatching. Lin Ye stared intently at the egg-shaped object. The moment it hatched would be when he made his move. Pure white spider silk contracted toward the center of the egg-shaped object, where a giant mutated monster was about to be born. Lin Ye contemplated every step of what came next, carving speed and power runes onto some key parts of the flesh giant's body. He didn't have to wait long. 8 sharp limbs tore through the egg-shaped object, and a giant spider covered with heads crawled out from within. Before it could even take a proper look at the outside world, the fully prepared flesh giant vanished from its original position and appeared right in front of the giant spider. The giant spider was also ready for combat, but it clearly hadn't anticipated that Lin Ye would charge straight at it without the slightest intention of slowing down. The flesh giant crashed into the giant spider and locked it in a death grip, completely ignoring the sharp limbs stabbing deep into its body. While the flesh giant charged toward the giant spider, Lin Ye had already slipped away from its back, so no matter how those limbs stabbed, they couldn't reach him. What happened next was already ingrained as instinct within the flesh giant's very being, requiring no control from Lin Ye whatsoever. This was the fundamental nature of the flesh giant's formation, its most powerful ability. Hypervelocity mutation. The flesh giant melted onto the giant spider's body. Flowing flesh surged into the giant spider's interior, triggering an irreversible mutation collapse within the giant spider itself. This was the ultimate fate of most mutation creatures. The flesh giant simply dramatically accelerated this process. Lin Ye stood at a distance, calmly watching the cultists whose bodies were collapsing within the flowing flesh. Though they had become part of the giant spider, they still retained some self-awareness, which brought them closer to their deity while also making them emit despairing wails. Priest Khan didn't scream. He had long contemplated his eventual end, just not expected it to arrive so quickly. Lin Ye stared at the giant spider that kept mutating and collapsing in its struggles. The main mission was basically complete, but he still had personal business to settle. The spider god cult's divine emissary wasn't dead yet. Like Lin Ye, its body was buried deep within the giant spider's interior, and before the mutating flesh could reach it, there was enough time to escape to safety. Right now, it was hiding at the bottom of that pile of deteriorating flesh, waiting for an opportunity to eliminate Lin Ye. But Lin Ye had already locked onto its position. He just wasn't in a hurry. The giant spider was still mutating, and soon enough it would come out on its own. Lily ran up behind Lin Ye, watching the still struggling giant spider with sadness as she said to him, "Sophie isn't one of the spider god cult members. I know. The divine emissary parasitized her body and took control of it. Lin Ye had figured this out early on, but the divine emissary was deeply connected to Sophie. If he didn't kill Sophie, he couldn't kill the divine emissary. The divine emissary was harder to kill than Sophie. Can you help her then?" Lily looked at Lin Ye with pleading eyes. "I can give it one chance. It depends on whether it can seize that opportunity." Lin Ye walked toward the completely collapsed giant spider and spoke to the pile of rotting flesh. "Aren't you coming out? I don't really care either way. I just want all of you dead. You can choose your method of death freely." Seeing that Lin Ye had discovered its location, the divine emissary crawled out from the pile of rotten flesh. To prevent body mutation, it could only hide at the very edge. Sophie looked around blankly, as if waking from a long nightmare. "Sophie? Is that really you?" Lily looked at Sophie's confused eyes and asked in disbelief, "Lily, where's this? What happened to me?" Blurred memories gradually sharpened into focus as Sophie slowly recalled this chaotic and insane experience. It's still inside me. Kill me quickly, please." Sophie clutched her head, screaming in agony as silk strands writhed beneath her snow-white skin. "Sorry, I can't save her. I can only make her passing less painful." Lin Ye apologized to Lily before swinging his blade towards Sophie's neck. As Lin Ye swung his weapon, numerous silk strands shot out from within Sophie's body, stabbing toward various parts of Lin Ye's body. "Got you." With various rune enhancements, Lin Ye swung his left hand without warning, the sturdy thigh bone striking one specific silk strand with perfect accuracy. The moment the silk strand was hit, all the other strands shattered into powder, including those inside Sophie's body. Just as Lin Ye had suspected, these silk strands weren't just the divine emissary's main form. They were also its vital weakness. "I knew you'd try to parasitize me. Brainless fool." After sensing Sophie's internal condition and confirming no residual silk strands remained, Lin Ye began organizing the loot. But truthfully, there wasn't much left to organize. Both the flesh giant and giant spider had become piles of rotten flesh, and the spiritual energy items within had been ruined by the mutating flesh. Such a loss. I should have fought it out properly first. Lin Ye retrieved the remaining 4 small cubes from Sophie and Lily, who were embracing each other. When he placed all 8 small cubes into the large cube, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Special event concluded. Return to shelter available. Automatic return when countdown ends. 9:59, 9:58. So, where's my inheritance? Lin Ye held the complete cube, scanning his surroundings. There was nothing around. "Thank you so much for everything. The ritual has ended, and we can leave now." Bella looked enviously at the cube in Lin Ye's hand as she spoke. "How exactly does this thing work?" Lin Ye carefully sensed the cube, feeling like he'd been scammed. "Can't you sense the inheritance space?" Bella asked with confusion. "No, I can't sense anything at all," Lin Ye replied. "And I'm not sure. The holder of the inheritance proof should be able to sense the inheritance space, though there might be certain conditions to access the inheritance within that space. Perhaps you need to meet specific requirements before you can sense the inheritance space." Bella wasn't entirely certain. This was the first time she'd heard of an inheritance proof that required meeting conditions before even accessing the inheritance space. "All right then, could you help get these 2 back home?" Lin Ye glanced at Lily, who was crying messily while embracing Sophie, as he asked. "Of course. You saved our lives. Getting them home is the least we can do." Charles chimed in, with Jimmy nodding beside him. "Are you leaving now?" Lily stood up while holding Sophie, her eyes red and tear stains still visible on her face. "Of course. I'm quite busy, you know. Try not to lose your friend again," Lin Ye said with a smile. "Thank you for teaching me chess. I hope I can win against you someday." Lily also smiled. "Don't even think about it." Lin Ye returned to the shelter. Inheritance space. Obtained special inheritance proof connected to inheritance space. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw card. When Lin Ye returned to the shelter, The pop-eyed goldfish's fish tank had already disappeared. A shimmering white door appeared in the center of the shelter, which should be the passage leading to the inheritance space. This time the card showed a mirror. As the card dissipated, a square mirror just large enough to frame a human face appeared in the shelter center. Its dark red frame was carved with intricate patterns, while the mirror's back was completely black. Lin Ye picked up the mirror, and the reflection of himself stared back, their eyes meeting. Just as Lin Ye was about to compliment his handsome features, the reflection averted its gaze. "You live in a place like this?" The reflection inside the mirror spoke. "No choice, it's a sign from above." "Are you this mirror?" This was Lin Ye's first time encountering a card creature that could speak human language. "No, I am you, damn it." The reflection of Lin Ye became blurred, and when the image cleared again, it had transformed into little Ye's face. "What are you doing?" "The shelter has changed so much." Little Ye also looked outside through the mirror. "I was just looking in the mirror." "How did you get here?" The reflection didn't show the shelter. Behind Little Ye stood a white house. "Stop creating new consciousness entities, especially these abnormal ones. This mirror is good. You can contact me through it." "No, I am, though." "Damn it. Can you come through?" Lin Ye also placed his hand on the mirror surface, but he couldn't push his hand through to the other side. "Can't. I still have some matters to handle here. Let's talk later." Screams came from the house, and Little Ye in the mirror disappeared. When Lin Ye looked in the mirror again, it was completely blurred. Sigh. Finally encountered one that could talk. Putting down the mirror, Lin Ye began organizing the loot. First was the inheritance proof, and there was still an inheritance space waiting for him to enter. Special inheritance proof. Key to opening the inheritance space. Note, this is a very special inheritance proof originating from a great family. Lin Ye approached the white door with the inheritance proof. After opening the door, he was transported to a white space filled with display cases. The white space stretched beyond sight, neatly arranged with display cases of identical specifications. Each case contained different items. Entered inheritance space, obtained inheritance rights *1. Please select one inheritance and complete the corresponding inheritance task. Lin Ye looked at the nearest display case containing a pitch-black spear. The case had an inheritance task posted. Kill abyss creatures and obtain 10 abyss crystals from their bodies. Could you at least specify what abyss crystals are? Lin Ye had no intention of accepting such vague inheritance tasks. If there were time limits and he couldn't complete it, that would be troublesome. Plus, any task related to the abyss was definitely complicated. After wandering through the inheritance space for half an hour, Lin Ye finally found what seemed like a reliable inheritance task. Kill 10 intermediate-level mutation creatures and obtain their spiritual energy cores. The display case for this task contained a pitch-black pistol with an unusually long barrel. The gun body was engraved with numerous complex runes, making it look extremely dangerous. In section, since the task targets intermediate-level mutation creatures, this gun should be at least an intermediate-level spiritual energy weapon. I happen to need a more powerful pistol. Lin Ye selected the inheritance task on the display case, and the system teleported him back to the shelter. The white door in the shelter center disappeared. Lin Ye found the inheritance task interface in the system menu, where he could submit task items through the system. Only after completing this inheritance task could he accept the next one. After handling the inheritance space, Lin Ye continued examining the other items. Milk soft candy. Alice's favorite milk-flavored soft candy brings feelings of pleasure after eating. Note, don't eat too much. Power gauntlets. Intermediate-level spiritual energy item. Automatically masters boxing techniques. When equipped, doubles strength when attacking enemies with the gauntlets. Note, prolonged use may cause forgetting of other attack techniques. Bloody ring. Intermediate-level spiritual energy item. Automatically absorbs enemy blood when killing enemies. When the ring is filled with blood, can manipulate blood to attack enemies. Note, prolonged wear may cause anemia. The power gauntlets were a pair of black silk fingerless gloves that didn't hinder finger movement when worn. The bloody ring was a dark red metal ring without extra decorations, looking like an ordinary rusted iron loop. Both are usable, but not for frequent use. Pity there's no intermediate level spiritual energy blade weapon. Lin Ye sorted the loot properly, especially William's exquisite daily necessities, many of which he could use. After handling the loot, Lin Ye tended to the plants and animals for a while, prepared some food for himself, then opened the group chat while eating. 527-599/1000000. Why haven't we seen Brother Lin today? Right, last week the big shot had already posted shelter upgrade information by now. Did something happen to the big shot? Scared me into checking. The big shot's name is still lit up. Indeed, maybe bad luck with no blueprint drops, so he went to sleep sad? That would be too unlucky. I got one, just lacking materials. Lin Ye triggered a special task, just returned. Lin Ye briefly described the special task. Lin Ye, special tasks are quite dangerous. Be careful when accepting them. As expected of a big shot. While we're still scavenging in the red maze, the big shot's already doing tasks in other worlds. That's too dangerous. I don't dare randomly pick up things anymore. Don't worry. With your level, you won't even encounter system tasks. True, special tasks are definitely prepared specifically by the system for big shots. You should just go to sleep early. After finishing midnight snacks and washing up, Lin Ye lay in bed reading group chat for a while, played with the little dog and little black resting by his bedside, then finally closed his eyes and fell into deep sleep. Doomsday Survival Day 16, 6:34 a.m. After waking up, Lin Ye picked up the mirror and looked. It was still completely blurred, nothing visible. After breakfast, Lin Ye lay on the bed and began the daily simulation. Please choose to start new simulation task or enter simulation stronghold. Enter simulation stronghold. Please select simulation stronghold to enter. Simulated stronghold personnel, Kevin. Can end simulation at any time. The asylum was the same as always, cold and empty. Lin Ye headed toward the library. Although Mia had suggested he could explore other areas, this hospital had left a deep impression on him during the simulation missions. While he could return to the shelter at any time, he didn't plan to wander around here until his strength reached a certain level. Besides, reading in the library steadily improved his mental energy, so there really was no need to roam around randomly. Lin Ye entered the library. Today, Bob was inside reading. After greeting Bob, Lin Ye found an interesting book and began reading. The recent simulation missions and system activities had left him somewhat mentally fatigued, and this morning provided the perfect opportunity to recover. Lin Ye's attention became completely immersed in the book. He rarely relaxed this much outside the shelter. This was a simulation stronghold, barely counting as one of his territories. Several hours later, Lin Ye put down the book and stretched his stiff body. As he raised his hand, he bumped into an ice-cold cola that had been placed beside him. Mia. Lin Ye looked around. Bob had already left, and the library contained only him. Mia. Little Ye's voice came from the library's glass window. Lin Ye turned his head and saw Little Ye's face reflected in the window, where his own reflection should have been. At this moment, Little Ye was lying on a lounge chair sunbathing, surrounded by clean, sandy beaches. Are you on vacation? Lin Ye picked up the glass and took a sip. No, I'm trapped here. But it's fine. With your mirror, I can leave any time. However, before I depart, I'll make a lasting impression on this place's owner. Little Ye picked up a glass beside her and also took a sip of ice-cold cola. You should know when the mirror will disappear. Do you need my help? Lin Ye felt eager and ready. He had rested all morning and now brimmed with energy. No need. I'll leave before the mirror disappears. Actually, you can contact me anytime if you need help on your end. As long as there's something that can reflect a human face, I can appear by your side. It's just too bad I just finished handling matters here. Otherwise, we could have completed simulation missions together like before. Little Ye spoke with regret. It's fine. There's still the system activity tonight. By the way, do you want to visit the game room? The attendant there has been wanting me to play a big game with him. Lin Ye didn't like gambling, but that didn't mean he couldn't do it. I don't like gambling either. You could bring a small mirror with you. Just don't take any card items out of the shelter. Little Yi reminded him. Of course, I'm not stupid. Card creatures are only that cute within the shelter. Lin Ye had never considered taking card creatures out of the shelter. Although the card box had undergone the system's harmless processing, comparing it to the first card creature Goose's performance showed that these cards were gradually recovering their original power. New OES. They might still be harmless, but they might also be performing harmless little actions in places Lin Ye couldn't see. Lin Ye was just a low-level spiritual energy user without much experience. When facing an abyssal relic, no amount of caution could be considered excessive. For example, why did this mirror create Lin Ye's consciousness entity? If Little Yi hadn't existed, what would have happened next? Would these card creatures truly help him wholeheartedly? Lin Ye wasn't so certain. After finishing the cola and eating the ice cubes, then returning 10,000 ingredients and production methods for desserts to the bookshelf, Lin Ye chose to return to the shelter. Just as he returned to the shelter, Little Black, whose size had almost reached that of an adult, pounced into Lin Ye's arms while making meowing sounds. The little dog also lay beside the bed, emitting sounds remarkably similar to Little Black's. Lin Ye played with both pets for a while, then tended to various plants before taking the small mirror and nutrient solution to the game room. The game room remained unchanged. Lin Ye held the small mirror facing his face as he began wandering around the game room. He didn't idle while wandering, continuously performing spiritual energy circulation as he walked. That prize machine ahead looks good. Let's try our luck. Little Yi, who was still sunbathing at the beach within the mirror, suddenly spoke. You're the boss. Lin Ye approached the prize machine. This unmanned device operated quite simply. Just insert one red coin to draw various prizes inside. The grand prize was a relic. First prize was a set of 10 basic rune cards. Second prize was a high-level spiritual energy item. Third prize was a single rune card. And the consolation prize was thank you for your patronage. The machine's most prominent area displayed and explained the value of each reward. Are you sure you want to play this? Seeing this prize pool that didn't even offer souvenirs, Lin Ye felt completely unmotivated to try his luck. This belonged to that category of scams that didn't even bother pretending, outright telling you it's a scam and leaving it up to you whether to fall for it. This isn't a scam, Little Yi said with a laugh. Open robbery then. I'm familiar with that. Lin Ye took out a handful of red coins. He might experience his first financial loss in the game room. No, this machine is quite fair. The game room is a system facility, so it won't cheat. This machine detects and quantifies your luck. If your luck is average, you'll only get thank you for your patronage, no matter how many times you try. If your luck is sufficiently good, you'll inevitably draw something corresponding to your luck level. You really shouldn't waste red coins. Little Yi sighed helplessly as she watched Lin Ye insert a red coin into the machine. Their luck wasn't terrible, but it certainly couldn't be considered particularly good, fluctuating in the below-average range. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. The machine emitted somewhat mocking sounds while ejecting a paper slip reading, Thank you for your patronage, that fell to the ground. The attendant silently appeared behind Lin Ye, happily joining the machine's voice in saying, Thank you for your patronage to Lin Ye. Lin Ye stepped on the paper slip, expressionlessly taking out a cat-shaped fortune cookie and putting it in his mouth. If you don't want to bring misfortune to the person who gave you these cookies, you'd better not insert any coins. Little Yi looked surprisingly at the pocket containing animal cookies. She could sense the machine's desire for that bag of cookies, not craving the cookies themselves, but craving their maker. Huh, this machine doesn't just detect luck? Under the attendant's regretful gaze, Lin Ye cautiously withdrew his red coins. Of course, this is a fair machine that fairly converts your luck into prizes. So if your luck reaches a certain level, you absolutely must not insert coins into the machine. Little Yi reached her hand out through the mirror surface, took a red coin from Lin Ye's hand, and inserted it into the machine. The machine remained silent for a moment before suddenly erupting with cheers that reverberated throughout the entire game room. Grand prize. Grand prize! Grand prize! Grand prize! Grand prize! Grand prize! Lin Ye. Lin Ye wasn't worried about little Yi, because he didn't think she was foolish enough to knowingly insert coins into a problematic machine. He was simply protesting the unfairness of the world, how two nearly identical people could have such drastically different luck. Don't worry, this isn't my luck. The owner of this world bound itself to me to some extent when it tricked me into coming here. My luck is about the same as yours, so this draw consumed its luck instead. Can't talk more now. I need to make my escape. See you tonight. Little Yi vanished from the mirror just after speaking. Before she disappeared completely, Lin Ye caught a glimpse of an enormous black wave stretching to the sky behind her. Good luck out there. Lin Ye spoke to his own reflection in the mirror. Mr. Lin Ye, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. This is your grand prize, and this is a personal gift from me. Please do visit the game room more often in the future. The attendant smiled as they handed Lin Ye an exquisitely crafted small box and a black invitation. All right, I'll definitely come play more often. Lin Ye accepted the gift box and invitation. He came here daily for his spiritual energy circulation anyway. Is that boss Lin Ye over there? It looks like him. Bosses will be bosses, even winning the grand prize from a drawing. I remember the grand prize for that machine was supposed to be some kind of relic. Damn, the boss is incredible. Hearing the machine's celebratory sounds, all the survivors absorbing spiritual energy in the game room gathered around the machine. Lin Ye had shared game room usage tips in the group chat, and since game room invitations had a decent drop rate, many survivors came here to freely harvest spiritual energy. Hello, everyone. Although I won the grand prize, you'd better stay away from this machine. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Lin Ye briefly explained the machine's function, mentioning that his luck was actually average and that he had paid the price using an item. After speaking, Lin Ye found a card table to continue his spiritual energy circulation. He completed his daily cycle, won back the red coins he'd spent, and then returned to the shelter. Back in the shelter, Lin Ye opened the gift box to find a single coin inside. Lucky coin. Relic. When using the lucky coin, the user's luck will continuously deteriorate until the user reaches desperate circumstances. At that moment, the user will enter a state of absolute luck lasting 10 seconds. Note, luck is a talent. The lucky coin was a metal coin with pure white on the obverse side, engraved with intricate patterns. The reverse was pure black with no surface design, but deep within the darkness, faint light seemed to flow. What if I use this coin directly when I'm already in desperate circumstances? Lin Ye stored the lucky coin away. He wouldn't use it unless forced into truly desperate straits. Though as long as his reality simulation remained unused, he wouldn't be pushed to that extreme. Lin Ye then examined the black invitation the attendant had given him. Death game invitation. Only those who wager everything may participate in the death game. Using this will make you a participant in the death game. Note, those without value lack the qualification to wager everything. Receiving this invitation indicates you possess significant value. Insane. Lin Ye tossed the invitation into the miscellaneous area of the basement. Returning to his bedroom, Lin Ye practiced his heavy blow technique for a while before entering his spiritual energy workshop. There, he began studying rune usage methods through crafting spiritual energy items. Nigerian IROES. 1 hour before the nighttime activity began, Lin Ye halted his research and started preparing dinner. With dinner ready, Lin Ye opened the group chat and began eating. 527-599/1000000. Brothers, nighttime activity is starting. Should be station mission today, right? Probably first station mission of the 3rd week. Hope it's not too difficult. Better hope we get some reliable teammates. If the system pairs me with 3 boss Lin Ye's, wouldn't I skyrocket? Skyrocket? More like crash and burn. 3 boss Lins? I can't even imagine the mission difficulty. Crash what? Haha, true. The system assigns station missions based on strength. Sending you to boss Lin's mission, you might not last 5 minutes. 1 minute max. 50 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. Why does it keep getting shorter? Speaking of bosses, I saw the boss win a relic from the game room today. The whole game room heard the celebration sounds. That scene. Details, please. I saw it too. The boss is just incredible. I played that machine before too. Always got thank you for your patronage. Lin Ye, then you have pretty good luck. Question mark. Lin Ye explained the machine's mechanics to the group, clarifying that without using items, he would also get thank you for your patronage. Forced luck trading? That's downright sinister. No, you use it voluntarily. Nobody forces you. Good thing I never used that machine, or my luck would have been traded away. Bane of lucky players. Even Boss Lin gets thank you for your patronage. Suddenly I feel balanced. Balanced? He's a boss who doesn't rely on luck. You're a loser without luck. What balance are you talking about? Stop roasting me. My talent ability is related to luck. Could I exploit that machine? Don't try to cheat the system. You might cry when your talent gets sucked away. That would be terrifying. Nighttime activity starting. Tonight's activity, station mission. Join. 9:59. Brothers, see you in the group chat tomorrow. See you all in the chat tomorrow. May everyone fill their loot spaces completely. Fully armed, Lin Ye sat on his bed, looking into the mirror. The nighttime activity was about to begin, yet little Yi still hadn't appeared. 0:01. Midnight. The classic train start. Lin Ye sat by the window, looking out at the enclosed tunnel. The compartment held 4 survivors, their faces matching the avatars from the chat room. Sitting across from Lin Ye was a bald man in his 20s named Zhao Yu, wearing a black robe that revealed well-defined muscles beneath. Next to Zhao Yu sat an elderly man around 70 years old named Li Chiho, dressed in neat security guard uniform with silver hair. Beside Lin Ye sat a young woman named Shun Bing, wearing a brown leather armor over her white tracksuit and holding a greatsword that looked exceptionally heavy. Zhao Yu, Lin Ye? You wouldn't happen to be that Lin Ye, would you? Lin Ye, am I that famous already? Shin Bing, many people in your group have been sharing information externally. They've been spreading your name around. Lin Ye, I told them to share information, not my name. This is kind of embarrassing. Li Chiho, what's there to be embarrassed about? When you do good deeds, people should know. Otherwise, it's meaningless. Lin Ye, you're right about that. Zhao Yu, we're doomed. Running into a big shot like you means this mission is going to be insanely difficult. Shin Bing, definitely. Last time I encountered a relatively famous expert too, and we almost wiped out completely. Li Chiho, the harder the mission, the better the rewards. How come you youngsters are more cowardly than an old man like me? Lin Ye, old man Li is right. Don't be scared. Although my missions are always quite difficult, the rewards are especially generous. So generous that I can't even use them all yet. Zhao Yu, are you sure you're trying to comfort me right now? Shun Bing, whoa, something's wrong with this vehicle. I want to get off. Li Chiho, not dressed very well, but thinking quite fancy. Zhao Yu, this robe is 3rd-tier spiritual energy equipment. Shin Bing, mine too, otherwise I wouldn't be wearing it over my clothes. Li Chiho, you're just too weak. Can't even get properly fitting clothes as drops. Have to strip them off corpses to wear. Zhao Yu, I didn't strip any corpses. I stole this robe. Shin Bing, that's even worse than stripping corpses. Just as the group was chatting happily, 2 notifications popped up in the chat room. Please choose any station to disembark, survive at that station until the train arrives tomorrow, and board the train to leave the station. Note, after 10 stations, the train will enter the shallow sea area. Li Chiho, should we check out the shallow sea area? We happen to have an expert with us this time. Lin Ye, no, regular stations are already difficult enough. Li Chiho, sigh, how come you young people have less spirit of exploration than me? Lin Ye, you can go by yourself, you know. The system didn't say we have to disembark at the same station. Li Chiho, I'd like to live a bit longer. The first station arrived. It was still a station introduction, similar to a movie poster. For friends arranged to take a cruise ship vacation together, but in the deep sea beyond their sight, dark currents are subtly stirring. Can they leave the cruise ship alive? Below the text was a luxury cruise ship with 4 abstract figures singing and dancing on deck, but beneath the ship, a massive shadow was gradually approaching. It with diuresis. Zhao Yu, environment too poor. Next, Shinbing. I've never been on a luxury cruise before. Next, Lin Ye. Deep sea is too dangerous. Next, Li Chiho. Then next it is. 10 minutes later, the train arrived at the second station. Station introduction. Your friend invited you to go skiing in the snow mountains. But when you arrived at the destination, you discovered there was no ski resort as your friend had described, only a deserted, uninhabited snow mountain. Below the text was a tall snow mountain shrouded in clouds and mist, with 4 abstract figures standing at the mountain's base, shivering. Zhao Yu. This one seems okay, though there might not be much loot. Shinbing. I've never been skiing before. Feels alright. Lin Ye. I've never been to snow mountains. Only know basic information. Does this count as extreme environment? Could spiritual energy users freeze to death at night? Li Chiho. You two really don't have much brains. Don't think snow mountains are just a bit cold. Let's find an environment we're familiar with. Zhao Yu. Now that you mention it, I also feel something's not quite right. Shinbing. I'm fine with anything. Another 10 minutes passed, and the third station arrived. Station introduction. As horror story enthusiasts, you and your friends joined a horror-themed tour group. The group's destination is a mysterious, ancient village hidden deep in the mountains. Can you return alive? Below the text was a moving bus with a group of headless abstract figures sitting inside, eating snacks. At the end of the road, a deathly silent mountain village could faintly be seen. Zhao Yu, how about this one? Shinbing. Horror theme? Feels like we'll encounter some really terrifying things. Lin Ye. Why do only 4 figures have heads? Li Chiho. After entering the village, there might not even be 4 left. Zhao Yu. Then let's go with next. Shinbing. Agree. Another 10 minutes passed, and the 4th station arrived. Station introduction. As external personnel of the Public Security Bureau, you finally received a simple missing person task after a long time. But is this mission really that simple? Below the text was a prosperous city with towering skyscrapers. 4 abstract figures stood in the city center, each with a large question mark above their head. Lin Ye, let's go with this one. I'm quite good at finding people. Zhao Yu, not bad. It's the urban environment we're most familiar with, and we can even get help from the Public Security Bureau. Even if the mission isn't simple, it should be fine. Shinbing, we can collect some loot before leaving too. Li Chiho, then let's disembark here. The 4 disembarked from the train and entered the light green glowing gate at the exit one by one. Lin Ye lost consciousness. Station selection completed. Additional tasks obtained. Optional. 1. Eliminate enemies. Receive rewards based on enemy numbers and strength. 2. Find a target person. Protect her until dawn. 3. Eliminate all enemies hidden within the city. 3 additional tasks appeared in the chat room as Lin Ye woke up in a hotel bed. A file sat on the room's desk. Sarah, female, 19 years old. The file contained only strangely brief information and a photo with blurred facial features. Lin Ye tried to reconstruct the photo subject appearance in his mind, but until he saw the person himself, he couldn't be sure if his reconstruction was accurate. Shinbing, I'm in room 715. Do you all have files too? Zhao Yu, I'm in 716. Yes, I do. Lin Ye, I'm in 717. Blurred face, but otherwise okay. Li Chiho, 718. This file is practically a joke. The Public Security Bureau must have problems. Lin Ye, indeed. Can't rule out that the Public Security Bureau might be hostile. Zhao Yu, then we're finished. Shinbing, nobody said to drive over and bomb the Public Security Bureau. Before turning against them, we can use the Bureau to help find the target person. Li Chiho, I actually think we should strike first. Go directly to the Public Security Bureau, kidnap the director, figure out the whole story from beginning to end, and incidentally replenish our weapons and equipment. Lin Ye, that works, but we can't just ignore the target person either. How about this? We split into 2 groups. You 3 form 1 group, I'll go alone. Finding and protecting the mysterious girl versus infiltrating the Public Security Bureau to kidnap the director. You choose. Zhao Yu, as expected of an expert. I choose protecting the girl. Shinbing, Same here. Should we send one person with you? Li Chiho, will you be okay alone? Lin Ye, it's fine. I'm familiar with the Public Security Bureau. I'm actually more worried about your side. If anything happens, notify me in the chat room. I'll come as quickly as possible. Li Chiho, you're somewhat underestimating us. Lin Ye, no, you're underestimating me. This is a mission with me, after all. Your side is actually the main mission objective. You don't really think finding the girl is safer than causing trouble at the Public Security Bureau, do you? Zhao Yu, hearing you say that makes me want to change my mind. Shenbing, same here. Li Chiho, if you keep embarrassing yourselves like this, I'm going to slap you. Lin Ye, then I'll head out first. Good luck. Lin Ye closed the chat room, took a sip of the ice-cold cola beside him, and glanced at the window where little Yi was eating fast food at a fast food restaurant. He wasn't alone after all. Are you okay over there now? Lin Ye finished his cola and asked. I'm fine. That mirror is very convenient to use, but it's a shame it can only be used for one day. Little Yi passed Lin Ye a piece of fried chicken through the glass. Now, I'm going to the Public Security Bureau to replenish weapons and ammunition while also kidnapping the Public Security Bureau director. Do you have any suggestions? Lin Ye took the fried chicken and took a bite. The tender, spicy chicken was juicy and quite delicious. Hurry up. I heard screams. Little Yi suddenly stood up and walked out of the fast food restaurant, her reflection disappearing from the glass. Lin Ye finished the fried chicken and ice cubes, then quickly headed downstairs. As the elevator passed the third floor, he faintly heard screams. Lin Ye, there's a situation on the hotel's third floor. Be careful. Zhao Yu, received. After leaving the hotel, Lin Ye borrowed a sports car from the roadside. Recently, he occasionally felt the urge to race. Driving straight to the city center, Lin Ye used his mental energy to sense nearby spiritual energy fluctuations. Before long, he found the Public Security Bureau headquarters located in the city center. Lin Ye entered the Public Security Bureau directly without any disguise. What can I help you with? Seeing Lin Ye, the receptionist in the lobby asked. I'm a peripheral member taking jobs. Recently, our team received a missing person task. We found her, but her condition is somewhat abnormal. We're not sure how to handle it, so I wanted to ask what to do next. Lin Ye made up a story with the receptionist. I know that task. Wait a moment, let me check. You need to take the elevator to the third floor to Captain Bill's office. The receptionist didn't doubt Lin Ye's identity at all and opened the elevator door for him. Thank you. Lin Ye smiled and thanked her, then took the elevator upstairs. The smooth elevator door reflected Lin Ye's figure, which distorted and transformed into little Ye moving through an alley. Is it still chasing you? Lin Ye asked. Yes, but it's fine. It's starting to have bad luck already. Little Ye replied. The elevator reached the third floor. Lin Ye got off and quickly found the captain's office. Knock, knock. Lin Ye knocked on the door. The building materials of the Public Security Bureau headquarters contained some substance that blocked mental energy. Through the door and walls, he could only sense a small area. A Nigerian Ire Hotel and body, yes. Come in. A man's voice sounded from inside. Lin Ye pushed the door open. There was only Bill alone in the captain's office. You said you found the target? Bill was an unkempt, middle-aged man with a serious face, receding hairline, and a third-tier spiritual energy user. Yes, her condition isn't quite right. We don't know how to handle it. Lin Ye discreetly sensed his surroundings. This was the Public Security Bureau. If he didn't plan to kill everyone, it was better not to alert others. Plus, there were surveillance cameras everywhere. Really not a good place to take action. What kind of condition? Bill looked at Lin Ye warily, as if guarding against something. You know better than me what condition. She killed my team members, and those monsters too. You must tell me what's going on. Lin Ye suddenly became emotionally agitated and spoke loudly. Shoo, keep your voice down. Seeing Lin Ye so agitated but not taking further action, Bill actually relaxed his guard and pulled Lin Ye to a spot far from the door, speaking quietly. What exactly is that thing? Lin Ye continued probing, though he didn't even know what he was asking. I don't know either. The higher-ups told me to capture that woman as soon as possible. Your task was also assigned by the higher-ups. I only know that woman has triggered some violent incidents. Bill turned his back to the camera and spoke in a low voice. Who are the higher-ups? My friends can't die in vain. I must investigate the cause of this incident and make those responsible pay. You must help me. Lin Ye also turned his back to the camera and whispered, the vice director is involved in this, but I'm not clear about the specifics. There might be other important figures above. Bill wasn't very certain either. Help! Save me! As the two were talking, screams and cries for help suddenly echoed in the hallway. Bill nervously drew his pistol and aimed at the door, showing no intention of going out to check the situation. Do you have a map of the Public Security Bureau? Where are the director's office and the armory located? Lin Ye ignored the screams outside. He still had important business to attend to. What are you planning to do? Bill asked warily. You can hide here, but I need to search for evidence. The journey might be dangerous, so I need weapons. Lin Ye said straightforwardly. Bill hesitated for a moment, but finally told Lin Ye the locations of both places. Thanks. Lin Ye left the captain's office. There was nothing outside the door, but there was a trail of blood drag marks on the ground. Whatever had been dragged away was beyond saving. The armory was on the first floor. Lin Ye, wearing a captain's uniform he had acquired, used Bill's access card and smoothly arrived outside the armory. Many people greeted him along the way, and Lin Ye responded to each one. Who are you? The uncle guarding the armory looked at Lin Ye suspiciously. He didn't remember this person in the bureau. I'm an expert sent from above to handle abnormal incidents. Open the armory. Lin Ye stared at the uncle. Little Ye's figure reflected in his glasses. The uncle nodded mechanically, then turned and opened the armory door. The armory was filled with various spiritual energy firearms and some other auxiliary equipment. Lin Ye closed the armory door and began filling his loot space. After loading all the weapons and equipment, Lin Ye left the armory and took the elevator directly to the top floor. The director's office was at the very end of the top floor. To Lin Ye's surprise, there was no one in the director's office. Not even the director's secretary was there. After searching the entire office, Lin Ye only found some documents shredded by a paper shredder in a trash bag. From those shredded papers, Lin Ye found half a torn document page. Someone had intentionally hidden it in the trash bag. Yongsan Laboratory, Special Experimental Subject, Capture Failed, Citywide Experiment, First Phase. The information on the document was incomplete. Lin Ye could only make inferences based on guesses and took a photo of the document page to send to the group. Lin Ye, I found this document page in the director's office. Now I'm planning to go to Yongsan Laboratory to check the situation. How are things on your end? I acquired a batch of firearms. If you need them, we can meet up first. Li Chi-ho, damn it, I knew the Public Security Bureau had problems. The mission target might be that experimental subject. Just approaching her triggers some dangerous mutation. Zhao Yu got affected. We're dealing with it now. Be careful yourself. Lin Ye, do you need my help? Zhao Yu, no need. The mutants in the city are increasing. We're having some trouble here. You'll have to explore the laboratory alone. You'd better find a way to avoid mutation quickly. Otherwise, we can't approach the target at all. Lin Ye, leave it to me. Sunshine Sanatorium. Lin Ye hadn't yet figured out how to find Yongsan Laboratory. While going downstairs, Lin Ye stopped by the captain's office. Bill didn't know where Yongsan Laboratory was either. He had never even heard the name. Gunshots echoed fiercely from upstairs. To avoid being mistaken for a suspicious person, Lin Ye had no choice but to drive his sports car away from the Public Security Bureau. How are things on your end? Taking out a small mirror, Lin Ye saw Little Ye sitting on a bench. Not bad. And you? The sky in the mirror had darkened. Little Ye sat alone on the bench with no one around her. I need to find Yongsan Laboratory, but I don't know where to find anyone who might have information. Unlike the Public Security Bureau headquarters located downtown, Yongsan Laboratory was somewhere in this massive city. Lin Ye couldn't possibly conduct a carpet search without any clues. You could use that coin. It might guide you to some clues. Little Ye sat in the darkness, speaking with some uncertainty. Huh, is that really necessary? Lin Ye didn't think he needed to use the lucky coin right now. I'm not telling you to use the coin's function. That's a lucky coin, a relic. Even without direct activation, it can accomplish many things. But don't use relics too frequently. Luck always comes with a price. Little Ye stood up and left the bench. All right, I'll give it a try. Lin Ye took out the lucky coin and flicked it into the air with one hand. Heads turn left, tails turn right. The coin fell back down, and Lin Ye caught it with one hand. Heads. Lin Ye drove into a small side road. Heads get out, tails keep driving. Tails. Heads go straight, tails turn left. Tails. Following the lucky coin's guidance, Lin Ye soon found his sports car stopping in front of an apartment building. Following the prompts, Lin Ye got out and entered the apartment building. Heads go upstairs, tails. Hearing arguing coming from the second floor, Lin Ye put away the lucky coin and quickly ran toward the source of the noise. I've already called the hospital. The doctor said your child was never cured. He ran away on his own. The hospital has already sent people over. Just wait for that lunatic to be taken away. ROBs. A woman with a sharp, acrimonious voice shouted. My son isn't sick. I like to see who dares to come take him. Another woman screamed back angrily. Lin Ye reached the second floor and found quite a few people gathered in the hallway, watching the spectacle. What's going on here? Lin Ye pushed through the crowd, moving closer to the source of the argument. Who are you? None of your business. The acrimonious woman turned and yelled at Lin Ye. I'm the investigation captain from the Public Security Bureau, currently investigating a murder case. Lin Ye took out Bill's credentials and waved them in front of them. Oh my, I'm sorry. Please come in. This woman's child is mentally ill. The murder case must be related to that madman. The woman immediately changed her attitude, her voice becoming as polite as if she had met her own parents. Don't talk nonsense. My child hasn't left the house. How could he possibly be involved in a murder? The woman across argued urgently. Who knows if he was home at night? Yesterday around midnight, I heard someone walking around in the building. What normal person wanders around the building in the middle of the night? The acrimonious woman just wanted to drive the madman living across from her back to the asylum. Don't spread rumors. Why didn't I hear anyone walking around? The woman retorted. I heard it too, around midnight. The footsteps were very heavy and lasted about half an hour before stopping. Indeed, I heard it too. The footsteps stopped outside my apartment for a while. I originally wanted to go check, but considering the recent unrest, I didn't dare open the door. I heard it too. Since she's lying, it must have been her child causing the disturbance. So, it was that lunatic after all. The surrounding residents murmured among themselves. Really not. I'm not lying. Maybe I was asleep. The woman began to panic. Let me take a look at your child. Everyone else, please disperse. Lin Ye walked directly into the woman's home. He had already sensed her child, but he needed to see for himself because what he sensed didn't resemble a child at all. Comrade, please don't listen to their nonsense. My child is very well behaved. He couldn't possibly kill anyone. The woman followed behind Lin Ye, speaking excitedly. I know. I just want to take a look to confirm. Lin Ye was quite polite to the woman. Everyone has a mother, and he was no exception. Pushing open the door, Lin Ye saw the woman's child, a teenage boy. The boy was emaciated, with pale skin, sunken eye sockets, and withered yellow hair. He looked like a desiccated corpse. After Lin Ye opened the door, the boy slowly turned his head toward the doorway. The movement wasn't human-like. It more resembled a moving plant. In Lin Ye's perception, all the bones in the boy's body had been hollowed out, with a vibrant green plant growing in the empty spaces. This plant grew within the boy's flesh and blood, its branches and leaves spreading to every corner of his body, including his brain. Lin Ye could even see a green leaf in the boy's eyes. What's the name of that asylum? Lin Ye didn't know how to handle the boy. The boy wasn't suffering now. He was completely hollowed out. It's called Sunshine Sanatorium. It was actually recommended by your colleagues. Seeing that Lin Ye didn't intend to take the boy away, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. Location. Lin Ye didn't actually need to ask the woman. There were two better targets downstairs, but he wasn't in the mood to interrogate them right now. The woman hurriedly took out her phone and showed Lin Ye the sanatorium's location. Thank you for your cooperation. I can't help him, but I will handle the other matters. Lin Ye left the room. Even he couldn't help the boy. Medical skills weren't omnipotent, but he would deal with those who had turned the boy into this state. If some people thought the strong could treat the weak arbitrarily without paying a price, They were gravely mistaken, because there would always be someone stronger than them, someone who would make them pay the price. Lin Ye silently walked down the stairs. Two staff members wearing Sunshine Sanatorium uniforms appeared at the bottom of the staircase. Last words? Forget it. Lin Ye wasn't in the mood to listen to last words. Boom, boom. Shotgun backstab, spiritual energy blade. The two exploded on the spot, their red and green flesh and blood painting the hallway. Two intact heads dropped to the ground. I was going to give you some time for repentance. Forget it. I actually just wanted you to know you were dying, to perish in despair and agony. That's the real repentance time. Lin Ye stepped through the flesh and blood and left the apartment building. Behind him, agonized wails and pleas for help echoed through the hallway. They didn't want to die, but this was the ending they deserved. Lin Ye, how are things on your end? Lin Ye floored the accelerator, heading straight for Sunshine Sanatorium. Li Chi-ho, not bad. Although we still can't get close to the target, we use an item to mark its position so we won't lose track. We can also respond quickly if any problems arise. Lin Ye, good. I've located Yongsan Laboratory and am currently en route. Be careful. The enemy likely knows the target location too. That missing person's mission is probably some kind of experiment. Search the surrounding area. You might find some surprises. Zhao Yu, damn it, don't let me catch those bastards. They almost took my precious thing. Shinbing, can't be helped, it's too prominent. Li Chi-ho, anyway, it's not like it was useful. Gone is gone. Lin Ye, I'm a doctor. Need me to install a new one for you? Zhao Yu, bro, can I choose the specifications? Lin Ye, I'd recommend something more balanced, otherwise it might affect movement. Zhao Yu, doesn't need to be that exaggerated, just slightly bigger is fine. Li Chi-ho, aren't you afraid the mutation organ might not obey commands? Zhao Yu, huh? Then forget it. Lin Ye, I'm encountering some trouble here, you guys chat. Closing the chat room, Lin Ye glanced at the traffic police following his sports car, feeling somewhat annoyed. He hadn't driven much and forgot you couldn't go too fast in the city. The sports car was fast, but the traffic officer showed no intention of giving up. Lin Ye had to use spiritual energy impact acceleration method to speed up further. As long as he got out before being arrested, no one could prove he was speeding. After all, the sports car wasn't his. Lin Ye executed a half-circle drift to park the sports car near Sunshine Sanatorium's main gate, then used the momentum to drift out of the vehicle. The extremely diligent traffic officer followed closely, drifting to a stop with tires leaving marks on the road. Wait, you're under arrest. The traffic officer chased after Lin Ye from behind. Comrade, you can put tickets on my car, as many as you want. Lin Ye felt somewhat helpless. He didn't dislike people who took their work seriously. No, you're suspected of dangerous driving. This is beyond just tickets. You'll be detained for at least a month plus pay fines. The traffic officer said seriously. I'm the investigation team captain from Public Security Bureau, currently on a mission. How about this? After I complete this mission, you come find me. If you can find me, I'll go to detention with you. Lin Ye took out Bill's credentials and waved them. Knowing the law yet breaking it, that makes the crime worse. The traffic officer tried to take Lin Ye's credentials for recording, but Lin Ye had already put them away. If I don't complete this mission, many people who shouldn't die will die. Are you sure you want to arrest me? Lin Ye took out a spiritual energy light machine gun and walked toward Sunshine Sanatorium. The traffic officer was startled by the spiritual energy light machine gun. He hesitated for a moment, then finally chose to follow behind Lin Ye. This isn't your patrol area. Are you here to slack off? Lin Ye glanced at the guard who was alertly standing up and the surveillance camera at the entrance. Both exploded in succession. Red and green flesh painted the security booth's windows. What are you doing? Seeing the guard explode, the traffic officer quickly drew his pistol and aimed at Lin Ye's back. Is your flesh green? Use your brain. Lin Ye ignored the traffic officer and quickly entered Sunshine Sanatorium. The traffic officer paused, looking at the red and green flesh on the security booth glass, deep in thought. Sunshine Sanatorium appeared to have only 3 floors above ground, but Lin Ye sensed a tunnel leading downward beneath the sanatorium. As soon as Lin Ye entered the sanatorium's lobby, a group of staff members roared and charged at him. During their charge, numerous flesh-covered branches tore through their bodies. The fleshy branches writhed constantly, transforming these staff members into mobile flesh thickets. Hey! Lin Ye raised the light machine gun and began sweeping the lobby. This was how you communicated with monsters that couldn't understand language. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Hearing the machine gun fire, the traffic officer hurried into the sanatorium, where he witnessed a scene he would remember for the rest of his life. The approaching flesh thickets emitting fierce roars. The investigation team, captain firing with unerring accuracy. The sounds of gunfire and monster wails. The turbid yet fresh scent of blood. Years later, the traffic officer could still accurately recall this moment. The gunfire ceased as Lin Ye emptied the 100-round magazine. The charging monsters had been shredded into pieces. Faced with the symphony of metal and spiritual energy, they were too fragile. Happy New Year! Lin Ye reloaded and walked directly toward the underground tunnel located deep on the first floor. This time the traffic officer didn't hesitate, following behind Lin Ye with his pistol drawn. What are you doing? A few thousand yuan salary isn't worth risking your life for. Lin Ye took out his small mirror and checked his reflection. Only his own face appeared. This isn't my first time seeing these monsters, but last time I arrived too late. If this is the monster's nest, I can't just walk away. The traffic officer admired Lin Ye's marksmanship, but he truly couldn't understand why a man would check his mirror before combat. Here, can you use this? Doesn't matter if you can't, just don't shoot me. Lin Ye took out a spiritual energy rifle and several magazines for the traffic officer's protection. I can. I used to be public security bureau staff too. The traffic officer took the spiritual energy rifle and expertly checked its condition. Good. Our objective is to kill all enemies below, no prisoners. Understand. Lin Ye used his spiritual energy blade to cut through the lock and pushed open the hidden door leading to the tunnel. The pitch-black passage was deathly silent, like a giant maw waiting to devour everything. Received. No prisoners. The traffic officer smiled. He liked this captain. Lin Ye led the traffic officer to the small track vehicle leading underground, but the power in the tunnel had been cut. They could only proceed on foot along the tunnel. In the darkness, numerous plant people quietly approached the two, but in Lin Ye's perception, they stood out like torches in the dark. Invisible shotgun backstab spiritual energy blades silently activated. Whenever plant people approached within a certain distance, they would explode on the spot. Although the traffic officer was a third-tier spiritual energy user, his mental energy was average, with far less perception range than Lin Ye. He could only hear the explosions, and after taking a few steps, could perceive pools of minced meat. If not for clearly sensing that Lin Ye was only second tier, he would have thought Lin Ye was a mid-level expert sent from above. Lin Ye silently absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. This world's spiritual energy concentration was average, so he needed to carefully control his consumption. These plant people had no obvious vital points. If attacks lacked sufficient power, they might get up to continue fighting or even split into two enemies. Fortunately, the shotgun backstab spiritual energy blades mainly consumed external spiritual energy. Though they required high mental energy, Lin Ye least feared mental energy consumption. With Lin Ye clearing the path ahead, their speed wasn't much slower than the small track vehicle. Before long, Lin Ye detected an underground structure. However, since the construction materials here were similar to public security bureaus, he couldn't perceive the internal structure of the building either. What is this? Looking at the sealed metal door in front of him, the traffic officer asked. He hadn't expected there to be a place like this under the city. Yongsan Laboratory. Lin Ye pressed close to the metal door to sense the locked structure. The metal door had an effect of blocking mental energy, but Lin Ye's mental energy could penetrate the metal and sense a small area beyond the door. Using spiritual energy to unlock it, Lin Ye pushed open the heavy metal door and entered the laboratory. Maybe because they thought Lin Ye was useless, or for some other reason, the laboratory hadn't lost power. Inside the metal door was a space like an elevator lobby. Directly opposite the metal door were two elevators and corridors extended along both sides of the space. Lin Ye entered the right corridor. Along both sides of the corridor were laboratories with different functions. Instruments inside were still running. Some patients wearing hospital gowns lay on test beds. They looked like human potted plants, their bodies covered in various green plants. Although mentally prepared to some degree, the traffic officer still underestimated how vicious those creatures were. He tightened his grip on his spiritual energy rifle, itching to go down and massacre the researchers here. The two began searching the labs, but the important files had been taken away and there were no researchers left on the first underground level. After a few turns, the two returned from the left corridor to the elevator lobby. Yongsan Laboratory was a polygonal building. The side corridors connected to each other. Let's hurry down and kill them. The traffic officer pressed the elevator button. Entering a narrow, sealed elevator wasn't wise, but they were both spiritual energy users. Even if the elevator fell, they had ways to survive. Why is there no emergency stairwell here? The traffic officer pressed the elevator button. Entering a narrow, sealed elevator wasn't wise, but they were both spiritual energy users. Even if the elevator fell, they had ways to survive. Why is there no emergency stairwell here? Lin Ye looked at the open elevator doors and asked, "Don't know. Maybe nobody comes down here to inspect, so they skipped it." The traffic officer didn't think these bastards cared about safety. This is a laboratory. What if the elevator malfunctions? How could a research institution be this unprofessional? Unless Lin Ye probed the elevator structure and found nothing abnormal. Unless what? The traffic officer also sensed that something was off. Unless it was designed like this on purpose. They want us to take the elevator down. Lin Ye was experienced at spotting traps. The moment he saw this elevator, his trap radar lit up. What do we do then? Look for a stairwell? Or dismantle the elevator? The traffic officer asked. There might not be an emergency stairwell at all. That's the point, forcing us to ride the elevator. As for tearing the elevator apart, I suggest you stay away from the elevator shaft. In Lin Ye's perception, the elevator itself was fine. The problem, if any, lay with the elevator shaft. No problem, we can make them stairwell. Lin Ye drew his experimental longsword and used shotgun blade on the elevator lobby floor. Open. Boom. The ground exploded into a large pit. At the bottom, the lights of the second basement could be faintly seen. This is underground. Aren't you afraid you'll collapse the place? The traffic officer felt a slight tremor underfoot and asked. I actually considered just collapsing the whole place and burying them, but bringing down a building like this is not easy, and I still need to go down to gather intel. Lin Ye used spiritual energy to clear the hole, then jumped down to the second basement. The traffic officer followed. The second level's structure resembled the first. Before he could start exploring the second basement, Lin Ye shouted that he had opened a hole to the third basement. Aren't we checking this level? The traffic officer asked. No need. We'll go straight to the bottom. I don't believe they'd hide near the first basement. Lin Ye sneakily set several rune traps at the elevator entrance, then said loudly, what if someone didn't have time to go down? The traffic officer didn't want those bastards to leave alive. Then they're lucky. Lin Ye jumped into the third basement and casually placed rune traps outside the elevator doors. In this way, the two rapidly descended to the sixth basement. Lin Ye blew open the floor again. This time it opened onto a huge experimental plaza rather than another elevator lobby. Through the hole Lin Ye sensed the experimental plaza below. Soon he detected several plant people at the plaza center. These plant people differed from the earlier trash. They were elite individuals. Prepare for combat. Lin Ye warned the traffic officer, then leapt into the experimental plaza. The plaza was an underground space the size of a soccer field. Some elite plant people stood in the center, and a group of researchers in white coats hid behind them. Before they could say anything, Lin Ye opened fire on the plant people. Rat-a-tat-tat. When the first magazine emptied, the traffic officer picked up his rifle and delivered controlled bursts to the remaining standing elite plant people. Lin Ye reloaded and started another sweep. Rat-a-tat-tat. After 2 rounds of suppression, only one elite plant person could still barely stand in the plaza center. When Lin Ye just finished reloading for a third sweep, that plant person was knocked down by the traffic officer's bursts. Although not dead, it couldn't get back up for the moment. Lin Ye didn't approach the dead elite plant people. There could be individuals among them, like the target girl, that could cause mid-range mutations. There was no need to get close. Taking out a spiritual energy sniper rifle, Lin Ye began blowing away the upper bodies of the distant researchers one by one. He only needed research data, not the researchers themselves. Boom! No matter where the researchers tried to hide, each sniper shot shredded one researcher's upper torso. They scattered in fear, trying all sorts of ridiculous maneuvers to dodge the relentless, fatal gunfire. But it was meaningless. The bullets tore through their bodies without mercy, delivering equal judgment to everyone. Only after the last researcher's lower body collapsed to the ground did Lin Ye sheath the sniper rifle. He then looked toward a nearby camera and smiled as he asked, "What are you waiting for? For me to dig through those pieces of trash's corpses for evidence?" A large amount of gray-green gas sprayed from various corners of the experimental plaza. Stimulated by the gas, thick branches shot up rapidly from beneath the plaza. Tiny mouths opened on the branches, devouring the corpses of the plant people and the researchers on the plaza. By then, Lin Ye had already returned with the traffic officer to the 5th basement. Thick branches crawled upward through the holes. Lin Ye and the traffic officer quickly climbed up. Before the branches could grab them, they reached the 1st basement. The traffic officer was surprised to find a severely mutated researcher lying near the metal door. The researcher saw Lin Ye and tried in terror to back away, but no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the rune trap's range. The researcher was caught in a specially designed composite rune trap set by Lin Ye. To prevent damage to the research materials, Lin Ye had only incorporated alienation and weakening runes into the trap, combined with the spider monster's control concept, making it impossible for the researcher to escape. "Are you the person in charge here?" The traffic officer glared furiously at the researcher. If Lin Ye hadn't held him back, he would have already gone over to beat him. Lin Ye controlled his spiritual energy blade to sever the researcher's right hand, causing a bottle containing gray-green gas to fall to the ground. "Ah!" The researcher paused for a moment before letting out a piercing scream. "You didn't actually think you could escape, did you?" Lin Ye picked up the black metal briefcase near the researcher along with the gas-filled bottle as he spoke. "Who are you people? How dare you attack a Public Security Bureau research facility? You're dead." The severely mutated researcher said painfully. "Funny coincidence. I'm the investigation team captain of the Public Security Bureau. You can file a report with me now." Lin Ye took out Bill's credentials and waved them in front of the researcher's eyes. "Damn it, you bunch of lunatics. This really is a Public Security Bureau laboratory. Do you know you're killing people here? Does your director know about this?" The researcher was filled with hatred, wanting to immediately call the director to have Lin Ye eliminated. "He'll know soon enough. I'll be sending him down to keep you company shortly, or perhaps he'll be waiting for you down there instead." Watching the emerald green vines crawling down to the 1st basement level, Lin Ye didn't kill the researcher. Instead, he took the items and walked toward the laboratory's main door. "Wait, you're just leaving like this? Don't leave me here. It will eat me. Please. I know many things. I know where the director and the lab chief are hiding. Please, just kill me." On OES. Having observed numerous experimental subjects being consumed by it, no one understood the agony of being devoured better than this researcher. Trapped by Lin Ye's rune trap, he couldn't even commit suicide. "I only hope you can die quietly, just like a plant." As the vines entangled the researcher's body, Lin Ye watched the despairing researcher being dragged into the pit before slowly closing the metal door. What do we do next? Back in the sanatorium lobby, the traffic officer seemed lost. If the researcher hadn't been lying, they would have to deal with the Public Security Bureau director. "Next, you can go home. I'll handle the remaining matters." Lin Ye opened the briefcase to find a metal hard drive, a wetsuit-like bodysuit, and 5 gray metal syringes. "Lin Ye, Yongsan Laboratory has been dealt with. I obtained a metal hard drive. How are things on your end?" Zhao Yu, not so good. We took care of 2 Public Security Bureau squads, but the target escaped during the engagement. While fleeing, the target mutated some citizens, and these mutated citizens began attacking nearby people. Those attacked by mutated citizens also underwent varying degrees of mutation. Lin Ye, zombie movie? Shinbing. These mutated citizens are much more difficult to deal with than zombies. Ordinary attacks can't kill them, and they grow mutated flesh vines inside their bodies that perform area attacks. People stabbed by these vines also become mutated. Li Chiho. If we don't stop the target from running around, most of the city's population will turn into mutated monsters before long. Also, as our contact with these mutated monsters increases, we're developing slight mutation reactions within our own bodies. Lin Ye, inside your bodies? That's probably because those monsters are releasing some kind of pollen-like gas. You're inhaling this gas, causing slight internal mutations. Lin Ye thought about that bottle of gray-green gas. It was likely concentrated plant secretions, and the target young girl was probably secreting large quantities of this gas, causing mutations in nearby organisms. Shinbing. So wearing masks could prevent internal mutation? Lin Ye. No. What I mean is if most of the city's population undergoes mutation, the entire city will be enveloped by that gas. By then, we'll be doomed. Li Chiho, holy shit. I'm gonna kill the target right now. For Li Chiho, no side mission reward was more important than his own life. Although he couldn't get close to the target, killing her wouldn't be difficult. Lin Ye, no need. Send me the target's location. You handle the nearby, mutated citizens. I'll deal with the target. Zhao Yu, then be careful. We'll come help you after cleaning up the mutated citizens. Shinbing, I'll update the target's location in real time in the chat room. Li Chiho, just say if you need anything. Don't hesitate to ask. Lin Ye, understood. Lin Ye changed into the wet suit from the case, then turned to look at the traffic officer who had been standing nearby the whole time. Your city is about to be destroyed now. Are you willing to do something before everything becomes irreparable? Of course. What do you need me to do? The traffic officer replied firmly. Do you know how to drive fast? Lin Ye put away the case and walked toward the nearly wrecked sports car. Nobody understands fast driving better than me. The traffic officer pulled open the car door and took the driver's seat. Then let's hurry, before everyone turns into monsters. Lin Ye provided the address, then sat in the car, contemplating his next steps. He wouldn't kill Sarah, not because she was a victim. The moment she started mutating nearby residents, she became a perpetrator. She might not have been intentional at first, but she must have discovered her abnormal condition long ago. The fact that she remained in the city center until now was highly suspicious. Lin Ye didn't want to kill Sarah because of the side mission. The system wouldn't give meaningless side missions. Why did they need to protect Sarah? What would happen if Sarah died? This was the real reason Lin Ye didn't want to kill her. There had to be a reason why the Public Security Bureau director selected her as the main subject of this experiment. Yes, all of this was a large-scale experiment that had escaped Yongsan Laboratory. The entire city was the testing ground, and all citizens were experimental materials. The missing person mission was just one part of the experiment, probably to test what kind of reaction would occur when spiritual energy user teams made contact with Sarah. As Lin Ye pondered the complete picture of events, signs of chaos were already appearing on the streets. Screams came from alleyways. Car accidents happened in the middle of roads. Blood-covered pedestrians ran wildly through the streets. Clearly, Sarah wasn't the only experimental subject that had escaped the laboratory. Almost there. Turn right ahead. The address you mentioned is about 100 meters down. The traffic officer also sensed the chaotic atmosphere, but he didn't know what he could do to reverse the situation. He could only pray that Lin Ye could truly resolve things. Pull over to the right. No need to turn off the engine. I'll be right back. Lin Ye walked directly toward a truck parked by the roadside. Inside the vehicle were 5 spiritual energy users, 3 second tier and 2 third tier. But after Lin Ye passed by the truck, there were no longer any spiritual energy users inside. After dealing with the Public Security Bureau staff member who had turned into a plant person hiding in the cargo truck and taking their laptops, Lin Ye entered Dream Bar. The bar now had no living people left, only some mutated monsters gnawing on corpses. As Lin Ye passed by those mutated monsters, any that came within a certain distance exploded one after another, splattering red and green flesh across the bar's walls and floor. Pushing open the private room door, Lin Ye sat on the sofa. Sarah huddled in a corner of the room, staring in shock at the man wearing a full bodysuit and integrated sealed gas mask. Since that experiment, this was the first time she had seen someone approach her without turning into a monster. Lin Ye didn't communicate with Sarah. He took out the laptop and metal hard drive, beginning to examine the data on the drive. "Who are you?" Sarah's voice was hoarse. She hadn't spoken for a very long time. "I'm an external contractor for the Public Security Bureau. I'll protect you until tomorrow morning, but I have things to do, so I need you to come with me." Lin Ye rapidly scanned through the data on the hard drive. He didn't care about the incident's origin, only wanting to know where the Public Security Bureau director was hiding. The Public Security Bureau? You probably don't know this yet, but it was the Public Security Bureau that turned me into this monster. Sarah didn't know how the other party would treat her, but she no longer cared. She didn't want to run anymore. "I know, and I'm planning to take out the Public Security Bureau director and the laboratory supervisor. If you're willing to cooperate with me, we can resolve this matter sooner. I can have a late-night snack with my friends, and fewer citizens outside will die." The data on the hard drive was quite complex. Lin Ye still needed some time to finish reviewing it. "Are you serious?" Sarah lifted her head. She didn't think the other party had any reason to deceive her. "Of course. You don't need to do anything. Just follow behind me and don't run off randomly." In the research materials, Lin Ye found design blueprints for Research Base Number 2. And Research Base Number 2 was located beneath the abandoned subway station on the city outskirts. "But whenever I get close to other people, I turn them into monsters. They don't have equipment like yours." Sarah no longer wanted to see others turn into monsters. "This is plant inhibitor that can temporarily suppress your current condition. Try it. If it doesn't work, I'll find a safe place for you to hide." Lin Ye took a gray syringe from his suitcase, inserted it into Sarah's neck, and injected the medication into her body. Before Sarah could react, the cold medication entered her bloodstream. At first, there was only slight burning pain, but soon intense agony spread throughout her entire body. The pain wasn't Sarah's. It came from the plants that had taken root inside her and achieved symbiosis with her. Lin Ye carefully monitored the changes within Sarah's body while photographing some important documents and sending them to the chat room. "Li Chi-ho, we've mostly handled things on our end, but some residents in other areas have also undergone mutation. How's your situation?" "Lin Ye, I'm planning to take the target to Research Base Number 2 to deal with the Public Security Bureau director hiding there. I can handle this myself. Stabilizing the city is up to you." "R.A. Zhao Yu, you're going alone? Should we first handle the mutated citizens in the city together, then go to Base Number 2 as a group?" "Shinbing, yeah, I suspect that director is a fourth-tier spiritual energy user. That's the Public Security Bureau's headquarters. It must be extremely dangerous." "Lin Ye, I'm worried the other side will cause trouble while we're dealing with the mutated citizens. There's no tactic more efficient than base trading." "Li Chi-ho, but we don't have a base for them to trade either." "Lin Ye, I suspect that after the target dies, a disaster affecting the entire city will occur. That's why the system wants us to protect the target. The other side must be planning to kill the target at a specific moment, so the target is our base." "Zhao Yu, so you're taking the target to their base. Hiss, isn't that too treacherous?" "Li Chi-ho, then we won't crash the party. You don't need to push too hard either. Withdraw when appropriate. The target can die at their base." "Lin Ye, I'll handle this properly." Lin Ye put away the suitcase and laptop, pulling the half-dead Sarah out of the bar. Sarah looked at the red and green substance coating the floor and couldn't help vomiting everywhere. Just as Lin Ye expected, after the inhibitor injection, Sarah temporarily lost her ability to cause mutations in nearby organisms. Lin Ye threw Sarah into the sports car's back seat, then gave a traffic officer the address for Research Base Number 2. The traffic officer glanced at the weakened Sarah through the rearview mirror, asked no questions, but simply floored the accelerator, starting with a drift. Lin Ye took out a small mirror. Lin Ye was currently reading a book in some library. Everything all right on your end? Lin Ye sensed a leisurely atmosphere from Little Ye. You'd better not rely on that coin. People with bad luck are truly miserable. Little Ye sighed. She never expected the other party to die in such a ridiculous manner. My side is almost finished too. We could have a late-night snack together tonight. Lin Ye hadn't been counting time, so he didn't know how long remained until the day ended. Okay, later you can bring the mirror inside. I can help accelerate things slightly for you. Little Ye put down the book in her hands as she spoke. The traffic officer glanced at Lin Ye talking to his own reflection in the mirror and pressed harder on the accelerator. He had long thought this guy wasn't normal. Sarah struggled to sit up from the back seat. Looking at Lin Ye, she suddenly felt a sense of shared suffering. If she hadn't been sent to the asylum, she wouldn't have become what she was now. Lin Ye ignored both of them. He began discussing some questions about runes and spiritual matters with Little Ye. In the system shelter, it was difficult to find a teacher who could instruct him. As a consciousness entity, Little Ye's understanding of spiritual matters was completely different from Lin Ye's, giving him entirely new insights into how spirit and body combine. The traffic officer's driving skills were quite impressive. Combined with the pressure from Lin Ye constantly talking to his mirror image and Sarah muttering to herself in the back seat, the sports car soon stopped at the entrance to the abandoned subway. Lin Ye got out holding the small mirror. He didn't stop the traffic officer from following behind, merely giving him several more rifle magazines. Is this the place? Sarah looked at the pitch-black subway entrance, remembering her time as a lab rat in the laboratory, and couldn't help stopping in her tracks. You can't escape. If we don't deal with them, you'll always be an experimental subject. Lin Ye took out a gray syringe and injected it into the traffic officer's neck. He didn't believe those below wouldn't know they had arrived. If we fail, can you kill me? Sarah would rather die than be treated as an experimental subject again. I can, but I won't fail. Lin Ye entered the subway entrance first. The three of them moved through the pitch-black tunnel, with Lin Ye taking the lead and the traffic officer covering the rear. The entrance to Research Base Number 2 was located in the middle section of the tunnel. Without having seen the design blueprints, even Lin Ye would have had difficulty finding the base entrance. Along the way, Lin Ye destroyed several surveillance cameras. The enemy definitely knew they were coming, yet hadn't sent any mutation creatures to intercept them. Lin Ye cut through the passage door leading to Research Base Number 2. After descending for a stretch, they saw a small rail car similar to the one at Youngson Laboratory. However, this place hadn't lost power, and the rail car could operate normally. The three rode the rail car downward at an angle. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the entrance to Base Number 2. Lin Ye used spiritual energy to unlock the metal door's mechanism. After pushing the door open, the three entered Research Base Number 2. The moment they entered the base, the door automatically closed behind them. Beyond the door was a spacious hall, where four armed spiritual energy user teams hidden throughout the hall surrounded them from all directions. Before they could even raise their weapons to threaten them, Lin Ye had already vanished from his original position. The first to explode was the spiritual energy user standing at the far left of the hall. Then explosions occurred sequentially from left to right. Lin Ye appeared at the exact center of the hall. From this position, he could strike every person present with his shotgun backstab spiritual energy blades. They were standing too close together. Open fire now! Two third-tier spiritual energy users forcefully blocked the shotgun backstab spiritual energy blades. They led the spiritual energy users who hadn't been struck yet to open fire on Lin Ye. Bang, 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 bang. The mutated spiritual energy shield blocked the bullets aimed at Lin Ye. Lin Ye calmly put on the power gauntlets and bloody ring. Since these two intermediate-level spiritual energy items had rather troublesome negative effects, this was his first time using them. These spiritual energy users would make perfect test subjects. After donning the power gauntlets, Lin Ye instantly mastered numerous boxing techniques. If he hadn't frequently used rune cards, he might have needed some time to adapt to this state. Lin Ye shifted his footing and instantly appeared before a third-tier spiritual energy user, throwing a straight punch directly at the opponent's chest. Straight step punch. This move was extremely fast. With the enhancements from the power gauntlets and runes, the opponent couldn't react at all. The third-tier spiritual energy user had his upper body completely obliterated by Lin Ye's punch, with red-green fragments spraying radially across the ground. Lin Ye barely paused, shifting his center of gravity to instantly appear before another third-tier spiritual energy user, casually swinging at the opponent's head. Sliding step hook punch. Having witnessed his companion's gruesome fate, the third-tier spiritual energy user had prepared in advance. He dodged Lin Ye's fist by turning sideways and thrust a short knife toward Lin Ye's heart. Lin Ye spun away from the short knife, changing his right hand's motion from swinging to thrusting, punching through the opponent's head. As he withdrew, he added a shotgun backstab spiritual energy blade to the opponent's shrub-transformed corpse. Flash step jab punch. Lin Ye skillfully employed various boxing techniques, constantly moving through the crowd, quickly dispatching the remaining spiritual energy users. From entering base number 2 to eliminating the spiritual energy user teams, Lin Ye took less than half a minute, 3 seconds of which were spent putting on the gauntlets and ring. The traffic officer also fired several shots at the entrance, transforming 2 spiritual energy users into mutated shrubs. Let's go. Lin Ye removed the gauntlets. Those boxing techniques began to fade and disappear, but Lin Ye clearly remembered the process of using those techniques. Although he couldn't be as proficient as when wearing the gauntlets, with enough practice, he could recreate these techniques. Of course, Lin Ye didn't plan to pursue a boxing close combat style. He would integrate these techniques into his own fighting methods. Are you really just a second-tier spiritual energy user? The traffic officer asked with complex emotions from behind Lin Ye. Yes, but you don't need to compare yourself to me. I've probably killed more monsters than you've seen people. Lin Ye comforted him. All right, where do we go now? The traffic officer asked. Research base number 2 was much more complex than Yongsan Laboratory, and the materials used to construct the base could also block mental energy. The 3 would need considerable time to explore the entire base. I've seen the architectural design plans. All important facilities are on the lowest level of the base. We'll go directly there. Even if the director isn't there, it doesn't matter. Lin Ye headed toward the emergency stairwell near the hall. Since there was an emergency stairwell, he naturally wouldn't waste energy creating a new path. However, Lin Ye secretly placed several composite rune traps throughout the hall. If anyone tried to sneak away while Lin Ye was gone, they'd be in for a treat. Practicing boxing footwork while descending the stairs, Lin Ye quickly rushed toward the lowest level. The traffic officer carried Sarah while following behind Lin Ye. He didn't want to be left too far behind, otherwise he might face sudden death at any moment. Lin Ye soon reached the lowest level of the base. Here were base number 2's cultivation chamber and main control room. The cultivation chamber stored various plant seedlings, while the main control room could operate all facilities throughout the entire base. 2 Public Security Bureau investigation team captains were waiting for them outside the emergency stairwell. Colin, you're such a nuisance. Even after being demoted to traffic officer, you still managed to cause trouble. One of the investigation captains said with a laugh. I'm grateful I was transferred. Otherwise, I'd probably already be dead by your hands. The traffic officer couldn't transform into a monster like his former colleagues. What difference does it make whether you die early or late? You don't actually think you can leave here alive, do you? Thick fleshy branches grew from within the investigation captain's body. The branches covered his form, wrapping around various parts of his body like armor. The other investigation captain similarly donned fleshy branch armor. Both men emitted mad laughter from within their armor. Lin Ye joined them in laughter. What are you laughing at? One of the investigation captains asked curiously. I'm laughing because you're already dead. What are you laughing at? Lin Ye activated several shotgun backstab spiritual energy blades he had placed before their transformation. Violent explosions sounded from within the 2 suits of armor. Actually, Lin Ye had initially just habitually tried out casually, but since the 2 investigation captains showed no reaction, he had placed additional blades. Alienation represents loss of control. The deeper the alienation, the more severe the loss of control. Your mental energy has been too deeply affected by those plants. Stepping over the two corpses that had been ground into mincemeat inside their armor, Lin Ye approached the main control room. Only one person was inside the main control room, the Public Security Bureau director, who was a fourth-tier spiritual energy user. What surprised Lin Ye, yet didn't surprise him that much, was that the director had no plants within his body, nor any signs of alienation. Your mental energy is quite powerful. The director paid no attention to the agitated traffic officer or the trembling Sarah. His eyes were only on Lin Ye. "Are you an RPG enthusiast?" Lin Ye asked curiously. "I don't play games." The director didn't understand Lin Ye's meaning. "Then why send people to feed me experience points bit by bit?" Lin Ye asked curiously. "Because we needed to buy time. Although you're only a second-tier spiritual energy user, I've decided to give you the respect you deserve." A distorted figure emerging from the cultivation chamber stood outside the main control room door, blocking their retreat. Lin Ye sighed. He had originally wanted to confront the Public Security Bureau director head-on to test the gap between himself and a fourth-tier spiritual energy user. But since the other party was playing dirty, he had no choice but to reciprocate. "You actually came back on your own. Are you nostalgic for your days in the laboratory?" As the person in charge of Yongsan Laboratory, Darlin controlled the experimental progress of all experimental subjects. Most of them had been eliminated by the cruel experiments, and among all the experimental subjects, only Sarah had achieved coexistence with the plants inside her body. Looking at the old man with a twisted body covered in plants standing before her, Sarah trembled all over. The terrifying memories of being an experimental subject in the past were like ropes tightly binding her, making it impossible for her to move her feet. "You're not jealous of her, are you? After all, she's still human, while you become a monster. Is this your experimental achievement?" The traffic officer pushed Sarah into the corner of the room and faced the fourth-tier mutated monster outside the door. He was provoking the monster before him. In a battle of this level, there wasn't much he could do. At most, he could use his own life to buy Lin Ye a little more time. He didn't know if this action had any meaning, but he had to do something. "Kid, what do you know? She's just an individual case produced by a rare accident, while I am the inevitable result of scientific experimentation. As long as there are enough plants, I can mass-produce fourth-tier mutated creatures." Darlin said disdainfully. Face reality. Your experiments are completely meaningless except for turning people into monsters." The traffic officer stood behind Lin Ye and raised his gun barrel toward Darlin. This action was like a signal. The battle began at this instant. Lin Ye naturally wouldn't let the traffic officer face the fourth-tier monster alone, nor did he plan to deal with two fourth-tier creatures simultaneously. So he used the previously prepared salted fish thrust on the Public Security Bureau director. A salted fish disappeared from Lin Ye's hand and instantly teleported onto the Public Security Bureau director. Since this move had no warning signs and gave the opponent no time to react, the Public Security Bureau director was hit without being able to make any response. Its body began to mutate into small salted fish, and numerous small salted fish fell to the ground, continuously wriggling. "Damn it! What did you do? What kind of monstrous thing is this?" The Public Security Bureau director lay on the ground, struggling constantly. Like those experimental subjects, it was now being forced to experience the sensation of its body gradually mutating. After using salted fish thrust, Lin Ye turned around and slashed a complete shotgun blade at Darlin, who was approaching despite the traffic officer's bullets. It was circumflex Thailand bot. Die! After forcing Darlin back with this slash, Lin Ye put on the power gauntlets and bloody ring, took a sip from the Gathering Star Cup, and finally took out a small mirror to look at himself. "I can temporarily enhance your mental energy, but you'd better deal with it quickly," Little Yi said from within the mirror. "Okay." Lin Ye felt his mental energy becoming stronger. He could clearly perceive the various parasitic plants within Darlin's body. The movement of these plants drove the motion of Darlin as a whole. Pulling the traffic officer aside, Lin Ye laid rune traps at his feet while retreating diagonally backward. Darlin stepped on the rune traps, but they failed to restrain it, only making it pause for half a second. Lin Ye continued laying rune traps at his feet while shifting his center of gravity and using boxing footwork to dodge Darlin's attacks. Coupled with his powerful mental perception, Lin Ye could easily predict Darlin's attack methods and angles. Additionally, with Lin Ye continuously using rune traps for containment, Darlin couldn't touch him at all. The reason Lin Ye chose this response method was because it was difficult for him to inflict fatal damage on Darlin. The shotgun blade couldn't penetrate Darlin's body woven from mutated plants, and the damage caused by low-tier spiritual energy firearms might not even outpace its recovery rate. Are you only going to run away? Don't let me catch you. Darlin angrily chased after Lin Ye's retreating figure. After excessive mutation, it had begun to gradually lose its rationality. Stop chasing. You won't catch up. When using salted fish thrust earlier, Lin Ye had also considered using it on the monster behind him, but ultimately he chose the Public Security Bureau director, because a conscious Public Security Bureau director was more dangerous. Lin Ye constantly changed positions to dodge Darlin's attacks. Darlin's mutation gradually deepened, beginning to lose its human form. Various flesh and blood plants grew from its body, these plants growing wildly in the central control room, compressing Lin Ye's living space. Keep running. I'm going to slowly devour your flesh and blood, tear your nerves apart, and connect them to plants. Darlin let out excited, maniacal laughter. The traffic officer pulled Sarah and ran out of the central control room. Darlin didn't pay attention to them. The plants within Sarah's body were very dangerous. In the original plan, Sarah was supposed to die in the city center, and it didn't want the bomb to explode here either. Lin Ye lost his living space, but as those plants left Darlin's body, Darlin's physical strength and recovery ability were also decreasing. Now you have nowhere to hide, right? Keep running. Darlin forced Lin Ye into a corner of the room, with numerous flesh and blood plants slowly approaching him. No, the one with nowhere to hide is you. Whoosh! Numerous sharp, thin bloodlines sprayed out from the bloody ring. Although Darlin used a spiritual energy shield to block the bloodlines aimed at its main body, some bloodlines still pierced into the surrounding mutated plants. And these mutated plants were connected to Darlin. The blood traveled within the mutated plants, continuously absorbing and transforming the blood inside them. Finally, this blood surged into Darlin's body through the connections. Blood explosion. Lin Ye certainly wouldn't hold back. He controlled these spiritual, energy-rich blood to continuously compress within Darlin's body and used this blood as material to carve shaping and severing runes. Boom! Darlin exploded. Numerous compressed, blood-red spiritual energy blades erupted within its body, tearing it into tiny pieces of minced meat. The mutated plants growing outside its body didn't escape either, being chopped into fragments by numerous spiritual energy blades. Lin Ye had set up several layers of mutated spiritual energy shields and curled up in the corner of the room. Even so, his protective clothing was cut into rags. Fortunately, the quality of the protective clothing was good enough that Lin Ye wasn't shredded by his own attack. Indeed, I really shouldn't detonate bombs in enclosed spaces. Lin Ye changed into the nightfall formal wear and began searching for loot among the meat chunks. But aside from some dangerous salted fish, Lin Ye found nothing. Lin Ye used Red Blade to poke the salted fish into the loot space. Previously, he could touch salted fish because they were system items obtained through simulation tasks. Now he didn't dare to randomly touch these third-generation salted fish. After dealing with the salted fish, Lin Ye walked out of the central control room. The corridor was empty. Both the traffic officer and Sarah had disappeared. Lin Ye took out the small mirror. His reflection showed on its surface. His mental energy had returned to normal. The card items had disappeared, and a new day had begun. I was still hoping to have a midnight snack together. Regretfully, Lin Ye put away the small mirror. He walked along the corridor toward the cultivation chamber. The traffic officer wouldn't abandon his companion and leave directly, so someone must have taken him away. I've been tricked. Lin Ye hadn't been deceived by Sarah. but rather by the system task. The system had instructed them to protect Sarah, which made Lin Ye overlook the possibility that Sarah might be the enemy. Lin Ye entered the cultivation chamber. Sarah stood with her back to him, performing some operations on a cultivation base. Lying on that cultivation base was none other than the traffic officer, who had already lost consciousness. Hearing the sound, Sarah slowly turned around, tilting her head expressionlessly as she looked at Lin Ye. Her movements resembled those of a mobile plant. "Are you Sarah?" Or the plant inside her body? Lin Ye didn't think a plant's acting skills could fool him, but he still asked the question. "Sarah? There never was any Sarah. I've been controlling this body from the very beginning. What you saw was merely an illusion created by hormonal stimulation in this body." Sarah slowly moved in front of Lin Ye. She simply admired Lin Ye's body without showing any intention of fighting him. All the seedlings here were her offspring. All living creatures in this world were her seedbeds. That self-righteous Public Security Bureau director thought he had been controlling the situation all along, but that was only because she wanted him to think that way. She wouldn't implant seedlings in that man's body. Only by not doing so could she truly control him. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? This is an underground base. If I kill you here, you won't be able to contaminate the surface above." Lin Ye took out an inhibitor and injected it into Sarah's neck. As he expected, the other party didn't care at all. "Unless you can completely destroy your own body, I will regrow within you. I've been wanting to change bodies for a long time." Sarah didn't care about Lin Ye's threats. She quite liked Lin Ye's body and wasn't prepared to move in hastily. "Then come on in. I surrender." Lin Ye raised his hands in surrender, deciding to offer up his own body, which was obviously impossible. "You want to lure me out? Useless. I can at any time. What did you do to me?" Sarah collapsed to the ground, lifting her head with difficulty. She saw Lin Ye holding an empty metal syringe, not the inhibitor she had seen earlier. "You're really strong. This is the asylum's strong sedative specifically designed for spiritual entities. You actually lasted this long before collapsing." Lin Ye always kept a strong sedative prepared in his glove space, and today he finally got to use it. Earlier, Lin Ye had intentionally shown the inhibitor to make the other party lower their guard. At the last moment before injection, Lin Ye had swapped the two syringes. It was circumflexepsilin S. The strong sedative was specially formulated by the head nurse for spiritual entities. This was medicine that could take effect even in that mental hospital. Unless the patient's mental energy reached a certain level, this injection was guaranteed to work. Lin Ye looked at Sarah lying motionless on the ground. Now was the time to do whatever he wanted. Regarding how to handle the Sarah situation, Lin Ye had begun thinking about it the moment he injected the sedative. First, he definitely wouldn't kill Sarah. Both the system's additional tasks and previous experiences reminded him that things would become very troublesome after Sarah's death. Although Sarah couldn't think now, and he could use items like grenades to kill her with delayed effect, this wasn't reliable. So Lin Ye decided to handle this problem in a more fundamental way. Lin Ye took out a mutation organ sealed in a bag from his loot space. This mutation organ originated from a certain church in the Great Hollow. Its system description read, "A special type of mutation organ. After transplantation, you will feel the presence of a certain great being and become their follower." Lin Ye had 4 such mutation organs. He always carried one during each nighttime activity for emergencies. Just like the current situation, this was the time to use this mutation organ. Lin Ye cut open Sarah's chest and placed this bizarrely shaped active mutation organ on her sternum. All organs within Sarah's body were connected to plants. Some tendrils actively inserted themselves into the mutation organ and began growing inside it. Lin Ye began carving synthetic runes within Sarah's body. He planned to synthesize Sarah, the plants, and the mutation organ into a brand new entity. This was Lin Ye's Sarah modification plan. He wouldn't kill Sarah. Death wasn't necessarily a bad thing. She hadn't earned the right to meet death yet. Lin Ye didn't count how many synthetic runes he carved inside Sarah's body, but the process took a full half-hour. However, midway through, Lin Ye took time to deal with the plant embryo inside the traffic officer, which wasted about 15 seconds. Since it had just been implanted, the traffic officer hadn't suffered irreversible damage. Lin even took the opportunity to enhance his body a bit. "Are you okay?" The traffic officer had just climbed off the cultivation base when he urgently looked at Lin Ye, fearing that Lin Ye had also been ambushed by Sarah. "Are you really a Public Security Bureau employee? Your alertness is so low. Did you get in through backdoor connections?" Lin Ye asked with a smile. "If I knew how to use backdoor connections, I wouldn't have ended up in my current situation." The traffic officer breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Ye had also been controlled by Sarah, he would have truly despaired. "What happened to it?" The traffic officer looked at Sarah lying on the ground and asked. "It gave you a plant embryo, so I gave it a mutation organ in return. Fair exchange, right?" The synthesis was nearly complete. Lin Ye didn't know what kind of monstrosity would result from this combination. Based on previous synthesis results, he could only pray that the outcome wouldn't be too disastrous. "Plant embryo?" The traffic officer nervously checked his internal body. "I've already handled it for you. Of course, if you'd like, I can put it back in for you." The synthesis completed. Sarah showed no outward changes, but the flesh and plants inside her body had completely merged. Even Lin Ye, the creator, had never seen those bizarre, somewhat artistic organs now inside Sarah's body. This was his first time attempting this kind of synthesis. "Thanks, but I don't want to become a monster." "Did it just move?" The traffic officer nervously looked at Sarah. "Yeah, it's about to wake up." Lin Ye wasn't particularly nervous. The other party's body structure had been completely altered, and it had undergone synthesis with that mutation organ while still under the effects of a strong sedative. If it could still cause trouble under these circumstances, then Lin Ye could only admire its mental state. Sarah opened its eyes. It curiously observed its surroundings, and after a while, it wobbled as it climbed up from the ground. "Do you remember me?" Lin Ye asked curiously. Sarah also looked at Lin Ye curiously. It seemed like a brand new life. Lin Ye could only see curiosity in its eyes, unable to sense any other emotions. "Li Chi-ho, we've already dealt with most of the alienated citizens. How's it going on your end?" "Lin Ye, I'm finished here. If you want to collect some rare loot, you can come find me. There's a research base here, though I set up some traps at the entrance. Let me know when you're coming in." "Zhao Yu, great. We were just about to go to the Public Security Bureau to get some weapons. The research base should have plenty of backup weapons, right?" "Lin Ye, of course. I also have some unused weapons here that I can share with you. I want to bring a small freezer back. My loot space might not be big enough." The shelter's refrigerator had been full for a while, and now there was space in the basement. This time, Lin Ye planned to bring back a larger freezer. "Shinbing, I like to bring a freezer back too, but unfortunately the shelter space is too small. We're almost out of room for supplies." "Lin Ye, haven't you obtained any additional room blueprints?" "Shinbing, I've heard of them, but the drop rate for blueprints is too low. They're almost never seen in the trading area, and occasionally one appears. It gets bid up to astronomical prices." "Li Chi-ho, I have one shelter expansion blueprint. I've almost gathered all the materials." "Zhao Yu, impressive. My shelter is also almost filled with supplies. The only time I can move around freely is during nighttime." "Shunbing, you can go to the game room. I go there every day to absorb spiritual energy." "Zhao Yu, going to the game room requires an invitation and continuously consumes red coins. I simply can't afford it." "Shunbing, the invitations aren't expensive. As for red coins, I only use about 20 after spending an afternoon there." "You're not losing constantly, are you?" "Zhao Yu, huh? Last time I played for an hour and lost 47 red coins." "Li Chi-ho, you guys are too inexperienced. I always win a small amount every time I go to the game room." "Shinbing, what about you, expert? You must go to the game room frequently to absorb spiritual energy, right?" "Lin Ye, I have an access card for there, so I go every day for spiritual energy circulation. As for wins and losses, I'd rather not say." While chatting, Lin Ye continued collecting loot throughout the research base. He could understand most of the instruments here, and whenever he found something useful, he stored it in his loot space. "Arobes." Sarah kept following behind Lin Ye, while the traffic officer followed behind Sarah, vigilantly observing its movements. On the third underground level, Lin Ye found several horizontal freezers of suitable size. Since these freezers couldn't be stored in the loot space, Lin Ye could only carry the freezer while continuing to collect loot. The freezer could still hold some additional items. After filling both the loot space and the freezer, Lin Ye went to the first underground level to disable the rune traps. The other three also arrived at the research base. Lin Ye, the armory is on the fourth underground level. There are several good freezers on the third underground level. Be careful while searching. Spiritual perception range is limited here, and there might be leftover plant people. Li Chiho, understood. What about the target? She won't alienate people around her now? Why do I feel something's not quite right about her? Lin Ye, it's too dangerous. I've dealt with it. You don't need to worry about it. Zhao Yu, as expected of an expert, able to handle even that kind of situation. Lin Ye glanced at Sarah, who kept following behind him. Truthfully, he hadn't really decided how to handle it yet. The extra mission only required them to protect Sarah until dawn, meaning he could kill Sarah after daybreak. But he couldn't be sure what consequences killing the current Sarah might bring. Besides, the current Sarah was a brand new life. Lin Ye had no reason to kill it. He wouldn't kill it just because it might be dangerous. After dawn, I'll leave this place. Until then, I'll keep watch over it, Lin Ye said to the traffic officer. What about after that? The traffic officer asked. That won't be my problem anymore. Regarding this incident, I've completed what I can do. The rest needs to be handled by yourselves. I suggest you leave this place quickly and let someone else handle this matter. Neither Sarah nor the Public Security Bureau were something the traffic officer could handle. Leave it to me. I'll take it away from here, the traffic officer said seriously, looking at Lin Ye. Why? Its danger might exceed your understanding. Lin Ye didn't think this was a good idea. I promise, Sarah, I wouldn't let her become an experimental subject again. If it falls into the Public Security Bureau's hands, they'll definitely start new research. Although he had just made the promise when that monster ambushed him, what he needed to protect wasn't that monster. I hope you won't regret this. Lin Ye glanced at Sarah, who was curiously watching them, and didn't refuse the traffic officer's request. When Lin Ye returned to the research base, dawn had already broken. Li Chiho, where did you go? Lin Ye, seeing my driver off as he leaves this city. Zhao Yu, the world's turned upside down. Shenbing, the mission should be ending soon. Let's add each other as friends. Lin Ye, okay. A pale green light door appeared near them. The four of them carried their respective freezers and entered the light door one by one, then returned to the shelter via the return train. Station mission completed. Rewarded special metal treasure chest, *1, based on mission difficulty. Extra mission 1 completed. Rewarded extra mission treasure, chest, *1. Extra mission 2 completed. Rewarded extra mission treasure, chest, *1. Extra mission 3 completed. Rewarded extra mission treasure, chest, *1. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw card. This time the card showed a blood-red little snake. The card dissipated, and a slender blood-red little snake appeared in the center of the shelter. The little snake flicked its tongue and crawled to Lin Ye's feet, then jumped up and wrapped around his neck. Hello. Lin Ye stroked the smooth snake skin and greeted it. Hiss hiss. The little snake patted Lin Ye's shoulder with its tail. Okay, I'll go try it out later. After communicating with the little snake for a while, Lin Ye began organizing the loot. After placing the freezer in the basement and categorizing various loot items, Lin Ye picked up a small salted fish and used the system to check its information. Number 3 salted fish. Upon contact with biological flesh and blood, can gradually turn the creature into a salted fish. Note, more effective when used on humanoid creatures. Lin Ye still had 24 such salted fish. Thank you, Director. Really quite sinister. Pity I can't just throw it directly at enemies anymore. But if the enemies aren't wearing clothes... After putting away the salted fish, Lin Ye returned to the bedroom and opened the 4 treasure chests one by one. First was the special metal treasure chest, which contained 1 shelter upgrade blueprint, 10 bottles of low-tier nutrient solution, 5 bottles of spirit potion, and 1 bottle of consolidation potion. Plus, use shelter upgrade blueprint. Yes. Please collect 10 mutation organs from Tier 2 mutation creatures as shelter upgrade materials. 0/10. Lin Ye directly submitted the frozen mutation organs he had prepared earlier. Shelter upgrade task completed. Upgrade shelter tier. Yes. Upgrade complete. Lin Ye checked the new shelter information. Shelter information. Tier 3. New function. Storage room. Status. Absolutely safe. 28 days, 11 days remaining. Note: please upgrade your shelter tier within 28 days. Lin Ye sensed an additional door had appeared on the northern wall of the basement. Entering the basement and pushing the door open, he found a 30-square-meter storage room inside. After upgrading the shelter, Lin Ye stored the potions he had obtained, then continued opening chests. The chest from additional task 1 contained only a pitch-black rune card. Basic rune Berserk, a card that allows learning the basic Berserk rune. Note: use with caution if mental energy is insufficient. Berserk? This is also a basic rune. Lin Ye planned to use this card at the game room in the afternoon. Opening the chest from additional task 2, he found a white handkerchief inside. Pure white handkerchief. This is a handkerchief that can absorb special liquids. Note: this handkerchief will produce different effects after absorbing different special liquids. Is this single-use or reusable? The system information didn't mention the handkerchief's item tier, and Lin Ye didn't know if it could absorb the stagnant water from the red maze. He planned to test it in the red maze tonight. ROE. Putting away the handkerchief, Lin Ye opened the final chest. Inside lay a short sword. Nightblade. Mid-tier spiritual energy item. When used at night, reduces the user's presence, making them less likely to be detected by others. Note: do not use it during daytime. The Nightblade was a 30-centimeter short sword with a straight blade of unknown material, looking like a blurry patch of air. Lin Ye swung the Nightblade, finding the short sword exceptionally well-balanced and comfortable to use. After opening all the chests, Lin Ye tended to the plants and animals for a while, prepared himself a lavish breakfast, then opened the group chat while eating. 527-474/1000000. Brothers and sisters, time to show off some loot. Item image. Sigh, busy all night, just laid down. Item image. Did you upgrade your shelter? I heard upgrading gives a storage room. Is that true? Item image. It's true. Actually, some experts upgraded the day before yesterday. They just didn't post about it. Item image. That's great. My shelter was almost overflowing with supplies. Finally can organize properly now. Item image. By the way, old you, where do you store your supplies? If you have no space, you can trade them to me. I'll help store them. Item image. You phone. I'm currently hiding in the gap between the bed and wall. The remaining space can store supplies. If you have no place, you can trade supplies to me. Only 10% storage fee. Shelter image. This is too tragic. Sorry. Oh my. I suddenly feel like I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, having a shelter is comfortable. Wait, that bottle of iced tea on the bed looks suspicious. Aren't you afraid you might grab the wrong one by mistake? Old you seem a bit overheated. If you squeezed into a gap every day, you'd be overheated too. True enough. You phone. That's enough from all of you. Keep going, big brother without a toilet. Lin Ye finished breakfast and prepared some concentrated nutrient solution for Little Black. Recently, Little Black's appetite and size have been rapidly increasing. It was time to release it into the wild. However, hardly any survivors have been leaving their shelters to explore the outside world lately. The people in the group encouraging Yufeng to leave his shelter had also decreased significantly. The survivors were gradually adapting to shelter life, while the outside situation remained unclear. Lin Ye planned to release Little Black once it grew as wide as the window. The shelter space was limited, and Little Black couldn't survive in the shelter indefinitely. After feeding Little Black, Lin Ye lay on his bed and began his daily simulation. Please choose to start a new simulation task or enter the simulation base. Start new simulation task. Simulated D-class personnel. Robert. Acquired special skill. Mystery. Mystery. After using this skill, you will receive a mysterious blessing, 1/1. Note, not actually a blessing. Remaining simulation attempts, 10. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Ye opened his eyes. This time it was the familiar prison transport vehicle. Start with standard configuration. For D-class personnel, for overseers, +1 driver. Outside the prison transport vehicle stretched desolate hard soil. Even through the window, Lin Ye could feel the cold, hard texture of the land. What the hell does not actually a blessing mean? Lin Ye glanced at the special skill. Robert was a young white male around 20 years old with average physical fitness. Before long, the prison transport vehicle stopped beside a road. Lin Ye got off the vehicle and looked at the clean, neat black concrete road before him that stood out starkly against its surroundings, then sighed. Such obvious abnormal events are really rare. The overseers stood by the roadside without taking further action. They watched the time, seemingly waiting for something. The other D-class personnel nervously observed the road before them. Just looking at this road made them extremely tense. When something completely normal appears where it shouldn't be, it creates a sense of fear. Lin Ye contemplated when to use the special skill. This time the special skill's meaning was unclear, and he couldn't predict what would happen after using it. So timing was crucial. But even Lin Ye couldn't decide when to use this skill without any information. He could only take things step by step. Just as Lin Ye was pondering what mystery meant, a bus abruptly appeared at the end of the road. Seeing the bus, the overseers put a helmet on D-class personnel number 1. Not another very strange station scenario, right? This bus reminded Lin Ye of the subway station from last time and the bus from the station mission. Before boarding, he couldn't determine if this anomaly was connected to those things. The bus gradually approached and finally stopped by the roadside. The vehicle was pale yellow without any decorations, its body no different from a normal bus. Through the windows, the interior was visible, completely empty. There was no station information anywhere on the vehicle, but its shape perfectly matched that of a bus. Lin Ye couldn't determine this vehicle's function either. Under the overseer's instructions, number 1 boarded the bus and took the driver's seat. Drive. The captain issued the order to number 1. Number 1 nervously performed numerous invalid operations, taking half a minute before finally starting the bus. Number 1 drove the bus away from their line of sight. 2 minutes later, the captain stopped sending instructions through the earpiece. 12 minutes later, an almost identical bus entered their view from the direction the previous bus had come from. It was like a perfect replay from over 10 minutes ago. The bus stopped before them once more. Only this time it was Lin Ye who had the helmet placed on his head. This time, he was number 2. On the bus's windshield, there was a blurred stain that looked like unclean blood. If the person who left that stain was number 1, he probably wasn't coming back. Lin Ye boarded the bus and took the driver's seat. This was his first time driving this model of vehicle, and with his spiritual energy currently unusable, he couldn't employ the spiritual energy impact driving method. Setting aside other complications, simply avoiding an accident would already be quite an achievement for him. Drive. The captain's voice sounded through the earpiece. The bus operated like any normal vehicle, with the key inserted below the steering wheel. Lin Ye placed his feet on the clutch and brake respectively, released the clutch, shifted into gear, and pressed the accelerator to start moving. Not knowing what rules needed to be followed while driving this thing, Lin Ye could only try to make his behavior conform to standard traffic regulations as much as possible. Although number 1's earlier behavior hadn't been exactly standard, he had only survived about 10 minutes anyway, so there was no reference value there. Lin Ye drove the bus toward the road's end, the captain's instructions occasionally sounding in his ears, but after 1 minute, the connection cut off and the captain's voice disappeared. The spiritual energy concentration in the environment suddenly increased dramatically, and the roadside was no longer just desolate hard earth. Plants began gradually appearing. The road ahead also underwent changes, transforming from a 30-meter-wide black concrete road into a 20-meter-wide gravel path. Lin Ye used Robert's body to absorb the spiritual energy from the air. While the concentration here was decent, until he adapted to Robert's body, there wasn't much he could accomplish. After driving forward for another 2 minutes, Lin Ye spotted a simple bus stop by the roadside where a passenger was waiting. Lin Ye didn't hesitate much, directly stopping at the station. He currently knew almost nothing about this anomalous event, so he needed to make various attempts. The waiting passenger was a man around 40 years old, wearing an old-fashioned overcoat. The man looked haggard, with messy hair and beard that hadn't been tended to for a long time, emitting a strange odor from his body. The man stared nervously at the bus, clutching a dirty package in his hand. Seeing the man still hesitating, Lin Ye pressed the accelerator and closed the door. Although the other party's body showed severe signs of mutation, he still seemed to retain some rationality. Lin Ye felt it would be better if he didn't board. But just before the door fully closed, the man squeezed through the gap and got on the bus. The moment the man boarded, what should have been the coin slot automatically opened, revealing a space where items could be inserted. Lin Ye glanced at that space. It was pitch black inside, bottomlessly deep, completely imperceptible. When he first boarded, Lin Ye had tried to perceive the bus's internal structure, but his mental energy couldn't penetrate this vehicle. Neither number 1 nor Lin Ye had triggered the coin slot space when they boarded. The man clearly knew some information about this bus. He placed that dirty package into the coin slot space, and after receiving the package, the slot automatically closed. The man glanced at Lin Ye, then went to sit in the middle section of the vehicle by the window on the right side. Lin Ye wasn't in a hurry to communicate with the man. Judging by the man's condition and behavior, he didn't think the man would know any information useful to him. Unlike the calm Lin Ye, Yang Lin nervously observed their surroundings. Although this was his first time riding this bus that usually only appeared in rumors, he had collected many stories about this bus before entering the station. Lin Ye continued driving forward along the road. The first passenger seemed relatively stable, but he didn't think subsequent passengers would all be this ordinary. The gravel road extended forward as if without end. Since there were no other vehicles on the road, Lin Ye pressed the accelerator and gradually began increasing speed. As the vehicle's speed kept rising, Lin Ye finally found some feeling of driving. This was his first time driving at such a lukewarm, unhurried pace. A 3-meter-tall, humanoid mutation creature abruptly appeared in the middle of the road. Seeing the suddenly appearing monster, Lin Ye showed no intention of turning the steering wheel. Instead, he floored the accelerator and crashed straight into the monster. Bang! The monster was sent flying by the bus. Lin Ye slightly turned the steering wheel, making one set of tires run over the monster's body. An ordinary person simply couldn't execute such precise maneuvers at this distance. Yang Lin was utterly stunned. When a monster appeared, he had prepared himself for emergency braking, completely unexpected of this outcome. Lin Ye kept the accelerator floored, continuing to accelerate. Speed meant power. As long as he was fast enough, he'd see what ghostly thing dared block his path. After driving like this for a while, the road ahead changed once more, transforming back into black concrete, with the width increasing somewhat. Another bus stop appeared alongside the road ahead, with several passengers waiting there. Seeing the station, Lin Ye began decelerating, eventually stopping the bus perfectly aligned with the station. This time's passengers were a relatively complete family, a neatly dressed couple, an adorable child, and 2 elderly people with graying hair. This family also carried wrapped tickets, but when they saw Lin Ye and Yang Lin on the bus, they put away their packages. Ignoring the open coin slot space, they moved toward the back of the bus. Lin Ye watched through the rearview mirror as they took seats in the very last row. These people had boarded without paying. They had prepared tickets, but didn't submit them. They were planning to make someone else pay their fare. Lin Ye accelerated his absorption of spiritual energy. He certainly didn't have the hobby of paying others' costs. Not long after leaving the station, Lin Ye felt the seat beneath him beginning to absorb his spiritual energy and flesh. It wasn't obvious at first, but this absorption gradually increased. Lin Ye accelerated and sent another road-blocking monster flying before slowing down and pulling over to the roadside. "Do you have some problem with this?" Seeing Lin Ye stand up and move toward the back, the man who appeared to be the husband in that family also stood up with a weapon and approached Lin Ye. When they reached a certain distance, Lin Ye didn't waste words. He directly and skillfully manipulated spiritual energy to form a spiritual energy blade, stabbing it into the man's vital points from behind. The man hadn't expected Lin Ye to attack directly, nor had he guarded against attacks from behind. All he could do was collapse miserably at Lin Ye's feet. Lin Ye calmly lifted the man and walked to the driver's position. The coin slot space opened. Lin Ye cut open the man's body and began stuffing him piece by piece into the coin slot space. Since he didn't want to buy a ticket, he could become the ticket himself. After stuffing the man into the coin slot space, the absorption from the driver's seat stopped for Lin Ye. The remaining 5 passengers in the vehicle didn't comment on Lin Ye's actions, as the cabin was filled with an atmosphere of quiet harmony. Yang Lin nervously observed Lin Ye, who had returned to his seat, thinking that the rumors he'd collected previously contained no information about the driver. He had assumed the driver wasn't important. Now it seemed that anyone who got involved with the driver probably died, which was why there were no rumors. Having solved the ticket problem, Lin Ye continued driving the bus forward. Monsters would occasionally suddenly appear on the road, and ultimately all these monsters were crushed to death by Lin Ye. Another monster appeared in the middle of the road. Just as Lin Ye prepared to skillfully ram into it, the monster jumped up. Thump! A heavy object landed on the roof. A dark shadow flashed by, and a crack appeared on the left side window of the driver's cabin. Lin Ye tried to attack the monster with his spiritual energy blade, but separated by the bus roof, his mental energy couldn't control the spiritual energy on top of the vehicle. Lin Ye hadn't fully adapted to Robert's body yet, and the range his mental energy could influence was very small. Otherwise, he could have easily dealt with the monster on the roof through the window. Lin Ye opened the left window, waiting for the monster to attack. The dark shadow appeared again, and Lin Ye severed it with his spiritual energy blade. A segment of dark green tail fell onto the road. The monster kept moving on the roof while emitting screeching sounds similar to screams. Lin Ye ignored the monster on the roof and continued driving forward. "Do you need me to help get it down?" Yang Lin nervously approached the driver's seat, hoping to communicate with this mysterious driver through this matter. "No need, let's stay up there. Did you need something?" Once Lin Ye fully adapted to and enhanced Robert's body, the monster above would only require 1 or 2 spiritual energy blades to deal with. Nothing. Yang Lin returned to his seat. He didn't dare tell his purpose to this driver who treated humans as bus tickets. Lin Ye didn't say more. The simulation mission so far had average difficulty, and he felt there was possibility of completing this simulation without consuming simulation attempts. Just as Lin Ye was wondering if he could bring this bus back to the shelter this time, a passenger waving at the bus appeared on the right front side of the road. There was no bus stop there. The passenger stood by the roadside. Should I stop? Lin Ye momentarily didn't know how to choose. He had already stopped once by the roadside before, so stopping roadside was permitted. But he couldn't determine whether picking up passengers roadside was safe behavior. After thinking for several seconds, Lin Ye decided not to stop for passengers this time, because if roadside pickup was freely allowed, then there would be no need to establish bus stops. So in Lin Ye's view, letting roadside passengers board was very dangerous behavior. The bus passed by the passenger at extremely high speed. As the bus approached the passenger, Lin Ye glanced over. It was a beautiful woman wearing luxurious red clothing and holding a red paper umbrella. The bus successfully distanced itself from the roadside passenger, but before Lin Ye could sigh in relief, he saw the woman's face again in the rearview mirror. Now everything below her head had transformed into a mass of flesh spikes, with only her head remaining unchanged. Even the smile on her face was exactly the same. Lin Ye floored the accelerator, but the woman had already disappeared from the rearview mirror. Sharp objects began rapidly striking metal on the roof. Ting, 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 ting. If you're so damn fast, why do you even need to take the bus? Lin Ye slammed on the brakes, trying to throw off whatever was on the roof. Rubber tires left skid marks on the road as Lin Ye's head nearly hit the windshield. Before Lin Ye could steady himself, the woman's pale face appeared outside the windshield. Their eyes met, their opposite-facing heads separated only by a not very thick layer of glass. "Hello." Lin Ye pushed himself away from the driver's seat with both hands. Numerous spikes pierced through the roof, shredding Lin Ye's seat. If he had been even slightly slower, he would have returned to the prison transport vehicle by now. The spike woman tore through the roof and entered the bus. She shook her head, numerous spikes quivering, slowly approaching Lin Ye. Ting, 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 ting. Facing the spike woman directly, Lin Ye tried to sense her body structure, but before his mental energy could even approach her, his brain was struck by intense, sharp pain. Damn! Lin Ye involuntarily retreated several steps. His mental energy simply couldn't get close to her, only able to throw spiritual energy blades from a distance. The spiritual energy blades were easily dispersed by the spikes, forcing Lin Ye to continue retreating. Then spikes rained down toward Lin Ye like rainfall. Lin Ye could only forcibly execute his not-yet-completed shotgun blade technique. Boom! Compressed spiritual energy erupted forward from Lin Ye. The spike woman hung inverted from the roof, avoiding most of the spiritual energy burst. The rune trap Lin Ye barely managed to create had no effect, and the places where she was hit by spiritual energy only suffered minor injuries. Having struggled to this point, Lin Ye had exhausted all options. Forcibly using runes while ignoring his body's limits gave him splitting headaches and blurred consciousness. Merely standing was difficult enough now. But Lin Ye still assumed a boxing stance. If he couldn't use mental energy, he still had this fragile body. Before being pierced by numerous spikes, Lin Ye delivered a beautiful jab-step straight punch. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Ye opened his eyes. He had returned to this prison transport vehicle filled with cold, hard atmosphere. Remaining simulation attempts, 9. Looks like I still have to be a good person. This time I can only let her board. Since he couldn't win in a fight, Lin Ye could only pick up the big sister from the roadside. The process was the same as last time, but this time Lin Ye demanded to drive first while also requesting a spiritual energy pistol from the captain. He wanted to test whether driving first would take him to a different road. The result was no. The road, stops, and passengers were all identical to the previous simulation. Only the timing of encountering road-blocking monsters differed. Number 1 was probably killed by these monsters. After handling the ticket issue, Lin Ye encountered the red-clothed spike woman again. This time he stopped by the roadside and opened the door to invite her aboard. After boarding the bus, the spike woman didn't transform this time, but the coin slot space didn't open either. The spike woman didn't submit a ticket, directly sitting behind the driver's seat. Remembering what happened to that family who didn't pay their tickets, Lin Ye developed an unpleasant suspicion. The moment the bus started moving, Lin Ye felt intense suction sensation. The seat below began forcibly absorbing his spiritual energy and flesh. Even when moving away from the seat, the absorption didn't stop, instead gradually intensifying. Lin Ye had no choice but to pull over and turn to look at the passengers in the back row. Already paid my ticket. Seeing Lin Ye approach again, the boy excitedly shouted loudly, "Mushroom Man, you still have 4 bodies. Give me 2 more as bus tickets, and after that I won't bother you anymore." Of course, you can also refuse. That way Lin Ye would obtain 4 bus tickets. He wasn't sure how many tickets Spike Woman needed to pay, but it was better to be prepared. After friendly communication with the passenger, Lin Ye successfully obtained 2 bus tickets. He slowly fed the 2 tickets into the coin slot space. Only after completely inserting both tickets did the absorption from the driver's seat completely disappear. Quite the glutton. After handling the ticket issue, Lin Ye continued driving. He had previously considered staying in place for a while to absorb spiritual energy and adapt to his body, but whenever he stopped and remained stationary, he would experience an unpleasant feeling. The bus sped along the road as Lin Ye continued crashing into monsters appearing in the middle of the street. Now, whenever he ran over monsters, Lin Ye would stop to collect their corpses. No one knew how many passengers like Spike Woman might appear later, so he needed to stockpile some backup tickets. Fortunately, corpses boarding the bus didn't require ticket payment. Otherwise, Lin Ye would have to pile the bodies on the roof. After driving for some time, a new passenger appeared by the roadside. Considering the example of Spike Woman, Lin Ye pulled the bus over to the side. This passenger was a man covered in gray mushrooms growing from his head. The man had a vacant expression and swayed constantly while walking, as if he might collapse at any moment. Although this mushroom man didn't seem capable of catching up to the bus, Lin Ye knew better than to judge by appearances. He wouldn't be surprised even if the other suddenly transformed into a mushroom Superman. Ding 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 ding. The moment Mushroom Man boarded the bus, Spike Woman sitting behind Lin Ye suddenly transformed into her Spike state. Amid the shaking of spikes, she moved sideways along the window, bypassed Mushroom Man, leaped off the bus, and quickly disappeared down the road. The entire process took less than a second. Lin Ye looked at Mushroom Man's vacant expression and felt the urge to jump from the bus. Even Spike Woman had fled. This thing must be extremely dangerous. Yet Lin Ye couldn't escape at all. An intense, sucking sensation gripped his body, and only after consuming 4 monster corpses did the sucking sensation from below gradually fade. Now only 2 monster corpses remained on the bus. Lin Ye could only continue driving. Mushroom Man took the empty seat next to Yang Lin, whose face had turned pale. Yang Lin didn't know exactly how dangerous Spike Woman was, but just seeing her speed told him she was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. And even the powerful Spike Woman could only flee at the sight of Mushroom Man. Lin Ye used his mental energy to sense the situation inside the bus. Mushroom Man simply sat quietly beside Yang Lin without any other movement, but couldn't be completely harmless, otherwise Spike Woman wouldn't have fled. Just as Lin Ye was considering what preparations to make, an apparently high-end bus stop appeared by the roadside. A familiar figure stood on the platform, smiling as she looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye pulled the bus alongside the platform and watched as Lil Ye boarded. The coin slot space opened, and Little Ye placed a filthy package inside. "Why are you here?" Lin Ye found it strange. Although Little Ye could appear anywhere, showing up without reason at a simulation mission's bus stop seemed too coincidental. "It with Graven Omicron Betas. You really should make more friends. At least when you hallucinate, you wouldn't only see me." Little Ye leaned backward, and a recliner appeared out of nowhere to catch her. Hallucination? That Mushroom Man? Lin Ye immediately realized what was happening. "Yes, Brother Lin." Li Ji suddenly appeared behind Lin Ye. "Want some cookies?" Alice stood beside Lin Ye and placed a cat-shaped fortune cookie into his mouth. "We promised to have fish head hot pot." Isla looked at Lin Ye through the rearview mirror. "Are you Alice?" "I'm Jiangyu, the one who exchanged snacks with you." Jiangyu forcefully grasped Alice's hand while Alice looked somewhat reluctantly at Lin Ye. "Where is this? I don't go out much." Mia opened the bus door and entered. "Why are they all women?" Lin Ye looked at Little Ye and asked, "Do you prefer men? Should I bring out Zhouwen? They're quite cute looking." Little Ye showed a mischievous smile. "No need. How do I wake up?" Without these illusions, Lin Ye wouldn't have realized he had already been affected. "I should actually try every means to keep you here, make you believe this is the real world. That's the mission given to me by what created me. But my source has extremely strong self-awareness, which is why I can directly tell you I'm your hallucination. However, getting out can only depend on yourself." Little Ye took some grilled innards offered by Jiangyu and stopped speaking. Lin Ye scratched his head. Actually, becoming clear-headed wasn't difficult. He just needed to close and open his eyes, and the surrounding illusions would disappear. But he couldn't be sure whether after opening his eyes he would enter a new illusion. When a person cannot distinguish between illusion and reality, then for them, illusion and reality have no difference. Because even if he escapes the illusion, he cannot confirm this fact. Lin Ye needed to find something that absolutely could not appear in an illusion. But this was impossible because he didn't know what existed within the illusion. He had never seen the roadside platform or the clothes Little Ye was wearing. After just a few seconds, Lin Ye gave up. Whatever. Spending a lifetime in illusion doesn't seem so bad. Lin Ye closed his eyes. When he opened them, the surrounding illusions had disappeared. He was still on the bus with 3 passengers. This won't do. Too perfunctory. How could there be absolutely no changes? Lin Ye kept closing and opening his eyes. The surroundings continuously changed, and whenever something didn't satisfy him, Lin Ye would close his eyes again. Finally, after one particular eye-opening, Lin Ye saw a bus completely covered in fungi, with various mushrooms growing throughout his own body. Monsters covered in mushrooms wandered around the bus. The mushroom man had disappeared. Yang Lin and the boy were also filled with mushrooms, muttering to empty space. Now, this is somewhat interesting. Lin Ye closed his eyes again, still convinced this was an illusion. But no matter how many times he closed his eyes, the surroundings showed no changes. Is this really reality? Lin Ye couldn't be sure either, because he simply couldn't distinguish. This really is reality. You're already out. Little Yi suddenly appeared before Lin Ye. Did you appear initially just to set up this deception? Lin Ye looked suspiciously at the illusion before him. If that were the case, I wouldn't have appeared at all. Little Yi explained. God's blood. I suggest you kill yourself quickly. I've already appeared, and in a little while, you'll fall into hallucinations again. Little Yi continued. Lin Ye drew his pistol and pressed the muzzle against his head, but he didn't pull the trigger. If I commit suicide, it means I've already determined this is the real world. Would that mean I can never escape? Lin Ye lowered his pistol. When Little Yi appeared and told him this was reality, there were moments when he almost believed it. But ultimately, he couldn't completely trust others, even Little Yi. It's really hard to fool you. Have you never truly trusted anyone? Little Yi grabbed her hair, looking at Lin Ye with frustration. I simply don't hold any expectations of others. Without expectations, one is never disappointed. Lin Ye got off the bus and began dealing with the surrounding corpses. If possible, he wouldn't want to resolve the illusion this way, but he had no other options left. You're not thinking of connecting to the divine seat, are you? But even if you connect, you can't verify whether the divine seat is real or not. Little Yi followed behind Lin Ye, speaking with a smile. You really are just an illusion after all. If you were truly her, you wouldn't ask such a foolish question. Lin Ye never did meaningless things. When he acted, it was usually only in two situations, testing or delivering a fatal blow. And the testing phase had already passed. You're not planning to connect to that abyssal evil god, are you? The smile disappeared from Little Ye's face. She hadn't expected Lin Ye to choose mutual destruction so directly. Correct. Don't rush, it will begin soon. I'm quite skilled at mutual destruction. For Lin Ye, connecting to the abyss wasn't difficult since his divine seat was directly linked to it. Even within an illusion, connecting to the abyss meant connecting to the abyss. The abyss didn't care whether it was an illusion or not. Wait, I want to talk with you. Maybe we don't need to go that far. Little Yi unconsciously quickened her speech. There's no need for talk anymore. Now that I can't distinguish illusion from reality, you've pushed me to this point. Even if the illusion is lifted, it means nothing to me. I must connect to the abyss to feel completely secure. Lin Ye wasn't threatening them. He was stating facts. The moment he realized he couldn't tell reality from illusion, their fate was already sealed. Ready. Without waiting for a response, Lin Ye directly pulled out the mushroom growing from his head and offered it as a sacrifice to the abyssal evil god. The ritual began. The sky and ground disappeared, and everything around began falling downward. The dilapidated divine seat appeared beneath Lin Ye as the abyss descended upon this place. Mushroom Man appeared in the void, trying to grab the edges of the divine seat. But before touching it, his body rapidly alienated. In just an instant, he mutated into a mass of rotting flesh and fell into the abyss. A gigantic figure stood behind the divine seat. It looked at Lin Ye sitting on the throne and extended its right hand toward him. Just as the right hand was about to touch the divine seat, Little Red suddenly appeared beside Lin Ye. She sighed and pushed Lin Ye to the edge of the throne. A stream of blood-red energy flowed into Lin Ye's body, and his form began to undergo alienation. The transformation wasn't rapid, but it fundamentally altered his physical structure. Just as Lin Ye was relieved that his true body wasn't here, he felt this energy actually follow the connection between him and his true body, finding its way to his body far away in the shelter and beginning to merge with it. Lin Ye didn't know what consequences merging with this energy would bring, but he couldn't resist at all, only silently enduring. This was his choice, and whatever price he had to pay, he must accept it. The ritual ended. The abyss disappeared. The sky and ground reappeared. The divine seat beneath him returned, and Lin Ye landed on the road. The road was empty. Both the bus and passengers had vanished. Robert's body couldn't withstand alienation of this degree. Lin Ye was about to die. How does it feel? Little Red poked Lin Ye's cheek. Her hair color had deepened slightly. Terrible. I can't control this body at all. It's too complex to operate. Lin Ye tried to squirm in response, but he failed. If not for the system's translation function, he wouldn't be able to speak properly now. Normal. You'll get used to it after some time. Little Red patted Lin Ye's head. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Most of that energy had been absorbed by Little Red. Without her, the energy merging with Lin Ye's true body would have been several times greater. What could happen to me? This was originally my power. The troublesome part is your true body. Little Red sighed as she spoke. Will my body become like this too? Lin Ye wanted to sigh too, but he couldn't. Not that extreme. For someone at your current level, God's blood will not only strengthen your body, but also impart some knowledge and skills through physical transformation, almost entirely positive effects. But God's blood is nearly impossible to remove, especially his blood. It will cause you great trouble when you need to face him in the future. Little Red had already seen their future, the three of them holding hands as they fell into the abyss. Before facing him, I'll find a solution. Hearing that he wouldn't turn into a monster, Lin Ye relaxed. As for solutions, he could only ask Doraemon Ye. Then do your best. After speaking, Little Red also disappeared, leaving only a deformed monster on the empty road. Lin Ye's consciousness gradually blurred, and soon he fell into darkness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Ye opened his eyes. He had returned to the moving prison transport vehicle. Remaining simulation attempts, 8. The bus was pulled into the abyss. Can this mission still be completed? Lin Ye stood at the edge of the road, looking toward the road's end. After the previous simulation, he didn't know what would become of this mission. A bus appeared at the end of the road. Lin Ye's pupils contracted. He could sense the abyss's aura on the bus. Damn, it already drove into the abyss. Why did it come back? Lin Ye followed the previous simulation's procedure and drove away the bus. The journey was largely the same, with young Lin and the boy boarding in sequence, both carrying slight traces of the abyss's aura. When contacting the abyss, the higher one's rank, the easier it was to fall into it. Spike Woman was still waiting by the roadside, but this time she didn't board. Even when Lin Ye opened the door and waited for her, she showed no intention of boarding, instead moving away from the bus. Global survival. I got the D-rank personnel simulator seeing that Spike Woman wasn't planning to board the bus. Lin Ye had no choice but to leave her behind and continue on his way. If Spike Woman had boarded, he could have determined the danger level of passengers based on her reactions. Along the way, Lin Ye ran over and killed some more monsters, collecting all their corpses onto the bus. When the bus passed the location where Mushroom Man had boarded during the previous simulation, there were no passengers waiting there this time. Lin Ye continued driving forward. Occasionally, some passengers appeared by the roadside, but none of them boarded the bus. Just as Lin Ye thought he could drive uneventfully all the way to the final stop, a crossroads appeared ahead on the road. Lin Ye needed to choose one of 3 branching paths. The left branch was a gray gravel road leading to a desolate gray plain, where some gray plants could be seen in the distance. The right branch was a black concrete road leading to building ruins, with an abandoned city visible in the distance. The straight-ahead branch was a broken dirt road leading deep into the mountains, where some creatures could be seen moving about in the hills. Lin Ye directly turned onto the right branch. This road had better conditions and appeared safer than the other 2 options. The bus navigated through the ruins. Some shadowy figures hid within the debris, observing the bus traveling along the road. Lin Ye ignored these figures. His only concern now was to drive to the final stop as quickly as possible, complete this simulation mission, and return to the shelter to check on his physical condition. But the things in the ruins had no intention of letting him leave. Some shadowy figures leaped from the ruins onto the bus roof, and heavy pounding sounds echoed from above. These figures pressed parts of their bodies against the bus windows. Eyes of various sizes opened from different body parts, observing the interior of the bus. A 2-meter-long arm pressed against the windshield, covered densely with numerous eyeballs that pressed tightly against the glass, watching Lin Ye's movements. On the side windows, a thigh and a section of abdomen respectively pressed against the glass, both covered with numerous eyeballs. In Lin Ye's perception, these 3 body parts all belong to the same mutation creature, a being pieced together from various organs. The ruins were full of such stitched-together monsters. They jumped onto the roof, using various organs to pound against the windows. Eyeballs growing on the organs were smashed upon impact, leaving sticky dark red liquid smeared across the windows. Yang Lin and the boy moved away from the windows, but as the pounding frequency increased, cracks began appearing on the glass. The windshield also developed cracks. Lin Ye drove the bus at full speed. He could deal with the monsters above, but he chose not to, because the ruins were filled with such creatures. At his current strength level, he couldn't possibly kill them all. He had to escape these ruins before being overwhelmed by the stitched-together monsters. What frustrated Lin Ye was that ahead at the roadside stood a completely intact bus stop. Several passengers were hiding inside the station. When they saw the bus, they excitedly waved at it. Lin Ye hadn't yet tried skipping a stop, and he didn't particularly like doing so. "Stop! Help us!" Seeing that the bus wasn't slowing down, the passengers rushed out of the station, shouting loudly. By braking sharply to shake off the monsters on the roof, the bus stopped precisely at the platform edge. Lin Ye opened the door to let them board. All 4 passengers this time were ordinary 3rd-tier spiritual energy users, 3 men and 1 woman. After the passengers boarded, Lin Ye slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the bus ran over the fallen, stitched-together monsters. "Please present your tickets," Lin Ye said to the newly boarded passengers. "I know the rules." The oldest man among the 4 took off his backpack and threw it into the coin slot space. The other 3 followed his example, placing their prepared tickets into the coin slot space. "BS. Good." Lin Ye preferred normal people. That way they wouldn't need to become tickets themselves. Crack! The rear window of the bus shattered. A stitched-together monster squeezed through the broken window into the bus interior. Crack! Windows shattered one after another as several more stitched-together monsters forced their way into the bus. The passengers nervously gathered near the driver's seat. More and more monsters jumped onto the roof, and the windows became crowded with various organs covered in blood-red eyeballs. "What do we do? We're doomed if this continues. Should we jump from the bus?" A young passenger screamed in terror. "No. Without the bus, we can't escape these ruins. Who knows when the next bus will arrive? We must stay on this vehicle," the older man said through gritted teeth. Though he said this, he actually had no idea how they could survive the onslaught of stitched-together monsters. Crack! The windshield finally shattered. A massive stitched-together monster squeezed into the bus interior along with broken glass. But the monster didn't realize that the windshield it had broken had actually been protecting it. If the windshield hadn't been in the way, Lin Ye would have dealt with it long ago. An invisible spiritual energy blade stabbed into the stitched-together monster's body. The blade exploded, shredding the monster's mutation organ. "Kill the monsters near the driver's seat. I'll handle any that you can't deal with quickly enough," Lin Ye told the passengers. He hadn't fully adapted to Robert's body yet and couldn't use mental energy continuously. Otherwise, he wouldn't need help dealing with these few monsters. "Understood," the older man quickly responded. Several passengers crowded behind the driver's seat, killing any stitched-together monsters that approached. No matter how many monsters were outside, they only needed to face the 2 or 3 that managed to squeeze through at a time. As long as they were careful, handling them wasn't difficult. While driving, Lin Ye dealt with monsters approaching the front windows. These creatures reminded him of splice runes, one of the earliest runes he had obtained but rarely used. Compared to cutting, splicing was difficult to employ in combat. These stitched-together monsters gave Lin Ye a new perspective. He sensed their body structures, silently learning splicing techniques. As the bus approached the center of the ruins, Lin Ye saw some stitched-together monsters standing there that were dozens of meters tall, some even reaching hundreds of meters. These stitched-together monsters stood motionless in the center of the ruins like living buildings. Massive blood-red eyeballs covered the surfaces of these living structures. As the bus passed by, these eyes watched the vehicle, tracking its movement with their gaze. Under the gaze of these eyes, Lin Ye's heartbeat accelerated, and he felt a sense of impending danger. Lin Ye scanned his surroundings, but couldn't locate the source of the threat. He suspected the danger was related to those giant eyeballs, but he didn't know how the threat would manifest. Before Lin Ye could devise a response strategy, he suddenly realized his right hand couldn't leave the steering wheel. Not just his right hand, his entire body was being fused with the driver's seat. He had become part of the bus. Lin Ye and the bus merged together without any resistance, flesh and plastic naturally piecing together like puzzle pieces. The orange prison uniform and shoes also became part of the puzzle. If he returned like this, Robert wouldn't need to change clothes anymore. Lin Ye didn't panic, planning to deal with his body issues after leaving the ruins. They were still under the gaze of the giant eyeball, and until they escaped its sight, this phenomenon would only gradually worsen. Why can't I move? My clothes. The clothes are sticking to my body. What do we do? I can't tear the clothes off. The pistol is fused in my hand. I can't change the magazine. The passengers also noticed the abnormal condition. They frantically tore at their own bodies as more stitched-together monsters squeezed into the bus, piling up like a trench in front of them. Two passengers pressed against corpses had merged with the dead bodies. They desperately tore at the corpses, trying to separate themselves. Focus on dealing with the monsters first. We'll handle other problems after getting out of here, Lin Ye said loudly. If all the passengers died, he wouldn't last much longer either. He's right. Don't let the monsters get close, or they'll merge with us. Yang Lin shouted. Half of his body was fused to the seat back, limiting his movement. He could barely thrust his long sword at approaching monsters, but the sword quickly merged with the corpse. When he tried to push the corpse away with his left hand, that hand also fused with the dead body. Other passengers faced similar situations. Firearms became unusable. Melee weapons easily merged with monster bodies. They could only grab nearby corpses as weapons, but this couldn't kill the approaching stitched monsters. They soon discovered that the corpses merged with their bodies were absorbing their strength, with blood-red eyeballs appearing on their skin surfaces. As passengers gradually lost combatability, Lin Ye could only continuously create spiritual energy blades to kill approaching stitch monsters. For Lin Ye, merging with the bus wasn't entirely bad. Robert's body was too fragile. He needed a more resilient one. Lin Ye used his mental energy to sense the bus's interior. Unlike before, this time he could perceive the shallow layers inside. The bus interior was pitch black, preventing deep penetration, leaving him wandering in the darkness. Finding the bus offered no help for their current situation. Lin Ye abandoned it and began sensing the stitched monsters merged with the vehicle through the bus connection. Theoretically, the bus, passengers, and stitched monsters had all become parts of Lin Ye's body. As long as his mental energy was sufficient, he could control every component. Soon, Lin Ye's mental energy spread throughout every corner of the bus. The controlled stitched monsters dug out their mutation organs, then collapsed onto the bus, becoming part of the vehicle. Sensing Lin Ye's mental energy, the eyeballs within the stitched monsters began violently shaking, oozing viscous fluid, attempting to interfere with his control. AES. But this was meaningless. Lin Ye's mental energy wandered unimpeded through his own body, eliminating one after another stitched monster merged with the bus. Now Lin Ye didn't even need to actively press the accelerator. It automatically descended, moving his right foot downward. Bathing in the giant eyeball's gaze, Lin Ye's merger with the bus gradually deepened, and his control over the entire vehicle became increasingly effortless. This was the highest realm of driving, man and vehicle becoming one. Lin Ye raced through the ruins, leaving the giant eyeball-covered stitched structures behind. The stitched monsters couldn't keep up with his speed. Even when occasional lucky monsters jumped onto the roof, they became part of Lin Ye's body, obediently digging out their mutation organs. Trash, eat my exhaust fumes. The bus's speed increased rapidly, soon exceeding normal vehicle limits. Before long, the city ruins faded behind him, but Lin Ye kept accelerating. The surroundings became blurred colors lingering on his retina. This speed gave him a thrilling sense of freedom. Monsters appearing on the road were smashed to pieces. Passengers by roadside couldn't even wave at him in time, let alone chase the bus. This created an illusion that nothing could stop him. This illusion prevented him from noticing that the corpses and passengers on the bus were gradually decreasing, his body being slowly consumed by the driver's seat. Nothing comes without cost. Great power naturally demands a heavy price. Now it's time to pay that price. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Ye opened his eyes, still immersed in that unstoppable sense of freedom. Remaining simulation attempts. 7. So this is how the body affects the mind. Too terrifying. Even though I was completely conscious, I made decisions completely different from my normal state, without even noticing anything wrong. Fortunately, it was just a short experience. If I stayed in that body long term, I might become a completely different Lin Ye. Lin Ye thought about his main body in the shelter. Previously, he hadn't worried much, but now he feared being influenced by that abyssal evil god. The body affects the mind, but the mind can also affect the body. So if my mental energy becomes strong enough, nothing can change me. Lin Ye decided to spend more time reading in the library. The asylum should have many ways to enhance mental energy. This simulation stronghold seemed much more important than he initially thought. Following the previous simulation's procedure, Lin Ye again sat in the bus driver's seat. The man-vehicle merger experience gave him much deeper understanding of this bus. While being consumed by the bus, he vaguely sensed something in its deepest depths. Like the previous simulation, only young Lin and the boy remained as passengers when they reached the intersection. But this time, Lin Ye spared the boy's other bodies, only making him submit his train ticket. Which path should I take this time? Lin Ye had been considering this question since boarding. The city ruins route was possible. If he could master controlling the bus, he could bring passengers out alive. But Lin Ye couldn't guarantee he could maintain rationality when merging with the bus again. So he wasn't keen on revisiting the city ruins. As for those passengers, they could wait for the next bus. Maybe try the left path this time. Looking at the somewhat familiar lead gray sky, Lin Ye turned the bus into the left fork. He still had 7 simulation attempts. He could afford some experimentation. Not long after entering the side road, all scenery outside the bus turned into unchanging gray. This was a gray world. Is this the gray world? While reading the abnormal incident compilation in the gray realm, Lin Ye had experienced an abnormal event related to the gray world within the stories. Additionally, Isla had mentioned the gray world when explaining relics. According to her, the gray world was a special, dangerous plane of the same level as the abyss. Although everything here was gray, Lin Ye wasn't certain this was actually the gray world. Aside from the color and extreme quietness, this place didn't seem particularly special. Compared to the abyss, this place was far too ordinary. Lin Ye's perception was extremely sharp, but while driving here, he didn't sense any feeling of danger. In his perception, this place felt as safe as the shelter. No monsters appeared in the middle of the road, no dangerous passengers by the roadside, only pale gray roads and sky. The 2 passengers on the bus watched the scenery outside the window. Their moods grew increasingly calm, gradually forgetting their purpose for riding this bus, until finally their eyes lost their luster, leaving only clean gray. Lin Ye calmly glanced at the rearview mirror. He knew the situation wasn't right, but it didn't matter. As long as he could stay in this quiet gray world forever, he was willing to do anything. The system, the shelter, his main body, simulation tasks. None of that mattered anymore. But if I keep driving forward, I'll leave this world soon enough. What should I do to stay here? The gray world didn't affect Lin Ye's thinking ability. On the contrary, without all that noise, his thoughts became clearer. Stopping definitely won't work. I had a premonition before that if I stop for a while, danger will approach. Maybe I can try. This is the gray world. The danger might not affect me here. And even if I die, I can just enter again in the next simulation. No, once I leave the gray world, I'll return to normal. At that time, I definitely won't come back in again. What should I do then? Just as Lin Ye was thinking about how to stay in the gray world, a gray bus stop appeared on one side of the road. A passenger was waiting at the station. Lin Ye parked the bus next to the station, and a young girl in school uniform boarded the bus. After the girl got on, the coin slot space didn't open, and the bus didn't absorb Lin Ye's spiritual energy or flesh. Senior, it's only been a few days. How did you become like this? The junior sat in the seat near the door, smiling as she spoke. As the junior spoke, the completely grayed-out bus regained its color, and a glimmer of light appeared in Lin Ye's eyes. A few days? It feels like it's been so long. Lin Ye forcefully suppressed the impulse to jump out of the vehicle and rush into that gray world, sighing with deep regret. Even after returning to normal, he couldn't completely abandon the idea of staying in the gray world. The gray world had a fatal attraction. This was the fundamental reason why Lin Ye, knowing full well how dangerous the gray world was, still chose to enter here. The moment he first saw that lead gray sky, he had already been captivated. RN, really? I don't know how many days have passed for you. After all, the daily duration differs between both sides. The junior spoke very casually. Thanks. Are you a character from the story, or your actual self? Lin Ye asked curiously. For existences like us, there's no difference between story characters and our actual selves. By the way, I think I mentioned last time we parted that when we meet again, I should have a fight with you, senior. The junior looked eagerly at the back of Lin Ye's head. No, it's only been a few days. Let's do it next time. Lin Ye refused decisively. He really didn't want to brawl with this junior in such a place, especially after gaining some understanding of the gray world. It really has been a bit short. I didn't expect you to enter the gray world at second tier either. You're really brave. How about this? Let's play a game. If you win, I'll give you a gray world relic. I don't have many such relics in my possession. The junior looked at Lin Ye with an expression that said, You've really hit the jackpot. I surrender. You win. Lin Ye conceded directly. Even considering it for 1 second would be disrespectful to the gray world. So boring. Fine, I'll take a loss. If you win, I'll send you out. If you lose, I'll give you a gray world relic and send you out. How about that? I'm really trying hard to give you a gift, senior. The junior made eye contact with Lin Ye through the rearview mirror, showing a cute smile. Can I just drive out directly? Lin Ye didn't want any gray world relic at all. The shelter wasn't omnipotent, and he couldn't stay in the shelter forever either. It was better not to touch such dangerous items if possible. This is the gray world. This bus is almost completely grayed out. Once it grays out completely, it can only travel within the gray world. Unless the cute junior helped Lin Ye out. I can choose to kill myself. Lin Ye took out his spiritual energy pistol and aimed it at his head, but he didn't pull the trigger because he knew that if this junior didn't want him to, he couldn't even commit suicide here. Then go ahead and kill yourself. I'll wait for you to come back next time. The junior stood up and walked behind Lin Ye, helping him pull the trigger. Bang! A gray flower popped out from the gun barrel, bouncing off Lin Ye's head. It actually hurt quite a bit. Just kidding. How could I bear to watch you die, senior? The junior smiled as she pulled out that flower and tucked it into Lin Ye's prison uniform. Only by leaving the gray world can I avoid being affected when I approach a gray world in trance next time? Lin Ye asked. Yes, that's one of the gray world's rules. Only those who actively leave the gray world can completely break free from it. Suicide doesn't count. So play a game with me. Regardless of winning or losing, I'll send you out. The junior took the pistol and aimed it at Lin Ye's head. This time, it might not necessarily be a flower inside. What game? In someone else's territory, Lin Ye could only play by their rules. This was also something he brought upon himself. If the bus didn't have abyssal aura, he didn't think the road would connect to such a place. Similar to last time, but this time I won't lose again. From boarding until now, this was the first time the junior showed a somewhat serious expression. I have things to do tonight. Lin Ye finally understood why she was so obsessed with the game. She simply didn't like losing. Don't worry. In the consciousness world, the passage of time isn't fixed. As long as your mental energy is strong enough, you can experience many stories in just 1 second. Seeing Lin Ye agree, the junior said happily, "Then let's start quickly." Coincidentally, Lin Ye was also that type of person. He particularly disliked losing too, even if it was just a game. "Brother Lin, someone's causing trouble in the establishment." Song Xiaoming found Lin Ye, who was spacing out, and spoke quietly. "Huh? What did you say?" Lin Ye suddenly snapped back to reality, feeling like he'd just woken from an extremely long nightmare. "Brother Lin, someone's causing trouble in the establishment." Song Xiaoming repeated himself. "All right, I'll take a look." Lin Ye stood up and walked out of the break room, immediately hearing intense arguing as soon as he stepped out. "You're cheating. Otherwise, how could I keep losing?" Lin Ye pushed open the door to the main floor and saw the burly man causing the disturbance. So damn noisy. Lin Ye quickly stepped forward and knocked out the burly man with a single punch. His movements were so fast the surrounding spectators didn't even process what happened. "Throw him outside," Lin Ye said to the service staff standing nearby. "Yes, Brother Lin." The staff member skillfully carried the burly man away while conveniently pocketing the items from the man's pockets. Lin Ye turned and returned to the break room, still feeling somewhat disoriented. "Brother Lin, some water." In the break room, a young woman wearing revealing clothing poured Lin Ye a glass of water. "Thanks. Shouldn't you be working?" Lin Ye shook his head and took the cup, drinking a sip. "Day off today. By the way, the boss seems to be looking for you." Xia Yi sat next to Lin Ye, secretly glancing at his profile. "I'll go see him in a bit." Lin Ye didn't know what the boss wanted, but it probably had something to do with the gang's business. "You're the only one in the gang who dares to keep the boss waiting." Xia Yi looked at Lin Ye with envy. Although the boss usually treated people kindly, that was just the wrapping and ribbon on the gift box. The box itself was filled with brutality and violence. "Oh, well, I'm a gang's trump card enforcer after all. The boss gives me some special treatment." The Gray Gang was Jinghu City's underground power, and Lin Ye was their trump card enforcer, usually handling the gang's troublesome matters. Not purely white nor purely black, existing in the space between, that was the Gray Gang. "You should go quickly. The boss hasn't been in a good mood lately." Xia Yi pushed Lin Ye and said, "Fine then." Lin Ye walked toward the boss's office. Knock knock. "Enter." Entering the office, Lin Ye sat on the sofa and asked, "Boss, you wanted to see me?" "Yes, something's not right in the slums recently." "Go take a look," Su Feng said seriously. "What happened?" If it wasn't something major, they definitely wouldn't need Lin Ye to personally handle it. "I don't know. The gang's outpost in the slums has gone silent. The people I sent over haven't reported back either. Now it's up to you." There are still quite a few goods at the slum outpost, and Su Feng needed to find out what was happening there. "All right, I'll head over now." Without saying more, Lin Ye returned to his room to get his weapons, then drove to the slums with 2 underlings. "Brother Lin, the road ahead is blocked by the management bureau." Song Xiaoming slowed down and parked the car by the roadside. They had good relationships with some of the management bureau's law enforcement officers, but it still wouldn't be appropriate to just drive through. "Wait here for me to come out." Lin Ye got out of the car and approached the blocked area. The slums were just ahead. He could bypass the blockade to enter directly, but before taking the detour, he planned to talk with the management bureau personnel. "Brother Lin, what brings you here?" As soon as Lin Ye approached, he ran into a familiar management bureau staff member. "What's happening inside?" Lin Ye asked directly. "I don't know either, but it seems related to the research institute." The staff member lowered his voice. "Another one of their experimental creatures? Do they really have to research those damn things?" Lin Ye felt uncomfortable. In Jinghu City, He could handle most problems, except those involving the Research Institute. If troubles had grades, then those created by the Research Institute would definitely be the highest level. That I wouldn't know. The staff member shrugged, indicating he couldn't help. Forget it, I'll go take a look inside. Lin Ye bypassed the blockade and entered the slums, while the surrounding staff pretended not to see him. The slums were the most chaotic place in Jinghu City, inhabited by true madmen and truly impoverished people. Lin Ye quickly moved toward the Gray Gang outpost, but as he passed through a narrow alley barely wide enough for one person, he encountered a smiling researcher coming from the opposite direction. The other wore protective gear without a helmet, with slightly long hair messily parted on both sides. Their eyeballs protruded outward, and their exaggerated smile revealed 10 gleaming white teeth. Upon seeing Lin Ye, the researcher charged toward him with that same smile, eyeballs mostly protruding from their sockets. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Ye drew his pistol and fired a shot at the researcher's head. Bang! The researcher suddenly jerked their head, causing the bullet to graze their temple, leaving a bloody mark. The shot didn't stop them. Instead, it made them accelerate. The soundless smile continued to bloom on their face until it tore the corners of their mouth. They ran toward Lin Ye while shaking their jaw and tongue. Bang, bang, bang. This time Lin Ye waited until the researcher closed to a certain distance before firing, with each bullet incorporating some degree of prediction. The moment Lin Ye fired, the researcher jerked their head again, but this time the distance was too close. Combined with Lin Ye's preemptive aim, their head exploded. The researcher continued approaching Lin Ye with half their head shattered. Lin Ye kicked them in the chest, sending them flying backward. The corpse twitched on the ground for a while before finally going still. Damn, what the hell is this thing? Close-range bullet dodging. This was the first time Lin Ye had seen something so absurd. Before Lin Ye could catch his breath, several more smiling figures squeezed into the alley from the opposite end. Lin Ye immediately turned to run, but as he turned around, he saw several eerily similar smiling faces. Damn it, I shouldn't have taken this shortcut. Lin Ye drew the short blade from his waist with a reverse grip and charged toward the entrance. He had to fight his way out before the smiling freaks behind him closed in. Once surrounded, the trump card enforcer would become the trump card smiling freak. Even using his feet to think, Lin Ye could guess this strange condition would infect others. Just don't know what the transmission method is. Better not be airborne. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Ye rapidly emptied his pistol's magazine, then holstered the weapon and simultaneously drew another short blade. Through prediction and concentrated fire, these 8 bullets exploded 3 smiling freaks' heads, with 3 more just squeezing into the entrance. Lin Ye also reached near the entrance. The closest smiling freak lunged at Lin Ye, who slashed at the freak's neck. The freak blocked Lin Ye's blade with its forearm, while simultaneously biting toward Lin Ye's head. The freak possessed considerable strength, but Lin Ye's strength was greater. Lin Ye forcefully drove his second short blade into the freak's neck, using it to keep the freak's head away from himself. Simultaneously, he twisted the blade, severing the freak's cervical spine. Even with its neck broken, the smiling face freak's lower body continued moving, its limbs twitching as it kept approaching Lin Ye. The still smiling head wobbled on its neck, looking both ridiculous and terrifying. 2 more smiling face freaks squeezed in from behind. Because the alley was too narrow, their bodies lined up front to back while their heads pressed together side by side. The front smiling face freak was trampled beneath them as both heads simultaneously lunged to bite at Lin Ye's face. Lin Ye stabbed his daggers into their necks with both hands simultaneously. The forward smiling face freak grabbed Lin Ye's arm, but before it could secure its grip, Lin Ye's daggers had already severed their cervical spines. Countless smiling face freaks crowded into the alley behind him, the closest one now just a step away. Lin Ye urgently pushed away the convulsing corpse pressed against him, then leaped over the bodies to escape the narrow path. After breaking free from the alley, Lin Ye decisively sprinted toward the slum's exit. These smiling-face freaks were extremely troublesome, and no one knew how many such monsters were hiding throughout the slums. He had no intention of getting surrounded by these creatures. As for the gang stronghold, he'd deal with that after this situation was resolved. Bang! A group of soldiers in hazmat suits had sealed off the slum. Lin Ye nearly took a bullet the moment he approached the blockade. Lin Ye could only turn and flee. He was just a gang's trump card enforcer, no match for a squad of armed soldiers. Seeing Lin Ye run deeper into the slums, the soldiers didn't continue firing at him. Lin Ye charged toward the gang stronghold. The slum covered a vast area, making complete lockdown impossible. He knew several obscure paths that led outside, but reaching those escape routes meant crossing through most of the slum territory. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be an issue, but in the current situation, Lin Ye had no desire to venture into those areas. Who knew how many smiling-face freaks were hiding throughout the slums? So Lin Ye decided to regroup at the gang's stronghold first, where a cache of weapons and equipment should still be hidden. Besides, dusk was approaching, and he needed to find shelter before nightfall. Brother Lin. Just as Lin Ye was quickly making his way toward the gang stronghold, he suddenly heard someone calling his name from a derelict building beside him. Lin Ye turned toward the abandoned structure to see a spirited young man with bright, yellow hair peeking out and waving at him. Yellow hair? What are you doing here? Lin Ye drew his pistol, having already reloaded it during his earlier escape. Brother Lin, the boss sent me to check things out. Come out quick. Yellow hair winked at Lin Ye, then shifted his eyes meaningfully toward the space behind him. All right, I'm coming up. Understanding Yellow hair's hint, Lin Ye drew his dagger and entered the derelict building. But before Lin Ye could rush up to attack, a man emerged at the top of the stairs, pushing Yellow hair ahead of him. Lin Ye, things have already deteriorated to this point. There's no need for us to keep fighting to the death. I'd like to talk with you. Xiaoyang held a pistol to Yellow hair's head. As a law enforcement officer with the Bureau, he'd had some previous encounters with Lin Ye and knew he was formidable. When Yellow hair called out Brother Lin, he'd immediately sense trouble. Release my man first, then we'll talk. Lin Ye scanned the top of the stairs. Only 3 people stood opposite him, 1 man and 2 women. One woman was Xiaoyang's subordinate, while the other wore protective gear. If he didn't care about Yellow hair's survival, Lin Ye was confident he could eliminate all 3 within 30 seconds. The smiling-face freaks were far more troublesome than this group. Fine. Xiaoyang hesitated briefly before agreeing to Lin Ye's demand. It wasn't that he didn't want to use threats. He simply doubted Lin Ye would care about Yellow hair's fate. The Gray Gang wasn't like the Bureau. To them, losing 1 or 2 low-level members meant nothing. Brother Lin, when I came through, the stronghold was already overrun by those monsters. Those creatures might have been created by that girl over there. Yellow hair pointed at the woman wearing protective clothing. Not me. It was the Research Institute. I'm just an ordinary researcher. Wu Xiaoling hurriedly explained. She didn't want to earn the hatred of these Gray Gang enforcers, especially not in this place. Tell me everything you know. Lin Ye glanced at the darkening sky and decided to gather information before proceeding to the gang stronghold. I'd also like to know what's really going on here. Xiaoyang also turned his attention to Wu Xiaoling. His orders were to protect the Research Institute's personnel, but no one had informed him they were working on something this terrifying. With everyone watching her, Wu Xiaoling had no choice but to share what she knew. Everything started with an experiment 2 months ago. As you know, conditions outside continue deteriorating, and surviving inside the city is barely manageable. The Research Institute has been searching for a more stable, safer living space. Get to the point. Lin Ye interrupted Wu Xiaoling's self-justifying nonsense. Whatever their original intentions, the result was their failure and the creation of these monsters. We opened a gateway to another world. Since everything in that world appeared gray, we called it the Gray World. Initially, we believed the Gray World was safe, but all researchers who entered disappeared. After several failed expeditions, the director finally decided to close the gateway to the Gray World. However, before sealing it completely, we mechanically collected some items from the Gray World for future study. From these gray world items, we isolated a special substance called gray matter. Research on gray matter proved difficult. It's a peculiar substance that affects mental states, and we couldn't analyze its structure. That continued until the director accidentally extracted a byproduct from the gray matter. This byproduct was named black matter. Black matter proved even more remarkable than gray matter. Those who absorbed it entered a state of extreme mental focus. In this state, subjects could accomplish things ordinary people couldn't. One subject managed to kill a researcher through bulletproof glass using some unknown method. At first, we thought we'd found the key to human evolution, but we soon discovered this was only the beginning of the nightmare. All test subjects who absorbed black matter eventually transformed into the monsters you see outside. The terrifying part is that this transformation spreads to others through some unknown means. Even worse, during the early stages of black matter research, one test subject escaped the institute using some ability. We tried to locate and eliminate that subject, but failed. And that's how we reached the current situation. Wu Xiaoling finished explaining the sequence of events. The whole matter had little to do with her. She was just a researcher following orders. You guys are really something. Our gray gang probably hasn't killed as many people as you have. Yellow Hair sighed in amazement. Enough chatter. It's getting dark. I need to go to the gang hideout to rest. Are you coming with us, or going your separate ways? Lin Ye looked at Xiaoyang and asked, Of course we're coming with you, but why go to the hideout? In this situation, Xiaoyang certainly didn't want to separate from the trump card fighter Lin Ye. But with night approaching, he didn't want to wander around outside. The hideout has a stash of weapons and equipment. Once we get that gear, we'll be safe. Plus, I plan to take a small path out of the slums tomorrow, and the hideout is close to that route. Lin Ye didn't explain further, simply leading Yellow Hair out of the abandoned building. As for the others, he had no obligation to protect them. Xiaoyang thought for a moment, then finally brought the two women along to follow Lin Ye. They had only managed to escape earlier through sheer luck. Without Lin Ye, they'd have little chance of surviving this place. Lin Ye quickly jogged toward the hideout, this time not taking the narrow paths. Though this route wasn't exactly wide, at least they could move freely. Occasionally, some smiling-faced monsters would emerge from the side paths. Lin Ye stabbed each of them to death with his short blade, afraid that gunfire would attract large numbers of the creatures. The smiling-faced monsters reacted quickly, making them difficult for Lin Ye to kill. If he encountered large numbers of them, his only option would be to run. Fighting and running alternately, they reached the Gray Gang hideout before complete darkness fell. Inside the hideout were several more smiling-faced monsters that had transformed from former gang members. Lin Ye quickly dealt with them. Lin Ye opened a hidden passage leading underground where the weapons were stored in boxes deep within the tunnel. This place isn't bad. We could hide in here for the night. Wu Xiaoling knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. She rarely exercised normally, and if Xiaoyang hadn't carried her for part of the run, she would have been left behind long ago. This is for storage. I don't know if there's oxygen once it's sealed, and the space down there is too small. If we get trapped inside, we're dead. Lin Ye dragged two large boxes back to the surface and opened them to reveal various weapons and equipment. Could we borrow some? Seeing Lin Ye beginning to equip himself, Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask. Sure, but if you dare point those guns at us, you'll regret it. Fully equipped, Lin Ye finally felt somewhat secure. Of course, if you die, we won't escape either. Xiaoyang wasn't familiar with the complex slums. Without a guide, they had no hope of leaving this place. As they organized their equipment, night finally fell completely. Lin Ye sat by the window eating canned meat. He and the female management bureau officer would take the first watch, while Xiaoyang and Yellow Hair would take the second. As for Wu Xiaoling, she couldn't even get up anymore. He Jia leaned against the corner, staring blankly out the window. She was a rookie, and this was her first mission. Two teams had come from the management bureau, but only she and Xiaoyang had survived. Everything had happened too suddenly. She had been chatting with her friend one moment, then turned to see her friend's head chewed to pieces. Then Xiaoyang had dragged her away, running until they reached the abandoned building, and then here. It all felt like some bizarre nightmare, completely unreal to her. Only now was she beginning to grasp what had actually happened. Eat something. You might not get the chance tomorrow. Lin Ye tossed a canned meat to Hejia. I'm not hungry. Hejia's lips trembled as she forced out the words. Her chapped lips made it difficult to open her mouth. Suit yourself. If you fall behind tomorrow, it'll be Xiao Yang who has to save you. Lin Ye looked out the window, feeling like something was watching them from the darkness, though he couldn't see anything. I'll eat. Thank you. Hejia peeled off her chapped lip skin, put a piece of fatty meat in her mouth, then suddenly covered her face and began crying. Is it really that bad? Lin Ye muttered curiously. He quite liked these canned meats. Lin Ye looked out the window again. Whatever had been out there seemed to be gone now. The next morning, Lin Ye climbed out of the hard plank bed, having barely slept through the night. Let's go. After stretching for a while, Lin Ye led his equally sleep-deprived teammates out of the gang hideout. I'll handle the monsters ahead. You deal with anything coming from behind. I'll clear the path forward. If you don't want to die, don't fall behind. Lin Ye stood at the entrance of a narrow path, addressing his teammates behind him. He would definitely need to use his gun soon, which would attract large numbers of smiling face monsters. They couldn't afford to stop. The moment they did, they'd be surrounded. I'll cover the rear. Xiao He, you take care of Researcher Wu. Xiaoyang gave his rifle one final check. This was his first time using this workshop-assembled weapon. Seeing that everyone was ready, Lin Ye entered the path first. The slums were full of these narrow paths that could only accommodate one person at a time. Every year, people got lost or disappeared in them. Lin Ye quickly navigated path after path. As the Gray Gang's trump card fighter, he knew this area intimately. Today, Lin Ye's luck seemed better. He passed 7 intersections before encountering the first smiling face monster. Lin Ye didn't draw his gun, instead stabbing the creature with his short blade. However, gunfire erupted from behind them. After the shots rang out, the ground vibrated slightly as large numbers of smiling face monsters converged on their position. Ignoring the rear, Lin Ye drew his rifle and charged forward. Any smiling face monster that appeared had its head blown off at close range. He was starting to get used to these creatures' rhythms. Thus, the entire team gradually accelerated under Lin Ye's leadership. They stepped over the corpses of smiling face monsters, carving a bloody path through the maze-like alleys. Before long, Lin Ye had exhausted his ammunition, but fortunately his teammates carried spare rounds. Hejia and Yellow Hair would pass reloaded weapons to Lin Ye and Xiaoyang. They had tried shooting earlier, but most of their bullets missed the monsters' vital points. After killing countless smiling face monsters, Lin Ye finally led the team into an alley. At its end stood a stone wall, behind which lay a garbage dump that would take them out of the slums. The stone wall stood 2 meters high, but they could scale it using the adjacent walls. You go first. I'll cover the rear. These teammates had proven decent enough that Lin Ye decided to help them. If he abandoned them here, 1 or 2 would probably die. Yellow Hair was the first to climb the wall, but he didn't immediately go over. Xiaoyang pushed Wu Shaoling up, and Yellow Hair pulled her over. Hordes of smiling face monsters crowded into the alley. A 2-meter-tall, smiling face monster peered over the opposite side of the stone wall, grabbed Yellow Hair, and yanked him down from the wall. Ah! Hearing the screams from behind, Lin Ye reacted with lightning speed, not wasting a single moment as he turned and vaulted over the stone wall, emptying his entire magazine at the smiling freak chewing on Yellow Hair. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets accurately struck the freak's head, but failed to stop it. The shattered head formed into fleshy strands with bone fragments, and the freak swung its meat tendril head as it lunged toward Lin Ye, who had just jumped down from the wall. Lin Ye drew 2 pistols and fired at various parts of the monster's body. He refused to believe this damn thing had no weak points. Bang, 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 bang. The freak charged through the bullet barrage with arms spread wide, the meat tendrils on its neck constantly quivering like self-aware worms. After emptying both magazines, Lin Ye drew his short blade and stepped right in front of the freak. The sharp blade sliced through the freak's neck with a single clean cut, completely separating the head with its meat tendrils from the body before they could strike Lin Ye's face. Lin Ye kicked the freak's body to the ground, where it twitched for a while before finally going still. Lin Ye approached Yellow Hair, who had been bitten on the chest by the freak. Copious amounts of blood gushed from the wound. Wu Shaoling jumped down from the stone wall to treat Yellow Hair's injuries. Her backpack contained an emergency medical kit. "Am I going to turn into a monster?" Yellow Hair asked weakly. "The transmission method of this phenomenon is unknown. I don't know if you'll turn into a monster or not." Wu Shaoling skillfully cleaned, disinfected, and stopped the bleeding on Yellow Hair's wounds. Before becoming a researcher, she had worked at a hospital for some time. He Jia and Xiao Yang successively vaulted over the stone wall, with numerous smiling freaks following closely behind them. Lin Ye reloaded and shot the smiling freaks that had climbed over the wall, but more and more kept coming. After running out of bullets, Lin Ye could only use his short blade to deal with the approaching smiling freaks. "Brother Lin, let's retreat for now." Xiao Yang helped Yellow Hair up and rushed toward the garbage dump entrance with him. Lin Ye fought while retreating, buying time for the others. They quickly reached the area near the garbage dump entrance. The dump was completely empty of people, with the security booth's glass smeared entirely with red liquid. "Looks like those damn things have already gotten out." Xiao Yang was very worried about his family living in the urban area. "Let's hurry. I'm worried about problems at the gang." The Gray Gang's territory was very close to the slums, and Lin Ye really didn't want to return to find his boss with a smiling face. "I wonder if the lockdown on the slums has ended yet." Xiao Yang feared they would be surrounded by Management Bureau troops immediately upon entering the urban area. "I advise you not to return to the Management Bureau." As a gang member, Lin Ye understood the Management Bureau better than Xiao Yang. In situations like this, the Bureau had only one method of handling things: eliminating all sources of infection. It would circumflex NES. Lin Ye didn't see anything wrong with this approach, but he wouldn't go down without a fight, which meant he had to eliminate all the Management Bureau's upper echelons. He had figured all this out last night. Hot-wiring a van by the roadside, Lin Ye drove them straight to the Gray Gang headquarters. Before even getting close to the Gray Gang headquarters, Lin Ye spotted some smiling freaks wandering the streets, giving him a bad premonition. "Brother Lin, it hurts so much. Am I going to die?" Yellow Hair leaned against the car door, looking despairingly at the window where his most familiar face was displaying an exaggerated smile. "I don't know, but if you give up, I can give you a quick end." Lin Ye drew his pistol and aimed it at Yellow Hair's head. He had seen Yellow Hair's injuries. They wouldn't be fatal if treated promptly. But if Yellow Hair's answer didn't satisfy him, he would truly pull the trigger. Looking at the gun barrel, Yellow Hair trembled. He knew Lin Ye was serious. "Don't. I think I can still be saved." Yellow Hair sat up straight, the smile disappearing from his face. "Good." Lin Ye holstered his pistol at his waist. He didn't really want to kill Yellow Hair either. Before long, Lin Ye drove them to the Gray Gang headquarters. There wasn't a single person on the streets, and the junior members who should have been guarding outside were nowhere to be seen. Lin Ye quickly rushed into the gang headquarters. Inside, tables and chairs were overturned, complete chaos everywhere. Dark red bloodstains covered the floors and walls, yet not a single complete corpse remained. "Boss!" Lin Ye charged into the office, but found no one inside. Although he didn't see Su Feng's body, he could roughly guess what had happened. Silently, Lin Ye opened the gang's weapons storage room and packed all the weapons inside into bags. He planned to make a trip to the research institute. He knew this action was meaningless, but he had to do something. This had nothing to do with right or wrong. It was simply revenge. As Lin Ye passed by the lounge carrying the bags, he heard faint knocking sounds coming from inside. Lin Ye pushed open the lounge door. The knocking was coming from a cabinet on one side of the lounge. "Is someone in there?" Holding onto a sliver of hope, Lin Ye called out, "Brother Lin." The cabinet door pushed open from inside, and Xia Yi crawled out. She appeared unharmed, though her spirits seemed somewhat low. "Are you okay?" Seeing Xia Yi, Lin Ye's mood stabilized slightly. "Brother Lin, I like you, Xia Yi suddenly said, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, her eyes filled with despair. You know, I've always been watching you. Even while drinking with customers, I've always been thinking of you. I know I'm not worthy of you, so I never said anything. But I can't hold it in anymore. Please reject me. Xia Yi's beautiful face stretched into an exaggerated smile as she stepped closer to Lin Ye, reaching toward his waist, where his pistol was holstered. I like you too, Lin Ye said flatly. Huh? Xia Yi froze in place, the smile gradually disappearing from her face. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't always stay in the lounge chatting with you. Lin Ye carried the stiff Xia Yi back into the cabinet, then continued. I have some business to take care of. Wait here for me to return. Afterwards, you can come live at my place. Yes, Xia Yi said softly with a flushed face, looking down. After getting Xia Yi some food and water, as Lin Ye was closing the cabinet door, Xia Yi grabbed his wrist. It's dangerous outside. There's still space here. Should we hide here together? Xia Yi looked at Lin Ye nervously. Don't worry. I'll come back after handling my business. Did you forget? I'm the Gray Gang's trump card enforcer. Lin Ye patted Xia Yi's head and smiled as he closed the cabinet door. After closing the cabinet door, the smile disappeared from Lin Ye's face. He disliked lying to people, especially disliked deceiving friends. He didn't actually like Xia Yi. To be precise, he found it difficult to love anyone else. This was related to trust. He wouldn't entrust his heart to someone else's care. That was far too dangerous. Lin Ye returned to the car with a cold expression. It had been a long time since he'd been this furious. As a trump card, no one could make him do anything he didn't want to do, except himself. Brother Lin, seeing only Lin Ye return alone, yellow hair, closed his eyes in pain. Tell me about the Research Institute's layout. I need to have a talk with your director. Opening the bag, Lin Ye secured various weapons in easily accessible positions on his body. Wu Xiaoling hesitated for a moment, but after being stared at by Lin Ye's calm eyes for a while, she quickly described the Research Institute's terrain and structure. What are you going there for? Looking at Lin Ye, who was now fully armed, Xiaoyang felt something was wrong. I already said, I'm going to have a talk with their director. After securing his weapons, Lin Ye drove straight toward the Research Institute. There's soldiers guarding the Research Institute. You won't be able to get in. Xiaoyang didn't want to watch Lin Ye go to his death. They'll let me in. You two get off in the city area later and take care of him for a while. Lin Ye didn't plan to bring the half-dead yellow hair along. Brother Lin, I'm coming too. They killed so many of our gang brothers. We can't just let this go. Yellow hair clutched his chest and said urgently, What would you do there? Hold me back? I'm the Gray Gang's trump card enforcer. There's nothing I can't handle. Lin Ye floored the accelerator, already growing impatient. Why is it so quiet here? As the van entered the city area, there wasn't a single person on the streets, not even any smiling freaks. Something's wrong. It's impossible for there to be no one here. Xiaoyang looked at the empty streets, a strong sense of fear gripping his stomach as vomit rose up his esophagus to his throat. Thinking of his wife and child at home, Xiaoyang pushed open the car door and jumped out, running at full speed toward the nearby residential area. Lin Ye sighed and drove after him. There weren't many people left alive in the city. What's going on? Is this also caused by the experiment? Jia grabbed Wu Xiaoling's collar forcefully. She didn't think those smiling freaks could have killed everyone so quickly. I don't know. We closed the gate to the gray world. The experiment stopped. I don't know why it became like this either. Wu Xiaoling grabbed her head and said loudly with a smile, Are you sure you closed the gate? Or rather, are you sure no one opened it again? Lin Ye parked the car outside the residential area. Looking at the lead gray sky above, this scene seemed familiar somehow. How could this be? Did the director open the gate again? Wu Xiaoling looked at the sky in shock. This scene was exactly the same as inside the gate. Let's go. It seems we all need to make a trip to the Research Institute together. Seeing Xiaoyang's gloomy expression, Lin Ye pulled open the car door and started the van. Xiaoyang opened the car door and wordlessly sat in the back seat of the van. Like Lin Ye, he also wanted to have a talk with the director. The van sped along the empty road at full speed, and Lin Ye soon drove to the Research Institute's entrance. The group brought all their weapons and entered the Research Institute with guns drawn. With Wu Xiaoling leading the way, they quickly found the research center studying the gray world. Like outside, there wasn't a single person in the Research Institute. But in the research center, they discovered an energy channel leading to the gray world. And on the other side of the channel, they could see large numbers of motionless smiling freaks. We never actually closed the gate. We just thought we did. From the moment we opened the gate, we've been influenced by the gray world. Wu Xiaoling knelt on the ground, looking despairingly at the other side of the channel as a smile reappeared on her face. Will closing it now completely end everything? Lin Ye scanned the other side of the channel, trying to find people from the gray gang. No, if we close the gate now, the people inside will never return. Maybe they can still be saved. Xiaoyang approached the gate. He wanted to bring back his wife and child. No, entering the gray world means certain death. Without exception, Wu Xiaoling grabbed Xiaoyang and tried to dissuade him. Xiaoyang forcefully pushed Wu Xiaoling away. He didn't want to listen to her, even feeling the impulse to shoot her. Not necessarily. Since you didn't close the gate before, if we quickly bring people out and then close the gate, maybe we can block the gray world's influence. Lin Ye always felt like he had done something similar before. Yes, that must be it. Let's hurry up and start. Without wasting time, Xiaoyang directly passed through the channel and entered the gray world. Seeing that Xiaoyang was fine, Lin Ye followed behind him and entered as well. However, the moment he entered the gray world, those standing, motionless, smiling freaks regained their ability to move, and the gate behind them disappeared. Lin Ye turned and ran, with large numbers of smiling freaks chasing after him. Among them, several smiling freaks were clearly different from the others. Xiaoyang watched this scene in astonishment. Those smiling freaks completely ignored him. The exit channel was gone, so he had no choice but to follow behind the smiling freaks. As he ran, Lin Ye quickly thought, the disappearing gate and the smiling freaks chasing him. This was clearly a trap. Who set the trap? And for what purpose? Lin Ye couldn't figure out these questions at all. As the smiling freaks behind him gradually closed in, after running for some time, Lin Ye suddenly spotted a somewhat familiar bus by the roadside. Rushing onto the bus, he found the keys under the steering wheel. Lin Ye stepped on the accelerator and drove the bus, shaking off the smiling freaks behind him. "Senior, you won again." A young girl in school uniform leaned against the fare box and said to Lin Ye helplessly, "I never went to school." Lin Ye drew his pistol and directly fired a shot at the girl's head. Bang! Huh? Is that the setting? Sorry, the story generates naturally. I don't know the specific plot either. The bullet turned to ash and disappeared in front of the junior. What are you? Lin Ye lowered his gun. By observing the other's expression, Lin Ye deduced that firearms were likely ineffective against it. I'm your cute junior. Getting to the point. What kind of identity is trump card enforcer? How come after layering on some memories, the gray world can't affect you at all? This is too unfair. Even if I let you enter with your memories, I wouldn't have lost this badly. Does this identity of yours have no emotions? The junior tugged at Lin Ye's hair unwillingly. It's not that I have no emotions. You killed my boss, and I'm very angry right now. Lin Ye said angrily. Wow, so your emotions are all performed. These false memories are similar to performance. Because you're already accustomed to it, they don't affect you at all, so the gray world can't affect you either. You're really fascinating. The junior stared at Lin Ye. Previously, she had only paid attention to Lin Ye because of little Yi and the game's outcome. Now she had genuinely developed interest in this man. She really wanted to know what exactly was hidden deep within Lin Ye's heart. Then can you let us out now? Lin Ye roughly understood what the other party meant, but that wasn't important. He wouldn't overthink things, only doing what needed to be done right now. Of course, the gate is right ahead. You can take those people behind you and leave here anytime. Since you're not affected by the gray world right now, as long as you're the one who closes the gate last, everything will end. The junior answered very straightforwardly. An energy gate appeared ahead on the road, and Lin Ye could see He Jia and Wu Xiaoling standing on the other side of the gate. You want me to take those people out? Lin Ye slammed on the brakes. He didn't want to take those smiling freaks out to test something, but the other party deliberately reminding him that he could take those people out felt suspicious. Up to you. You can also go out alone, the junior said nonchalantly. Then it's up to me. Lin Ye turned the bus around and drove toward the rear. He needed to clean up all the smiling freaks behind him. He didn't think those people could be saved anymore. Rather than letting them wait for death here, it was better for him to send them on their way. The bus soon encountered the horde of smiling freaks. Lin Ye pressed the accelerator and crashed into the crowd of smiling freaks. Before being hit by the bus, some smiling freaks lunged at the bus, jumping onto the roof, while others clung to the sides, pounding forcefully against the windows. Cracks began appearing on the windows. Soon, several smiling freaks smashed through the windows, squeezing their upper bodies into the bus. While controlling the vehicle, Lin Ye fired at the smiling freaks stuck in the windows. But as the cracks in the windows grew larger, smiling freaks began squeezing into the bus interior. Seeing the smiling freaks lunging at him from the rearview mirror, Lin Ye could only turn around and shoot at the freaks inside the bus. But his right foot never left the accelerator. If the bus stopped in the middle of the crowd, he would be surrounded and killed by these monsters. Lin Ye continuously shot the smiling freaks jumping into the bus, but the number inside didn't decrease. Fortunately, the bus finally broke through the crowd. Without news sources, the smiling freaks inside were gradually cleaned up. They're all ordinary citizens. Why are you killing them? The junior asked curiously. You want me to take them back, meaning you can connect to our world through them. But leaving them here also carries certain risks, so I think killing them all is the safest option. Lin Ye picked up Xiao Yang, who was following behind the smiling freaks. He acted as if he couldn't see the junior, smiling as he said to Lin Ye, What are you doing? Why are you killing them? They're beyond saving. We can't take them back to the other side. Do you want them to wander in this world forever? Watching Xiao Yang's mouth gradually stretch into a grin, Lin Ye added, Don't you think there are somewhat few freaks here? You mean? Xiao Yang asked urgently. Maybe most citizens evacuated with the Management Bureau's forces. Your family might be among them. Help me kill them all, and I'll take you back. Lin Ye turned the bus around and crashed into the crowd again. Then hurry up. What should I do? Xiao Yang now only wanted to see his family. Help me drive. Just keep pressing the accelerator. Leave the rest to me. Lin Ye and Xiao Yang swapped positions. There were still many smiling freaks, but he also had plenty of bullets and 2 short blades. All dead, Xiao Yang lay on the battered bus, surrounded by piles of smiling freak corpses. Finished, Lin Ye leaned against the plastic seat. His clothes had been chewed to shreds, bite marks covering his entire body. The area around the bus was piled high with smiling freak corpses. Lin Ye had exhausted all his bullets, broken both short blades, fractured his fingers, and suffered multiple fractures throughout his body before finally killing all these monsters that kept swarming onto the bus. Our Nigerian Irio. Some smiling freaks could even use emotional attack methods, though fortunately, they had limited effect on him. Finally over, Yellow Hair lay among the corpses. He had come in alone with weapons for support. Though he never planned to return, he hadn't expected to have to kill all the monsters here. Sorry, if my driving skills were better, we wouldn't have been surrounded by them. Xiaoyan was also badly injured. He and Lin Ye had been trapped on the bus by the monsters. If Lin Ye hadn't blocked the front, he would have died long ago. No, it's the bus's problem. Too many collisions. It's amazing you didn't flip over. Lin Ye looked at the junior leaning against the fare box. Her school uniform still clean and neat, and showed a victor smile. Fine, you win. Just kill those 2, then go out and close the gate. The gray world won't be able to locate that plane anymore. Afterwards, I'll help you open the gate to leave the gray world. Though it's a pity, that gift will have to wait until next time. The junior said regretfully, I won't kill them. I promise to take them out. Lin Ye refused very directly. This time I'm not lying to you. Just do as I say, and this story will completely end. If you take them to the other side, the connection between the 2 planes won't be severed, and there's still a possibility the gate could open again. The junior said with a serious expression, What does that have to do with me? I only do what I want to do, kill who I want to kill. Don't threaten me with the world. I don't care. Lin Ye stood up and stepped off the bus. Xiaoyang and Yellow Hair followed behind him. They hadn't heard the previous conversation. This is just a fictional story. They're just characters in the story. Are you going to lose this game for them? The junior leaned against the bus door and asked. I said I don't care. Even if this is just a story, I still want a good ending. Lin Ye didn't look back, walking straight toward the energy gate. The three passed through the gate and returned to the research center. Wu Shaoling and He Jiao were still waiting for them outside. Lin Ye closed the gate. After treating their injuries and destroying all the research institute's data about the gray world, they decided to split up. Xiaoyang took He Jia and Wu Shaoling outside the city to find the military and surviving citizens. Xiaoyang was lucky. He found his family among the crowd. Lin Ye took Yellow Hair back to the Gray Gang headquarters. Yellow Hair rested in the car, while Lin Ye entered the lounge alone and opened the cabinet. Xia Yi was sleeping inside. What time is it? Xia Yi rubbed her eyes as she crawled out, still not fully awake. It's not dark yet. You can sleep a bit longer, or we can go have dinner together. Lin Ye's expression remained calm. Since he had said those words, he would play this act until the very end. I want to sleep a bit more. Xia Yi curled up on one side of the cabinet, leaving space for Lin Ye. Okay. Lin Ye sat down beside Xia Yi and closed his eyes in this empty city. Lin Ye opened his eyes. He was sitting in the seat opposite the coin slot space, while the junior was driving from the driver's seat. Driving is actually quite interesting. You won. You can give me the gift now. Although he lost the game, Lin Ye didn't think there was anything wrong with his choice. Even without amnesia making him choose again, he would still give the same answer. Winning like this is worse than admitting defeat. Let's consider this a draw. I won't give you the gift, but I'll help you open the door to leave the gray world. The junior parked the bus by the roadside and swapped positions with Lin Ye. Is this really okay? It's just like I won. Lin Ye started the bus. A gate occupying the entire road appeared ahead, and beyond it was a world no longer monotonous in color. No, if you had won, as the loser, I would have paid the fare. Now I've decided to skip the fare. I'm very expensive, you know. The junior disappeared from the vehicle and appeared on the side of the road, waving goodbye to the bus leaving the gray world. Goodbye. Come play games with me again next time, Senior Lin Ye. The bus passed through the gate and left the gray world. An extremely intense suction sensation emerged from within the bus, and in just an instant, Lin Ye and the passengers aboard were completely drained dry. Before losing consciousness, Lin Ye saw a familiar road. BZZZ, BZ. Lin Ye opened his eyes. He had returned to the prison transport vehicle once again. Remaining simulation attempts, 6. Damn, if I could have held on for just 10 more seconds, I could have returned to the shelter to eat. Before losing consciousness, Lin Ye had seen that initial road. Do I only return when taking the road leading to the gray world? No. Since it's a bus, every road should be able to return to the starting point. The gray world road is not an option anymore. The city ruins aren't great either. Without becoming one with the vehicle, it's impossible to get through. This time, I can only try the middle road. If that doesn't work either, then I'll use the special skill. Lin Ye wasn't too keen on using that ambiguous special skill. The system notes had never been wrong before, and he had a feeling that skill would be extremely troublesome. Whatever, I've already summoned an evil god. Troublesome or not, it is what it is. Following the previous simulation process, Lin Ye once again arrived at the intersection. There were still only 2 passengers aboard, Yang Lin and the boy. Lin Ye glanced at the lead gray sky to the left, didn't turn, and drove onto the incomplete dirt road in the middle. The middle road led to a stretch of mountainous terrain. The bus traveled along the rugged mountain path. After becoming one with the bus, Lin Ye's driving skills had improved several levels. Now, even without using the spiritual energy collision driving technique, he could navigate such roads smoothly. This branch road was unusually quiet. No monsters suddenly appeared on the mountain path. No passengers or bus stops lined the roadside, and the creatures previously seen in the distance had all vanished. But Lin Ye didn't let his guard down. This was between the gray world and the city ruins. How could abnormal things not appear here? Just as Lin Ye was speculating how the abnormality would manifest, A structure appeared on the right side of the mountain road. At first, Lin Ye thought it was a bus stop, but he quickly realized it was a small mountain temple. The small temple was only 1/4 the size of the bus. Through the entrance, he could see a human stone statue enshrined inside. Lin Ye hesitated for a second, but ultimately didn't stop, mainly because there were no passengers by the roadside. He couldn't just pick up the stone statue inside and carry it aboard, could he? The bus passed by the small temple. Lin Ye carefully sensed his surroundings, but nothing happened, and he detected nothing. Just as Lin Ye was pondering what the small temple represented, the boy's mother sitting at the very back suddenly exploded, splattering flesh and blood all over the boy. "What are you doing? If you don't want your body, you can put it in the coin slot space." Though he said this, Lin Ye felt it might be related to that small temple. "My body suddenly exploded out of my control. It wasn't me." The boy's agitated voice carried a trace of fear. Although it could change bodies, if its main body exploded, it would be completely over. It didn't even have a chance to switch bodies. It had nearly died just now. "Quiet down. You're disturbing me." Lin Ye continued, driving forward. Before long, another small temple appeared by the roadside. This time, Lin Ye parked the bus by the roadside, got off, entered the small temple, and carried the stone statue inside onto the bus. Just as he expected, the coin slot space opened. Lin Ye stuffed 2 previously stored corpses inside, and only then did the suction sensation from the driver's seat completely disappear. Placing the stone statue on an empty seat, Lin Ye drove on. This time, no abnormal phenomena occurred inside the vehicle. However, not long after driving, Lin Ye sensed the stone statue behind him move. It shifted position, its eyes now facing Lin Ye's back. Lin Ye could feel its gaze. Lin Ye carefully observed the stone statue and suddenly realized this was a man wearing athletic clothing. Due to differences in material and artistic style, it took Lin Ye several glances to notice this. What kind of bizarre thing is this? This is too abstract. Lin Ye would rather believe this was a stone statue of the mysterious athletic man than believe someone carved and enshrined such a thing. If this stone statue was transformed from a human, then destroying it would be very dangerous. As Lin Ye pondered, the stone statue left its seat and gradually moved behind Lin Ye. Lin Ye slowed down and stopped, then got up and moved the stone statue to the very back row, placing it in the arms of the boy's father. "You keep an eye on it for me. Tell me immediately if there are any changes." "I've already lost one body. It's someone else's turn this time. Let him hold it." Because Lin Ye had previously had a friendly exchange with it when submitting tickets, it didn't dare refuse Lin Ye and could only push the stone statue toward Yonglin. More capable people do more work. You still have 3 bodies. We must figure out the rules here. You don't want your main body to be the next to explode, do you? Or would you prefer to get off here? Lin Ye threatened. "Fine, but you can't use only me for experiments. You all have to participate too, and I need to keep one body in reserve." The boy compromised. "I agree." Lin Ye looked at Yonglin. Okay, Yonglin didn't want to die here, but he couldn't refuse Lin Ye either because Lin Ye's proposal was fair. Of course, the main reason was that he couldn't defeat Lin Ye. Lin Ye returned to the driver's seat and continued driving forward. After a while, another small temple appeared by the roadside, containing a stone statue of a student wearing a school uniform. This time, Lin Ye didn't move the stone statue onto the bus. Instead, he cut off a lower leg from a monster's corpse and placed the leg outside the small temple's entrance. Is this enough? If not, we can negotiate further. Mentioning temples made him think of worship. Lin Ye wanted to reach an agreement with the small temple. The corpse reserves on the vehicle were limited. 2 corpses per small temple was a bit excessive. Lin Ye entered the temple and walked around inside. Seeing that the stone statue showed no reaction, he returned to the vehicle and continued driving forward. This time, no abnormal phenomena occurred on the bus until it had moved far away from the small temple. "My body is beginning to petrify. At the current rate, that body will be completely turned to stone within 10 more minutes," the boy sitting in the back row suddenly said. "Tell me when it's fully petrified." Lin Ye accelerated. As long as he could leave this mountain road, he could complete the simulation mission and return to the shelter. Okay. The boy moved with his other bodies to the front seats, keeping a distant watch on the body, holding the stone statue. Lin Ye continued driving forward and soon encountered another small temple. The stone statue inside was a woman wearing pajamas who didn't appear to be very old. Lin Ye cut off a section of calf from the corpse and placed it outside the temple door, but this time the statue inside moved slightly. It looked at Lin Ye, seemingly dissatisfied with this offering. Could you at least tell me how much you want? Lin Ye cut off a forearm from the corpse and placed it outside the temple door. This time, the stone statue in the temple averted its gaze and stopped looking at him. Lin Ye returned to the vehicle and continued driving forward, but after only a short distance, Yang Lin behind him suddenly screamed in agony. His right hand had exploded. Taking payment without providing service? Lin Ye felt the impulse to turn back and smash both the temple and its statue. Yang Lin clenched his teeth, sprinkled some hemostatic powder on his wrist, then wrapped the right wrist with a piece of torn cloth. So the temples aren't all the same either. Some stop attacking us after accepting offerings, while others still attack us even after taking offerings, though the offerings might reduce the intensity of their attacks. Lin Ye memorized the appearance of the temple's stone statue. If it was just about providing offerings, he could accumulate more corpses before entering next time. After analyzing the pattern, Lin Ye continued driving forward. At regular intervals, small temples appeared along the roadside. Each time he encountered one, Lin Ye would stop and place an offering outside the temple door. Before long, the corpses on the vehicle were completely exhausted. Not only that, but the boy's father holding the stone statue in the back was almost completely petrified. Lin Ye had no choice but to continue driving forward, praying they could survive and leave this mountain road. After all, he was technically a deity himself. If he hadn't recently encountered the abyssal evil god, he would definitely perform a ritual to confront these small temples and see which side should really be submitting offerings. Oi! Another small temple appeared by the roadside. This time Lin Ye didn't stop, as there were no more offerings on the vehicle. He couldn't exactly chop up passengers to use as offerings, could he? Wait! Stop! That stone statue in the temple looks like my daughter. Yang Lin said painfully, his eyes wide. He had noticed earlier that the school uniform on the statue was the same style as his daughter's. As a father searching for his daughter, he wouldn't mistake it. He had been observing the temple's statue ever since, torn between not wanting his daughter to become a stone statue here and hoping to find clues about her. In his conflicted state, he still recognized that unforgettable face in the temple. Lin Ye slowed down and parked the bus by the roadside. As the bus driver, he naturally wouldn't prevent passengers from disembarking. However, before the bus even came to a complete stop, Yang Lin's upper body exploded, the remaining half of his corpse falling out through the open door. Excellent. Lin Ye closed the door and continued driving. He planned to deal with this temple next time. The passenger's survival didn't concern him, but Yang Lin's blood had splattered on him. The timing of the attack was too precise, clearly meant as a provocation against Lin Ye. It moved, the boy in the back suddenly said. The petrified father holding the stone statue slowly approached the front of the bus, both the father's and the statue's eyes fixed on Lin Ye's back. Lin Ye ignored the thing behind him and pressed the accelerator to the floor, continuing forward. His time was running out, and during these final moments, he needed to gather more useful information. As the bus sped ahead at full speed, they soon passed another small temple. This time Lin Ye was chosen. His entire right arm disappeared into thin air. There was no spraying blood, no gruesome wound. Below Lin Ye's shoulder was smooth skin, as if there had never been a right arm there at all. The petrified father holding the stone statue stood beside and behind Lin Ye. It lifted the stone statue, attempting to place it on Lin Ye's head. But before the statue could touch Lin Ye, the petrified father's lower legs exploded. Miniature version of shotgun blade. The stone statue fell onto the bus and shattered. Lin Ye felt his body beginning to slowly petrify. He tried to destroy the petrified organs, but it was meaningless. The petrification continued spreading through his body. driving the bus back to the temple they had just passed. Lin Ye got off and used shotgun blade at full power against the temple itself. The temple suffered no damage, but the untouched statue inside completely shattered. The petrification inside Lin Ye's body accelerated. He continued attacking the temple, which began to show damage, but the petrification sped up even faster. Before being completely turned to stone, Lin Ye used compressed spiritual energy to destroy his own head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Ye opened his eyes. He had returned to the prison transport vehicle once again. Remaining simulation attempts, 5. What a hassle. I'll have to use the special skill. Actually, Lin Ye had other ways to clear this. If he collected enough corpses, he might be able to force his way through the middle fork in the road. But Lin Ye still decided to use the special skill because he was too curious about its effects. If he didn't try it out, he wouldn't be able to sleep. Originally, Lin Ye had planned to test it before the simulation ended, but now he had to do it early. Following the previous simulation process, Lin Ye reached the intersection again, though this time he drove slowly and collected many monster corpses. Before the intersection, Lin Ye stopped and used the special skill, Mystery. Special skill used, Mystery. Received a mysterious blessing. Drawing blessing source. Vague images flashed before Lin Ye's eyes. Many were incomprehensible and impossible to remember, but one gray-robed young girl looked quite familiar. Lin Ye also sensed the abyss's aura from some of the images, though he couldn't tell if the abyssal evil god was among them. Blessing source drawn, library manager. Mysterious blessing obtained. Special random events. Special random events. Special random events may occur around you at any time. Note, as long as probability exists, events have the possibility of occurring. Damn, what kind of scam blessing is this? Lin Ye urgently slammed the accelerator and charged into the middle fork in the road. This blessing was far too dangerous. The moment he saw it, his first thought was whether he should just kill himself. The bus raced wildly along the mountain road. Lin Ye focused his mental energy to perceive his surroundings while staying prepared to commit suicide at any moment. The possibility of him being trapped in this world wasn't zero, meaning there was a real chance he could be stuck here due to special random events. While the probability wasn't high, Lin Ye had a feeling that under the influence of this blessing, the more unlikely something seemed, the more likely it was to happen. This was the special ability of card creatures. If Lin Ye weren't the card box's owner, he would probably already be trapped here forever. Considering both his ownership of the card box and Snake's natural instincts, Lin Ye hadn't immediately resorted to suicide. The bus quickly approached the first small temple. Lin Ye parked by the roadside, cut a thigh from a corpse, and placed it outside the temple. The stone statue inside showed no movement. Just as Lin Ye prepared to leave, he noticed a small hole in the temple wall. Lin Ye was absolutely certain this hole hadn't been there during his previous visit. Otherwise, he would have remembered it. Previously, Lin Ye had sensed the interior of the temple walls, but detected nothing, as if they were just ordinary walls. This time, using his mental energy to probe inside the hole, he discovered something slender and constantly wriggling growing within. What the hell is this thing? Lin Ye attempted to shape a slender spiritual energy blade and thrust it into the wall hole. The blade didn't touch the temple wall itself, but instead severed the wriggling creature inside. The slender creature offered no resistance, allowing Lin Ye to easily slice it into pieces. Shortly after the creature's death, the small temple began to crumble. The stone statue inside shattered, but before it completely disintegrated, the man in athletic were forced his petrified lips open and spoke. "Thank you. You're welcome." Lin Ye retrieved the thigh and drove toward the next small temple. Now, it was his turn to collect tribute. The trigger probability for this special random event is quite low. I thought various events would keep triggering non-stop. Quite satisfied with the current frequency, Lin Ye decided to give Little Snake extra treats when he returned. Soon a second small temple appeared by the roadside. Lin Ye got off and stood outside the temple. This temple's walls had no holes, but that didn't trouble Lin Ye. As long as you know where the enemy is, there's always a way to deal with it. Handling the slender creatures in the temples presented two difficulties. First, the temples seemed capable of transferring attacks to the stone statues. Second, after attacking either the statues or the temples, the attacker would begin petrifying from within. Last time, Lin Ye hadn't fully understood the details of these two challenges, as he'd run out of time to find another temple. So he could only experiment now. Lin Ye placed the thigh outside the temple door. Seeing the statue inside remain motionless, Lin Ye struck without warning. First, he carved weakening runes on the temple wall, then thrust a compressed cutting spiritual energy blade into the wall. The spiritual energy blade smoothly penetrated the temple wall's interior. The stone statue didn't shatter, but mild petrification began occurring within Lin Ye's body. However, before the petrification could spread, he already shredded the slender creature inside the wall. Once the slender creature died, the petrification effect stopped. The student in school uniform didn't shatter like the mysterious athletic man had, but instead slowly reverted from his petrified state. Thank you for saving me, being turned to stone. I was going insane. The student sobbed, kneeling before Lin Ye and clutching his pant leg. He'd rather die than become a stone statue again. The feeling was utterly despairing. You're welcome. Do you want to board the bus? Or stay here? Lin Ye picked up the thigh and walked toward the bus. I want to board. Don't leave me. But I don't have a ticket. No, I have a ticket. Just lend me a weapon. The student looked at his left hand. He'd arrived in this damn place by boarding that bus, so he knew the only way out was to submit a ticket. Don't be foolish. There are plenty of corpses on the bus. Of course, if you want to chop off your hand to cheat insurance, I don't mind either. Lin Ye had always been tolerant towards students. Thank you. The student scrambled onto the bus in a panic. Lin Ye cut off a piece of meat and threw it into the coin slot space. The student's ticket was quite cheap. You're from number 2 high school? No, Yang. Yang Lin blocked the student's path. You're Yang Yang's father? I saw you once during parent-teacher conference. The student stared at Yang Lin in astonishment, never expecting to encounter his classmate's father in such a place. Where is Yang? Yang Lin gripped the student's arm tightly, asking with visible tension. She was on the bus too. I accidentally destroyed a statue and became its replacement. She was still fine then, but I don't know what happened after that. The situation inside the bus had been extremely dangerous at the time. The student didn't think Yang could have survived, but he didn't dare say this to Yang Lin. Yang Lin released the student's arm and slumped weakly back into his seat. Even without the student saying it, he could guess his daughter's likely situation. Now, he could only pray she'd also been turned to stone. At least then there'd be some hope of rescue. Thinking this, Yang Lin approached the driver's seat. He knelt behind Lin Ye, bowing his head in supplication. If my daughter has also been turned to stone, could you save her? Even without you asking, I'll handle every small temple I encounter. As for whether your daughter survives, that depends on her luck. Lin Ye knew his daughter was in one of the temples ahead, but that wasn't important since he couldn't predict what would happen next. Thank you. Yang Lin forcefully knocked his head against the floor 3 times before returning to his seat. You're welcome. Lin Ye took the thigh and got off to continue handling the temples. He intended to clear out all these small temples that demanded tribute from him, making them understand that some vehicles shouldn't be stopped. Just as Lin Ye was happily dealing with the temples, a man completely wrapped in a pitch-black overcoat abruptly appeared behind him. Lin Ye whirled around, still holding the thigh. Hello, I want to leave this place. Could you give me a ride? The man, his face hidden within a black hood, spoke. Are you willing to pay the fare? Lin Ye adjusted his stance. This man definitely hadn't been here last time. Of course, I've already prepared it. The man produced a black package. I need to handle this thing first, otherwise we can't pass through. You can pay your fare and wait for me on the bus. Lin Ye stared at the man. Without using spiritual perception, he couldn't see any part of the man's body. But using mental energy to probe random roadside passengers was both extremely dangerous and impolite. All right, the man seemed quite agreeable. After boarding and paying his fare, he took a window seat. After Lin Ye finished handling the temple, he returned to the driver's seat and continued driving. However, they hadn't traveled far before another passenger appeared roadside, waving toward the bus. Lin Ye glanced at the passenger by the roadside, then looked more carefully to confirm he wasn't seeing things before pulling the bus over and opening the door to let the passenger board. This passenger was a young man wearing a disheveled silver jacket who carefully straightened his clothes before stepping onto the bus. Ticket. Lin Ye glanced at the young man, surprised to find he was only a third-tier spiritual energy user with mental energy, so weak Lin Ye could see through him at a glance. So weak yet trying to ride without paying like everyone else. Seeing such a low-level passenger in this place made Lin Ye doubt his own eyes. "How much for a ticket?" the young man asked. "No charge. Just put biological materials in there until I tell you it's enough." Lin Ye didn't plan to make things difficult for him. Encountering an ordinary passenger here was rare enough. The young man rummaged for a while before pulling something egg-like from his backpack and placing it into the coin slot space. The faint sucking sensation beneath the driver's seat instantly disappeared. With the ticket received, Lin Ye continued driving forward, stopping periodically to deal with the small roadside temples. "Driver, I'm in a hurry. Could you speed up a bit?" Seeing Lin Ye stop repeatedly to handle the small temples, the young man glanced anxiously toward the back of the bus. "If you're in a hurry, run out on your own." After skillfully dealing with the temple, Lin Ye returned to the bus and continued driving. Perhaps due to different petrification durations, only the student had been restored from among the stone statues while the others had shattered. "Hey man, I paid for my ticket. If you refund it, I'll get off and run out myself." The young man spoke discontentedly. "The ticket's in there. I'll send you in to retrieve it later." Lin Ye felt the young man had some inexplicable confidence that made him want to test what would happen if he stabbed him. How's a regular guy like you going to send me in there?" The young man sneered coldly. Just as Lin Ye was about to respond, he spotted another passenger ahead waving toward the bus. This passenger was a middle-aged bald man in work clothes who stared at the young man on the bus with a friendly smile. "He's a bad guy coming to kill me. Don't stop, just drive past." The young man shouted loudly. Lin Ye naturally ignored him, slowing down and pulling the bus toward the roadside. The young man moved behind Lin Ye and stabbed a knife toward his neck. A slanted, mutated spiritual energy shield deflected the blade as Lin Ye conveniently used a backstab spiritual energy blade to pierce through the young man's vital spots. "Aro." The young man never expected a spiritual energy blade to appear from behind and was easily subdued by Lin Ye. "How interesting. You treacherous bastard finally got tricked yourself." The middle-aged bald man boarded the bus and happily grabbed the young man's head. "Damn it, careless. I thought he was just a regular native." Even after being stabbed through his vitals by the spiritual energy blade, the young man didn't die, his voice not even weakening. This puzzled Lin Ye. He couldn't understand how the young man managed this. If the young man were strong enough to make Lin Ye misjudge him, he wouldn't have been stabbed down so easily. "Pay your ticket first." Lin Ye interrupted the two passengers' friendly exchange. "Okay." The middle-aged bald man chopped off the young man's right arm and placed it into the coin slot space. After receiving the ticket, Lin Ye ignored them and continued driving forward. The middle-aged bald man decapitated the young man and placed the head in a box, then tore open a white card he pulled from his pocket while holding the box. The card dissipated without anything happening. Lin Ye glanced at the middle-aged bald man. They seemed connected to the system. Can't go back now? Why do you think I came here? This area is special. Only by riding this bus can you leave." The young man's head spoke loudly from within the box. "So what? Once I ride out of here, I can use a return car to go back, then borrow relics to deal with your head." Though he spoke indifferently, the middle-aged bald man was growing anxious inside. If even return cards didn't work here, it must be affected by some high-risk factor, making this place extremely dangerous. "Hee. Well then, good luck. I'll be waiting here for you to deal with me." The young man laughed. Another small temple appeared ahead, and Lin Ye pulled over. Yang. Yang Lin, seeing the stone statue in the temple, excitedly rushed off the bus into the small temple. Lin Ye skillfully dealt with the slender creature in the temple, and the petrification on Yang Yang gradually faded. "Dad, how are you here?" Yang Yang cried as she threw herself into Yang Lin's arms. She had been regretting ever boarding that bus, thinking she'd never see her father again. "It's okay now. We're going home." A slanted, mutated spiritual energy shield deflected the blade as Lin Ye smoothly used a backstab spiritual energy blade to pierce through the young man's vital spots. So touching. The middle-aged bald man thought of his own daughter and wiped the corner of his eye. Yes, what a pity. The young man's head spoke from within a box. After they boarded, Lin Ye cut half an arm from the young man's corpse and threw it into the coin slot space. But the sucking sensation didn't disappear. Without showing any reaction, Lin Ye cut 2 more thigh pieces and stuffed them into the coin slot space. Only then did the sucking sensation completely vanish. But Lin Ye didn't stop there. He chopped the entire young man's corpse into pieces and stuffed them all into the coin slot space. "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Lin expressed deep gratitude to Lin Ye. "No problem." Lin Ye didn't elaborate, returning to the driver's seat and starting the bus. The rest of the journey proceeded smoothly, without incident, until they dealt with the final small temple and saw that familiar road. Lin Ye drove toward the road's end, hesitating whether to stop and deal with the passengers on board, since he wasn't sure if this would count as completing the simulation task. But before Lin Ye could decide, some people couldn't hold back any longer. The bus suddenly went out of control, stopping uncontrollably in place. Did you really think I'd wait here for you to take me back? I already placed the eggs inside the bus earlier. You fools even helped by putting my body in there. Now the eggs have hatched. When they emerge, none of you will escape, especially you, driver. How dare you stab me from behind? I'll personally stab you to death later." The young man's head spoke arrogantly from within a box. "You bastard! Everyone run! Leave this to me." The middle-aged bald man gestured for the others to disembark. The boy ran fastest, followed by Yang Lin carrying his daughter, with the student being the last to get off. After getting off, they didn't run far because only by riding the bus could they leave this place. "Aren't you leaving? It will be dangerous inside soon." The middle-aged bald man looked at Lin Ye and the mysterious man in black. "Running is useless. Without this bus, no one can leave this place." The young man's head laughed. "I know, but have you considered why I stuffed your body into the coin slot space?" Lin Ye said calmly. "What do you mean?" The young man's head stopped laughing. "Of course it's because I need you to help me deal with the things inside the coin slot space." Lin Ye said with a smile. "What's inside there?" Unable to sense the interior of the coin slot space, the young man's head attempted to control the hatching creature to leave, but he failed. "Then you'll have to ask our friend in the back. Who knows what it put inside there?" Lin Ye leaned against the seat back, looking toward the mysterious black-clad figure sitting by the window. "How did you discover me? I've dealt with so many small temples, yet the owner of this place hasn't shown any reaction at all. That's very abnormal. Since those two are together, the only suspicious one left is you. As for putting things in the bus, for a monster like you that controls others through the slender creatures inside small temples, how could you possibly miss the opportunity to control the bus through train tickets?" Lin Ye admitted he was purely guessing, but some things didn't require evidence. Intuition was enough. "You've mistaken one thing. While I can indeed control those nodes to some extent and influence the surroundings through them, I didn't create those nodes. In fact, the purpose of those nodes' existence is to keep me confined to this immovable area. I must thank you. If you hadn't destroyed those nodes, it would have taken me much longer to completely hollow them out." The mysterious black-clad figure removed its black clothing, revealing not a human body at all, but a biological aggregate formed by densely packed, white, slender creatures. "I originally intended to let you leave, since you helped me destroy the nodes and are going to drive me to a new plane. But unfortunately, you know too much." The middle-aged bald man silently exited the bus and closed the door, leaving only the box inside the vehicle. "Damn it, take me with you." The young man's head growled in a low voice. Although he had gained some special abilities from devouring a relic fragment, These two on the bus were clearly not ordinary people. Now that he couldn't control the hatching creature, staying here any longer might really mean the end for him this time. Goodbye, I'll miss you. The middle-aged bald man retreated to young Lin's side, watching the drama unfold from outside the bus. He knew the young man still had other methods, so he planned to wait until the big shots inside had fought it out before going in to clean up. After all, without the bus, they would be trapped here. Lin Ye leaned against the seat back. He didn't plan to initiate attack. The reason he remained seated was because he needed to stay close to the coin slot space. The train ticket he had inserted earlier was already affecting the bus's operation. Having briefly contacted the deepest part of the bus before, perhaps he could exert some influence on the vehicle during this opportunity. The slender creature aggregate suddenly shattered the box containing the young man's head, several slender creatures piercing into the head's interior. And with circumflexepsilon. Let me see what kind of monstrosity you put in there. Now even I can't control what's inside. Just stop poking. I'll tell you, all right? It's a derivative of a relic fragment called an egg hatching creature. I suggest you drive the bus out first. Otherwise, when what's inside comes out, none of US will escape. The aggregate didn't stop its actions. The young man's head kept twitching slightly, and before long, it stopped moving completely. Black and white filaments began growing silently from every corner of the bus, these threads entangling all living creatures inside. The aggregate casually tore apart the young man's head, then ignored the surrounding filaments, instead hurling numerous slender creatures toward Lin Ye. However, before those slender creatures could reach Lin Ye, they were shredded by the rune traps inside the bus. When the aggregate looked at the rune traps spread throughout the entire bus, asking in surprise. I started setting up these rune traps not long after boarding. Concealment is the most important trap technique. After multiple simulations, Lin Ye had become familiar with Robert's body. Although he couldn't engage in direct frontal combat, with some enhancement, setting up rune traps was still possible. The aggregate shredded the surrounding black and white filaments. It didn't continue attacking. The part of its body placed in the coin slot space was very important to it, and now it was truly extremely weak. Ultimately, we have no need to attack each other. Drive the bus outside, and afterwards I can let you leave. Good idea. Have them board the bus then. Lin Ye was still sensing the deepest parts of the bus through the coin slot space. He had achieved some results, but was still some distance from success. He needed to buy a little more time. Good idea, my ass. He's clearly stalling for time. Hurry up and kill him so we can drive away. I don't want to die with you. A slender creature growing on the aggregate suddenly spoke. You're actually not dead. Is this consciousness transfer technology? As it spoke, the aggregate suddenly crushed that slender creature. Useless. You've contacted me too deeply. Your brain-dead operation got rid of my egg, so now I can only use your body. The young man had transferred to another slender creature. While the two argued, the black and white filaments in the bus grew increasingly numerous, occupying all unoccupied spaces. Lin Ye continuously controlled the runes to shred the nearby black and white filaments. But he knew it was meaningless because the deepest parts of the bus were crammed with massive amounts of black and white filaments. In the most densely packed area, an egg-shaped object with black and white patterns was incubating. Hey kid, hurry up and drive the bus out. You don't want to die here either, right? The aggregate and the young man reached an agreement. They decided to deal with Lin Ye first, then drive away from this prison. Haven't you realized yet? This bus has been taken over by the thing you created. I can't drive either. Just stop poking. I'll tell you, all right? It's a derivative of a relic fragment called an egg-hatching creature. I suggest you drive the bus out first. Otherwise, when what's inside comes out, none of US will escape. Seeing the bus move, the passengers still outside hurriedly rushed toward the vehicle. They didn't want to be trapped in such a place. Excellent. We can finally leave here. The aggregate said excitedly. It didn't care about the young man inside it. Just one more consciousness meant nothing to it. The young man was also very excited. As long as they could leave here, it had ways to deal with the aggregate. Once they reached the other side, it would be calling the shots. However, their excitement didn't last long before the bus stopped. Lin Ye certainly wouldn't let the bus return like this. The organization's mission was to resolve anomalies, not bring back a bus full of them. He really didn't want to have to start over again. Oh, you want to handle all three of us by yourself? The aggregate and the slender young man simultaneously looked at Lin Ye, while the black and white filaments in the vehicle began converging toward the driver's seat. They obviously knew that only Lin Ye, sitting in the driver's seat, could stop the bus. No, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't handle any of you three. But since I'm the bus driver after all, let me do the driving. Ignoring the hesitant, middle-aged, bald man outside who was deciding whether to board, Lin Ye skillfully started the bus. The bus slowly moved forward. Sweat soaked through Lin Ye's prison uniform as he struggled to use his mental energy to reach the deepest part of the bus, activating its fundamental function. What is this place? The environment instantly transformed. The aggregate looked at the strangely shaped plants outside the window, developing an uneasy feeling. You wanted to leave that world, didn't you? Now you can get off here. Lin Ye opened the door. Outside was a wilderness with sparse vegetation, and thick abyssal energy flooded into the vehicle. Damn it, this is the surface layer of the abyss. You're insane. The young man was the first to recognize the problem. Unlike Lin Ye, who frequently contacted the abyss, they had only heard of the abyss's reputation and sensed its energy, but never encountered it this closely. Drive us back immediately, or I'll kill you. The aggregate waved its slender creatures, aiming them at Lin Ye's head. The surrounding black and white filaments also grew restless. It didn't want to stay here either. I don't have the ability to drive back. And don't scare me, otherwise if I get frightened and step on the accelerator again, we might end up driving deep into the abyss. When Lin Ye activated the bus's function, he had anticipated possible destinations, and the abyss was one of them. After all, the bus's depths were filled with abyssal energy. What do you want? The aggregate withdrew its slender creatures. It now had to admit that the initiative was no longer on its side. Simple. Deal with whatever you put inside the bus. I can't control the bus to return, but as long as we eliminate this creature affecting the bus's operation, the bus will automatically return to its proper route. With the cute knew. Lin Ye had already figured out the solution. Fine, but you have to help too. The aggregate thought for a moment and finally agreed to Lin Ye's solution. Okay, but I suggest you hurry. It's about to hatch. After speaking, Lin Ye controlled the nearby rune traps to shred the surrounding black and white filaments. The aggregate also began working, and they quickly cleared all the black and white filaments from bus. Lin Ye opened the coin slot space. Through it, they could sense the egg-shaped object hidden deep within the bus that was about to hatch. Cut me off and throw me in. I'll lure it out. You prepare to attack. The young man suddenly suggested. You're not planning to take control of its body, are you? The aggregate immediately saw through the young man's intention. Let it go in. At least it can still communicate normally. Otherwise, if whatever's inside hatches or gets noticed by nearby abyssal creatures, we might not be able to leave. Lin Ye didn't care who controlled the monster about to be born below. He just wanted to eliminate all of them. Fine. You'd better not trick me, or you'll regret it. The aggregate cut off the slender creature containing the young man and threw it into the coin slot space. Lin Ye glanced at that slender creature. The young man certainly didn't plan to control the egg-shaped object just to come out and get beaten. Those eggs were originally backup bodies it prepared for itself, but their quality was mediocre. The things hatched from them couldn't compare to the monster that would emerge from this egg-shaped object. I truly am the chosen one. Even being chased to such a place, I can still obtain a perfect body. The young man controlled the slender creature to approach the egg-shaped object, after which it was easily torn apart by the egg-shaped object. Now this body is mine. Once I finish hatching, all of you will die here, especially that damn driver. I'll definitely trap him inside my body and torture him slowly. The young man fused its consciousness with the egg-shaped object's original awareness. As for whether the consciousness remained pure, it had long stopped caring. Aren't you afraid it will hatch and kill you? The aggregate leaned against the door and chatted casually with Lin Ye. Isn't that what you're here for? After you and it mutually destroy each other, I'll drive home. Lin Ye said with complete sincerity. And what if we don't mutually destroy each other? Do you think you can handle whoever remains? The aggregate looked at Lin Ye suspiciously. This was the first time it had encountered such a strange human. You will destroy each other. I've prayed to the gods. This is divine will. Lin Ye said devoutly. You believe in gods? But this is the abyss, a place where divine light cannot reach. You don't worship the abyssal evil god, do you? The aggregate didn't think so. Lin Ye seemed too normal, nothing like an evil god worshiper. I don't believe in gods, but I've been occasionally praying to them recently. Lin Ye occasionally revealed answers to his enemies. He knew it wasn't good practice, but he just couldn't help himself. If you don't believe in gods and aren't even a follower, what's the point of praying? The aggregate looked outside the bus. It was still daytime, and the surface layer of the abyss was relatively calm, but it needed to leave before nightfall. Sincerity brings results. Prayer is just a way to communicate with gods. If the gods are willing to listen, they'll naturally bestow divine will. Lin Ye closed his eyes to rest. This simulation mission had lasted quite long. It was time to end it. It seems to be coming out. The aggregate looked toward the coin slot space. Strands of black and white filaments poured out from within, and finally a fleshy tumor mass woven from black and white filaments crawled out. You fools actually delivered such an excellent body right to me. Now I'll give you the chance to voluntarily merge into my body. The young man said arrogantly. Although it hadn't managed to hatch a complete entity due to insufficient materials, its current form was more than adequate. Black and white filaments surged toward Lin Ye and the aggregate. Intended to deal with both troubles simultaneously. Lin Ye activated rune traps to shred the filaments rushing toward him, while the aggregate offered no resistance, allowing the black and white filaments to flood into its body. Not just the filaments, after they made contact, even the main tumor mass itself seemed to lose control and was pulled into the aggregate's body. What did you do? Why is my body being absorbed by you? The young man panicked. It could no longer control its body at all, only watching helplessly as its perfect form was devoured by the aggregate. Even with some impurities mixed in, this is still part of me. I am the aggregate. What makes you think you can use my own body against me? The aggregate looked contemptuously at the completely helpless young man within its body and spoke. Help! If you don't help me now, when it finishes merging, you're definitely dead. The young man shouted at Lin Ye from within the aggregate's body. Be a bit quieter. It's almost nightfall. Don't you think it's beautiful here? Amid the young man's screams, Lin Ye gazed at the horizon where wilderness met sky, where gray-blue faded into pale yellow at the edge of his vision. You ****. I really am. I'll beauty your. The young man's voice vanished. After a while, the aggregate completely digested the young man's body. It looked curiously at Lin Ye and asked, Why aren't you making a move? What exactly are you waiting for? The aggregate had already prepared countermeasures against Lin Ye, but to its surprise, Lin Ye had been sitting in the driver's seat the whole time, admiring the scenery, waiting for you to fully digest him. It's truly beautiful here. Don't you want to take a look? After all, you won't get to see it anymore soon. Lin Ye used his mental energy to sense deep within the bus. This current state was extremely rare. Once the bus returned to normal, he wouldn't be able to sense it anymore. Are you crazy? I can crush you easily right now. The aggregate secretly controlled slender creatures to crawl toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye was too composed, giving it a bad premonition. In terms of stealth, you can't compare to a trap master like me. Don't even think about ambushing me. With just a glance, Lin Ye shredded those slender creatures. What did you do? The aggregate asked in panic. You should ask what I did earlier. Lin Ye stood up and looked at the aggregate. Within its body remained numerous runes that Lin Ye had carved. Those materials? The aggregate asked incredulously. Correct. Starting from your ticket, all subsequent tickets were engraved with my rune traps. Do you remember how I completely chopped up that young man's body and placed it inside? That was my masterpiece. Lin Ye sensed the runes within the aggregate's body. Due to the enemy's mental energy interference, he He couldn't directly carve runes inside the enemy's body. But if the enemy voluntarily swallowed runes, that was a different matter entirely. You bastard. The aggregate was already restrained by the numerous rune traps inside its body. I remember you said these low-level rune traps couldn't kill you, and that I couldn't use your body against you? I don't think so. Goodbye. Lin Ye activated all the runes inside the aggregate's body. Synthesis, splicing, cutting, weakening, alienation, shaping, collapse. No. Numerous spiritual energy blades erupted within the aggregate's body, completely destroying its form. Don't. I don't want to die yet. Please. The young man emitted agonized wails. Only when there was a single consciousness within its body could it transfer that consciousness into the body of whoever killed it. This was the rule granted by the relic fragment. So now it could only die unwillingly along with the aggregate. I told you, you'd both perish together. Why didn't you believe me? Lin Ye sat in the driver's seat, waiting for the bus to return on its own. As darkness gradually fell, Little Red in a red and black dress suddenly appeared outside the windshield. Why did you come here? Lin Ye asked curiously. This was the surface layer of the abyss. According to Lin Ye's understanding, Little Red should stay far away from the abyss. Little Red didn't answer. She just pressed against the windshield, tilting her head as she looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye suddenly noticed that this Little Red's hair was bright red, and he had never seen Little Red wear this dress before. A terrifying possibility occurred to Lin Ye. He was currently in a blessed state, so, as long as the probability wasn't zero, anything could happen. Do you require anything? Cold sweat trickled into the corner of Lin Ye's eye. He involuntarily looked into Little Red's eyes. He didn't know exactly what he saw, but faintly, he seemed to hear the sound of ocean waves. When he regained his composure, Little Red had disappeared. Lin Ye remained seated in the driver's seat without moving, but the bus had already returned to the mountain road. The middle-aged bald man outside the door cheered with surprised delight. Lin Ye sighed. He knew this skill was troublesome, but he hadn't expected it to be this problematic. He opened the door to let the passengers outside board. Since they had all already paid their tickets, there was no sucking sensation from below this time. When Yang boarded, Lin Ye controlled a spiritual energy blade to stab her once. A gray stone was knocked out of the bus. After separating from Yang, the stone underwent some changes, causing petrification phenomena to begin occurring around it. Lin Ye stepped on the accelerator while simultaneously treating Yang's wound. The bus passed through the intersection of two road sections, leaving the petrification phenomenon behind. Lin Ye had noticed that stone earlier, but with too many troubles before, he hadn't had time to deal with it. The bus returned to the plane where the organization was located, now carrying several additional ordinary passengers. Lin Ye didn't know if this would complete the mission, but based on previous experience, the probability of mission completion was high. I'm getting off here. Do you want to come with me, or go search for your own world? Lin Ye asked. Is this your world? Is it safe here? Yang Lin urgently asked. He didn't want to ride anymore. He just wanted to find a safe stop to get off. As for their world, it wasn't particularly safe either. I wouldn't call it safe, but at least there are people desperately maintaining order. Lin Ye waved to the captain standing by the roadside. The captain returned his salute. That's good enough. We'll get off here. As long as his daughter was safe, Yang Lin would be fine anywhere. Lin Ye parked the bus by the roadside. Yang Lin and his daughter were the first to disembark, followed by the boy with his family. The middle-aged bald man had already disappeared, leaving only the students still on the bus. You're not leaving? Before getting off, Lin Ye turned back and asked, Thank you. I know this is dangerous, but I want to go home. My family might still be waiting for me there. The student said with pale face, biting his lip. Then I wish you a smooth journey. Lin Ye tossed the car keys to the student and got off. As soon as Lin Ye stepped off, the bus behind him drove away. When the bus disappeared at the road's end, the road itself vanished as well. Simulation ended. Remaining simulation attempts, 5. Obtained random items appearing in this event, *5. Acquired title, Veteran Driver. Lin Ye opened his eyes on his bed in the shelter. Little snake coiled around his neck, its smooth, delicate snake skin feeling quite pleasant. But Lin Ye had no time to pay attention to little snake wagging its tail at him. After contact with that abyssal evil god, he felt completely different. His five senses had become exceptionally sharp. His body felt much lighter than before, and spiritual energy flowed more smoothly within him. Yet his physical structure showed no changes whatsoever. Muscles, bones, nerves, internal organs. None had undergone any transformation. What the other party had changed seemed to be something more fundamental. So fundamental that Lin Ye couldn't even perceive it. Not turning into a monster is already pretty good. Lin Ye sighed. After moving around for a while, Lin Ye pulled the little snake from his neck and made eye contact with it. Hiss hiss. The little snake swayed its tail and wrapped around Lin Ye's hand. All right, don't screw me over tonight. Lin Ye released the little snake and began examining the loot piled in the center of the shelter. The 5 items were respectively a black umbrella-shaped mushroom with white patterns, a dark red spike, a white bus ticket, a gray sealed metal canister, and a piece of metal fragment. Hallucinogenic mushroom. After consumption, one can see realistic hallucinations. Note, the boundary between reality and illusion is not clearly defined. As soon as Lin Ye picked up the hallucinogenic mushroom, he smelled a hospital disinfectant odor. Just by getting close, he felt as if he had returned to the past in his memories. Really dangerous. Lin Ye put away the hallucinogenic mushroom. He didn't miss the past. Someone else might have been reluctant to let it go. Sharp spike. An excellent spiritual energy material that can be used to create spiritual energy items. Note, you can also directly use it to stab people. The spike was about 1 centimeter in diameter and 30 centimeters long. Lin Ye gripped the spike and thrust it forward a few times. It felt quite comfortable to use. After putting away the spike, Lin Ye picked up the bus ticket. Bus ticket. Using this ticket on the road can summon a bus that moves between planes 1/1. Note, please do not use this ticket in dangerous planes. The ticket depicted a bus stop with a white bus parked on the road outside the station. Not bad. Might be useful later. After storing the ticket properly, Lin Ye picked up the gray metal canister. Gray matter. Artificially purified gray world substrate with average purity. Can be inhaled. After consumption, there's an extremely low probability of awakening mental skills and an extremely high probability of developing mental illnesses are in Nigerian IRA. Note, only true madmen would need this thing. Another garbage item that seems useful but is actually completely unusable. Lin Ye sighed and placed the gray matter where it belonged. Relic fragment. A relic fragment containing certain rule power. You can use it to create spiritual energy items or extract the remaining rule fragments within. Lin Ye, then your luck is good? I rarely lose games. I'll lead us to victory. Where are you? Victoria. No, I'm not in the game. You're the participant. I'm the supporter. I can't directly join the game, only provide limited assistance. Lin Ye, what help can you give me? Victoria. Sorry, not right now. Due to certain circumstances, I was forced into this game. If we fail, I'll lose everything. Our pairing wasn't random. Among all participants, you have the lowest rank. Nui. Lin Ye. All right, explain the game rules to me. Victoria. The rules are simple. Eliminate other participants, survive until the end among all players, and achieve the highest score. Victoria. Each participant has a basic identity. You need to distinguish between participants and locals. Eliminating participants earns points and cards, while killing locals might attract local factions. Victoria. There are many types of cards. You're currently in a state where spiritual and mental energy are locked. Certain cards can unlock your abilities and items. Victoria. Besides eliminating participants, there are other ways to obtain cards. You'll need to explore those yourself. This is my first time participating in this game, too. Victoria. The game map is vast. Your current city is just a small portion of the entire game area, so you should gather resources quickly. Victoria. Any other questions? Lin Ye, not for now. Lin Ye glanced at the white card he found beneath the cabinet. White card unlock. Randomly unlock one item from loot space, January 1st. Note, Hope your loot space isn't full of junk. Lin Ye immediately crushed the card, and a dark red dagger appeared in his hand. Third-tier spiritual energy item, mutated dagger. Lin Ye positioned the mutated dagger where he could easily draw it, then covered it with his clothing. If I could use mental energy, this wouldn't be so troublesome. After adjusting his clothes before the mirror, Lin Ye left the room. He still needed to meet his student. Just as he stepped out, he encountered a nervous-looking middle-aged man in the hallway. The man's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Ye. He quickly approached, smiling as he greeted him. "Hello, I've lost my room key. Could you help me call attendant using your room phone?" "Of course, come in." Lin Ye opened the door, allowing the man to enter his room, then locked the door behind them. Before the man could turn around, Lin Ye stabbed through his heart from behind with a mutated dagger, expertly covering his mouth and nose with force. MMPH, MMPH. The man struggled, but even without spiritual energy, Lin Ye's physical strength remained formidable. With his heart pierced and unable to breathe, the man soon fell still. First participant elimination, obtained random card *1. A pale green card appeared before Lin Ye. Green card skill. Can place one rune trap at specified location 1/1. Note: rune type randomized. Skill cards, are they skills I know, or skills I've used before? If they were skills he'd previously used, then Lin Ye would need to collect more skill cards. After all, many skills were currently inaccessible to him. Storing the green card, Lin Ye was about to dispose of the man's body when it shattered and disappeared like a card. Victoria, participant bodies disappear automatically, locals don't. Your physical condition is good, but that was too impulsive. If he had screamed, you'd be finished. This is an upscale hotel in the city center. The hallways have numerous surveillance cameras. Lin Ye, he was already preparing to make a move. I was just slightly faster than him. Victoria, he wanted a room where he could temporarily stay. If you hadn't opened the door, he wouldn't have dared attack you in the hallway. Lin Ye, what's your rank? Have you never killed anyone before? Victoria, I'm a 10th tier spiritual energy user. I'm not opposed to you killing, but I want you to be more cautious. Otherwise, attracting other participants' attention will put us at a disadvantage. Lin Ye, don't worry, I'm extremely cautious. Victoria, your mental state seems somewhat off. Lin Ye, no, my mental state is excellent. Without powerful mental energy to suppress it, the berserk knowledge gradually began affecting Lin Ye's mental state. Note: of course you can also swallow it, like its previous owner did. The relic fragment was a metal block about the size of a fist. Lin Ye tried to sense its internal structure with mental energy, but his mental energy was blocked outside the fragment by some force. This one's okay, can study it slowly. Finally encountering a somewhat decent item, Lin Ye put away the metal block, then checked his new title through the system. Veteran driver. You are already a qualified veteran driver, even without a driver's license. Note: maybe you could try other vehicles. Actually, there's not much difference between buses and spaceships. I'll try when I get the chance. After organizing the loot, Lin Ye tended to the plants and animals for a while, played with the snake some more, then took the low-tier nutrient solution and rune cards to the game room. The game room looked the same as always. Lin Ye directly used the Berserk rune card. A massive amount of chaotic knowledge flooded into Lin Ye's brain. This rune card was somewhat special. Berserk was a mental state. Influenced by knowledge related to Berserk, Lin Ye entered a state approaching Berserk. He forcibly suppressed this state, but still inevitably was affected by it. So when performing spiritual energy circulation this time, Lin Ye directly played the card game with 100 red coins per hand. As soon as he started absorbing spiritual energy, Lin Ye noticed some differences from before. The spiritual energy flowed through his body very smoothly. The strengthening speed was much faster, and his body's tolerance for spiritual energy had also increased. After completing 7 spiritual energy circulations, Lin Ye left the game room with 2,900 red coins he had won. I actually don't feel uncomfortable. Instead, I'm in a pleasant mood. Lin Ye organized the knowledge in his mind. This was the easiest time he had used a rune card. While organizing knowledge, Lin Ye also prepared dinner. The morning simulation task had consumed quite some time, and the nighttime activity was about to begin. After preparing dinner, Lin Ye opened the group chat and started eating. 527-474/1000000. Maze exploration, activate. Trash collecting, activate. Everyone eaten yet? Food picture. 8-8. Food picture. Buying second-tier mutation organs. Buy what? Just go kill a few monsters in a red maze, and you'll get them. As expected of a big shot, your words carry such authority. Don't tell me there are still people who can't kill second-tier monsters. Today I encountered Brother Lin in the game room. I have to say, the god of gambling still has much to learn from Brother Lin. I encountered him too, 100 red coins per hand, 10 consecutive wins. I was there too. At the time, Brother Lin was still absorbing spiritual energy to strengthen his body and didn't take the card game seriously at all. Impressive. This makes me feel a bit itchy to try too. Suggest not overthinking it. If you go, you might lose until you're left with only your underwear. Nighttime activity beginning. Tonight's activity, personal special random event activity. Join. 0959. Wait, why is my task not maze exploration, but some personal task? Damn it, didn't react in time, already joined. Huh, why am I getting maze exploration? Are you just making this up? No, I'm not getting maze exploration either. It's personal special random event activity. Me too. Have you all joined? I haven't joined yet. Holy crap, those with different tasks seem to be the big shots. What about Brother Lin? Lin Ye, I'm also getting personal special random event activity. The system should be assigning tasks based on strength. I've already joined, but this is my first time participating in this activity too. Whether to join or not is your own decision. After joining, will we be together completing the task? Probably not, right? Isn't it a personal activity? Shouldn't we all be separate? I joined. The rewards from completing this kind of personal task must be quite good. You phone. Why am I getting a special task too? Big shot you. Didn't expect you to develop to this level even without a shelter. Really underestimated you before. You phone. No, I only have strong concealment abilities. I'm very weak in other aspects. Can this task be canceled? I accidentally joined. Really something else. No choice. It's the daily fresh air time after all. Probably can't cancel it. Good luck. You phone. I'm done for. Do any big shots have reliable spiritual energy items to sell me? I was thinking about going trash collecting and didn't prepare anything. Even big shots need to participate in personal tasks. I can sell you one cheap, but after you return, you need to go outside and take a look. Yeah, I can lend you a spiritual energy item too, as long as you're willing to explore the city. You phone. Okay, but I'll only go out once, and only to downstairs. Acceptable. Your small step is a giant leap for survivors. The items have been traded. Please collect them. You phone. Thank you, esteemed experts. If I can make it back alive, I'll go downstairs to take a look for everyone. It's fine if you don't return. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You certainly know how to say the right things. Brothers, I'm off to scavenge now. See you when the event ends. See you when the event ends. Lin Ye sat fully armed at his bedside playing with a snake, the snakeskin's texture feeling quite pleasant. 00010000. Drawing personal special random event. Personal special random event drawn. Survive until the end. Acquired special skill. Mystery. Mystery. After using this skill, you will receive a mysterious blessing. 1/1. Note, not actually a blessing. Detected identity card blank. Import random identity? Yes. Acquired random identity. Teacher. Acquired identity skill. Guidance. Guidance. When you complete a full guidance session and receive genuine recognition from a student, obtain a random card. Note, this is a teacher's responsibility. Lin Ye opened his eyes, finding himself lying on a hotel bed. He wore thin pajamas. The nightfall formal wear and various equipment had disappeared, and he couldn't sense his loot space. Not only that, though his body remained his original form, Both his spiritual energy and mental energy were unusable, as if sealed away. Just as Lin Ye pondered his current situation, a concise self-introduction appeared in his mind. Lin Ye, low-rank instructor of a certain academy, scheduled to meet students in the hotel lobby in 30 minutes. Teacher? Students? Where am I? What should I do? Just survive until the end? As Lin Ye rapidly processed his thoughts, a chat room appeared before his eyes containing only two people, Lin Ye and Victoria. Lin Ye, hello. Victoria, no, I'm not well, and you're not doing too great either. Lin Ye, no, I'm fine. I'd be even better if you could tell me what's happening now. Lin Ye changed into his coat and meticulously inspected the entire room. Without access to mental energy, he could only conduct a manual search. Victoria, this is a game hosted by the controllers. You're unfortunate to be paired with me. Lin Ye, are all supporters 10th rank? Victoria, no, there are also some high-level spiritual energy users. Lin Ye, 7th, 8th, and 9th are high ranks, so what rank is 10th? Victoria, 10th rank is a transitional stage. You're only 2nd rank, so you should be thinking about advancing from 3rd to 4th rank to develop your spiritual energy core, not asking these meaningless questions. Lin Ye, how do you develop a spiritual energy core? Victoria, you're the system survivor. Just follow the system's guidance. It's best not to mess around, like studying certain dangerous knowledge that could easily lead to trouble. Lin Ye, how do you know I'm the system survivor? Victoria, the system sent me your basic information. Lin Ye, what's written in the information? Victoria, just your name and rank, nothing particularly useful. To the system, all information has value. I need to pay corresponding resources to view your detailed information. Lin Ye, how much is my information worth? Victoria, I don't know. Right now, I don't even have enough to check how much it would cost to view your information. Lin Ye, then you're doing pretty poorly. Victoria, when you reach high rank, you'll understand why I'm in such a sorry state. Lin Ye, all right. Lin Ye sat in the hotel lobby chatting with Victoria. He didn't know why the teacher needed to meet students in a hotel lobby, didn't know the purpose of the meeting, and didn't even know what his students looked like. Just as Lin Ye was thinking through and categorizing various possibilities, two female students wearing blue and white school uniforms entered the hotel. As soon as they stepped into the hotel lobby, they began looking around as if searching for something. Lin Ye waved to them when their gaze fell upon him. Are you Teacher Lin? Li Shiyan wasn't entirely sure. The person before her didn't feel like a teacher. Yes, have a seat. Lin Ye carefully observed the two students, particularly their changing expressions. The two gave simple self-introductions before sitting opposite Lin Ye. Teacher Lin, while we appreciate you taking time to lead our practical class, we've encountered some trouble recently and might not be able to leave the city with you. Song Qian seemed somewhat nervous, constantly feeling like someone was watching her from behind. Don't worry, student Song. If the trouble you're referring to is the man following you, I'll help handle it. After all, I am your teacher, and teaching you how to deal with trouble is part of my job. Although Lin Ye couldn't use mental energy currently, judging by the man's movements, he wasn't even a spiritual energy user. A man? Someone is following us. Li Shiyan's expression turned serious, but she didn't look back. Yes, tell me about your troubles. After handling them, we still have a practical class to conduct. In his normal state, Lin Ye wouldn't be this arrogant, especially since he currently couldn't use mental energy or spiritual energy. But influenced by the berserk knowledge, he had completely abandoned any thoughts of restraint. We've been targeted by cultists. Not just us, many students from our school have already gone missing. We believe it's all the work of cultists. Li Shiyan moved her chair closer to Lin Ye and spoke in a hushed tone. Haven't you reported this to anyone? Lin Ye found it strange. With multiple students missing, weren't the city's public security authorities doing anything about it? We already reported it to the precinct, but they just sent someone to take a quick look at the school and went through the motions without any real investigation. And Song Qian also pulled her chair closer to Lin Ye. While Li Shiyan remained relatively stable, she was already becoming mentally tense. After pausing briefly, Song Qian continued. We visited the homes of the missing students. Their families were very strange. They showed no concern about the missing students at all. I suspect they might be under the influence of the cultists. Song Qian didn't think this teacher would believe her nonsense. This wasn't the first time she'd told a teacher about these things. But for some reason, just being watched by those pitch-black eyes, she smoothly poured out all the words that had been weighing heavily on her heart, words that had become almost unbearable to keep inside. Excellent. Since we have suitable cases, we'll conduct the practical class within the city today. The first lesson I'll teach you is how to deal with cultists. Follow me. Lin Ye stood up and left the hotel. The two students hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed behind him. First is information gathering. We need to figure out who the enemy is, where they are, and what their objectives are. Lin Ye led the two into a dark alley, then skillfully knocked out the man who had followed them into the alley. Seeing Lin Ye take direct action, both students were startled. This was the city center, with a precinct branch right across the street. Song Qian felt both moved and uneasy. She hadn't expected Teacher Lin to trust them so completely, yet she feared the missing cases might just be her imagination, that the cultists didn't actually exist. Lin Ye checked the items on the man's person, finding a phone, keys, and some massage parlor coupons in his pockets. By observing the frequently pressed positions on the phone screen protector, Lin Ye input the password and unlocked the man's phone. After absorbing the god's blood, his 5 senses had become much sharper. The phone contained numerous messages. Based on this information, Lin Ye gained some understanding of the man and found his residence. This is the first step of information gathering. Often, if you don't actively collect intelligence, you might die without ever understanding what happened. Information is life. Lin Ye carefully taught them each step of information collection while simultaneously opening a manhole cover and throwing the man into the sewer, preventing discovery by passing pedestrians. Completed 1 teaching session, randomly obtained 1 card. Obtained 1 white card. White card unlock. Lifted mental energy blockade for 1 minute, January 1st. Note, 1 minute isn't long, but it's enough to accomplish many things. Indeed, it's enough to accomplish many things. Lin Ye stored the card. With this card, he could easily handle ordinary low-level spiritual energy users. I understand, teacher. Next, should we go to his home to gather information? Li Shiyan was much more proactive than Song Qian. Yes, but we can also be more proactive. Lin Ye used the man's phone to send a message to his superior. Lifted mental blockade for 1 minute, January 1st. Song Qian glanced at the manhole cover, feeling somewhat puzzled. Because he's not a reliable information source. Remember, don't readily trust others. I'm not saying he might deceive you, but rather that he himself is inherently untrustworthy. His level, knowledge, and intelligence don't support him obtaining accurate information, so information from his mouth becomes even less reliable. This kind of information deviation can be fatal. Lin Ye hailed a taxi and gave the driver the man's address. The taxi quickly delivered the 3 of them to the man's apartment building. Lin Ye used the man's phone to pay the fare. The man's apartment was on the 4th floor. Lin Ye used the key to open the apartment door, and after entering, used a green skill card to set up rune traps at the entrance. The apartment wasn't large, just 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom, not much bigger than the initial shelter. The 3 began searching for information in the apartment. Lin Ye found a blue card beneath the sink. Blue card support. Using this card can detect the locations of participants within 1 kilometer, 3/3. Note, participants detected by the card will receive a system notification. Lin Ye, is this support card related to you? Victoria, yes, skill cards are related to your abilities, while support cards are connected to mine. Lin Ye, while it's somewhat useful, couldn't you have stuffed more of those city-destroying one-shot cards in the card pool? Victoria, same as your side, the cards are all system-generated. I do have skills that can destroy cities, but considering the power level, your chances of obtaining them are practically 0. Lin Ye, fine then. Putting away the card, Lin Ye heard footsteps in the hallway and turned to tell the 2 students who were searching for information to stay quiet. Knock knock. Lin Ye and the 2 students hid in the spot farthest from the door. When the person outside heard no movement inside, they sent a message to the man's phone. I'm here. Where are you? I have something urgent to handle. The door isn't locked. The photos are on the bedroom table. Go in and get them yourself. Remember to lock the door when you leave. Lin Ye replied with a message. The handler opened the door and triggered the rune trap immediately upon entering the room. His luck was terrible. He encountered the severing rune. Lin Ye had to step over the minced meat to quickly close the door. Among the minced flesh, Lin Ye found some fragments of massage parlor discount coupons. While the possibility that the man and his handler visited the same massage parlor couldn't be ruled out, it was more likely that this particular massage parlor had problems. Teacher, I found one of our school's uniforms in the cabinet. Li Shiyan brought the uniform to Lin Ye, who was searching for clues among the minced meat. Don't just stand there. Help me clean this up. If blood seeps through to the floor below, we'll have trouble. Lin Ye began instructing Li Shiyan on handling the corpse. This girl learned quickly and showed natural talent. In comparison, Song Qian wasn't doing well, often radiating an aura of physical clumsiness. What are you doing? Song Qian curiously peeked out from the bedroom and asked. We're cleaning the floor. You keep looking for clues in the room. Li Shiyan answered before Lin Ye could respond. Okay. Song Qian didn't ask further and withdrew her head back into the room. Sorry, teacher. Li Shiyan spread large amounts of toilet paper across the floor to absorb the blood. It's fine. While I personally prefer being prepared for anything, under normal circumstances you shouldn't need this kind of knowledge. Lin Ye took out the massage coupons and used his phone to check the massage parlor's address. The massage parlor was located within the neighboring residential complex, just a 5-minute walk from this apartment. After dealing with the minced meat, Lin Ye took the two students and left the crime scene. I'm going to check out that massage parlor. You two go eat at the fast food restaurant by the road. It's daytime now, so even if you have bad luck and encounter cultists also eating fast food, it should be fine. Call me if anything happens, and try not to wander around. R.O. Epsilon. Lin Ye sent Li Shiyan a fast food red envelope. After all, he was the adult. It wouldn't be right to have students pay for meals when going out. Okay, teacher, please be careful. Don't worry about us. Li Shiyan led the worried-looking Song Qian into the fast food restaurant. Lin Ye walked alone toward the massage parlor. As soon as he approached it, he felt a sense of discomfort. Looks like I found the right place. The massage parlor was named Watery Massage, with a pink sign that looked quite dubious from the start. Lin Ye pushed the door open and entered the massage parlor. This was his first time in such a place. Hello, sir. This must be your first time here, right? The front desk was staffed by a stunningly beautiful young woman with an explosive figure. She smiled as she introduced various massage services to Lin Ye. I'll try the 298 package this time. If the service is good, I'll come back for the 998 package next time. Lin Ye pretended to be experienced and followed the service staff deeper into the massage parlor. Do you have a preferred technician? The service staff led Lin Ye into an empty room similar to a standard hotel room and asked, Is technician number 4 available? Lin Ye asked casually. We don't have a technician number 4. The service staff replied. Your shop only has 3 technicians? Lin Ye found this somewhat strange. No, the numbers are chosen by the technicians themselves. Technician 44 doesn't have any clients right now. Would you like to choose her? The service staff took out a phone containing pictures of technicians with their numbers. Sure, her then. Lin Ye glanced at the phone. Technician 44 was a young woman with an excellent figure. The other pictures were similar. If the photos weren't photoshopped, the quality of technicians at this establishment was absurdly high. Great! Here's some complimentary mineral water for you. The service staff placed a bottle of mineral water on the bedside table before exiting the room. Lin Ye naturally wouldn't touch this bottle of water. The room was filled with a thick, fragrant aroma that made one's mouth dry and throat parched. Lin Ye didn't have to wait long before regular, almost mechanical footsteps sounded in the hallway. Knock, knock. Come in. Lin Ye gripped the mutated dagger in reverse grip, ready to crush the white card at any moment. If not for the 1-minute restriction, Lin Ye would have taken action as soon as he entered the massage parlor. Hello, guest. Technician 44 at your service. A woman identical to the photo approached Lin Ye with a smile. If not for Lin Ye's sharp eyesight, he wouldn't have been able to detect the numbness and fear hidden beneath her stiff smile in the dim lighting. "Hello." Lin Ye released his grip on the mutated dagger, then quickly thrust his right hand into the technician's mouth, pulling out a white worm from deep within her throat. The worm's surface was covered with numerous dark green patterns. The worm was extremely long. Lin Ye pulled out about half a meter, but more of the worm's body remained inside the technician. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. The technician emitted low, miserable groans. Lin Ye had only pulled out the upper part of the worm. The lower part was buried deep within various parts of the technician's body like plant roots. If Lin Ye forcibly pulled out the worm, it would tear apart all the organs inside the technician's body. "Kill me, please, kill me, let me die." The technician made indistinct, garbled pleas. Lin Ye used the mutated dagger to sever the upper part of the worm, then stabbed the mutated dagger into the remaining lower part of the worm several times in succession. If the technician truly wanted to die, he could grant her a quick release, but that would have to wait until after he dealt with the cultists and this damned worm. Lin Ye walked out of the room and returned to the massage parlor entrance, lowering the security shutter under the front desk staff's puzzled gaze. He should have done this much earlier. Hearing chaotic footsteps in the hallway, Lin Ye crushed the white card in his hand. What does it feel like to have mental energy, but no spiritual energy? Lin Ye had experienced this many times in simulation missions, but this was the first time it happened to his actual body. Because it was a familiar body, Lin Ye didn't need time to adapt and instantly controlled the external spiritual energy. A group of charging staff members hadn't even made it out of the corridor before being stabbed through their vital points by spiritual energy blades from behind, their corpses piling up in the hallway. Lin Ye's mental energy expanded outward, sensing the entire massage parlor. Soon he detected two hidden levels beneath the establishment. "Do you know who we're working for?" The female receptionist trembled as she looked at Lin Ye. She wasn't much stronger than those corpses in the corridor, so she could only try to communicate with him. "No idea. Do you have high-tier spiritual energy users here?" Lin Ye casually set up several rune traps at the entrance before walking deeper into the massage parlor. Time was limited, otherwise he could have chatted with her a bit more. A spiritual energy blade stabbed through the female receptionist's vital points from behind. She wanted to say they did, but it seemed too ridiculous to claim, so the words never left her mouth. High-tier spiritual energy users were already at the pinnacle of spiritual energy practitioners. How could they possibly appear in such a small place? As Lin Ye passed by the corpses, he discovered a purple card on one of them. Purple card mission. Using this card grants a random mission. Completing it rewards system points. Note: after the event ends, uncompleted missions will lower the survivor's system evaluation, while completed missions will improve it. Lin Ye casually crushed the purple card. Obtained random mission. Cleanse the massage parlor. Cleanse the massage parlor. Dim lighting, heated atmosphere, cold surgical tables hidden underground. The massage parlor is undoubtedly an excellent place to develop cult followers. You've discovered a cult stronghold, and such strongholds certainly don't exist in isolation. There are many similar massage parlors throughout the city that need to be found and eliminated. Note: cleanse at least 5 massage parlors. The more parlors cleansed, the richer the rewards. Lin Ye glanced at the mission while casually dealing with several technicians lunging at him. These technicians were completely controlled by the parasites within their bodies, already showing some inhuman structural changes. But Lin Ye didn't kill them. Instead, with surgical precision, he stabbed and destroyed the parasites' vital points at their branching locations. This approach would cost him a bit more mental energy, but it didn't matter. He only had 1 minute. Using compressed spiritual energy, he blasted open the hidden door leading to the underground space. A cold corridor appeared before Lin Ye's eyes. In the corridor stood a slicked-back young man wearing a dark green suit, the person in charge here and the only surviving cultist in the establishment. This was a third-tier spiritual energy user infinitely close to reaching the 4th tier. "If you're here to cause trouble for this cult, perhaps we can talk. Actually, I don't have much connection with this cult." The young man held a green card in his hand, feeling extremely unlucky. He had just arrived, and become the person in charge of this cult stronghold. Although he was also a cultist, he wasn't the same type as these bug-handling fanatics. Before he could even settle into his position, he found himself trapped underground by a seemingly terrifyingly powerful second-tier spiritual energy user. He couldn't use spiritual or mental energy, only possessing a green skill card with decent power, but difficult to actually hit anyone with. Lin Ye very directly stabbed the young man with a spiritual energy blade from behind. Just as he prepared to follow up with a full version of his shotgun blade technique, he discovered the young man was already dead from the first stab. Faking death? Pretty convincing act, but you should have at least put up some resistance. Lin Ye stabbed several more times before realizing the man wasn't pretending. Question mark. It wasn't until Lin Ye saw the green card in the young man's hand that he understood what had happened. These system cards seemed to possess inherent mental perception blocking properties that could only be observed with the naked eye. Green card skill. Condense a spiritual energy sphere in hand. Can decide, throwing direction independently, 1/1. Note, surely nobody would actually get hit by a skill that requires charging and has average flight speed? Trash skill. Lin Ye pocketed the card and pushed open the operating room door. An overwhelming metallic scent of blood flooded his nostrils. In the dim operating room, a middle-aged man with a beer belly lay sleeping on the surgical table. A blissful smile spread across his face, drool dripping onto the operating table. Lin Ye ignored him and instead pushed aside the full-length mirror attached to one wall of the operating room, revealing a staircase leading to the second underground level. The second basement level was an underground space covering a full 100 square meters, filled with numerous half-human, half-insect monsters. At the center of the space grew a white insect tree, its base surrounded by piles of dismembered corpses, its branches covered with white insects. With 5 seconds remaining in the 1-minute countdown, Lin Ye threw the spiritual energy blade he had been compressing, shaping, and inscribing with runes since the countdown began into the underground space. Boom! The spiritual energy blade struck the insect tree's main trunk with precise accuracy. The tree pulled up its roots, trying to escape the violent spiritual energy, but under the influence of various runes, uprooting itself not only failed to escape the explosion radius, but instead caused its roots to be shredded along with the rest of it. Only after the explosion completely subsided did Lin Ye enter the underground space, retrieving a pink card from the insect tree's remains. Pink card loot. This card can be used during the event to transform into other colored cards, or used after the event concludes to transform into loot. Note, can also be left as inheritance for enemies to use. The pink card transformed into a white card. White card unlock. Completely removes spiritual energy seal. Note, yes, no time limit. Lin Ye directly crushed this card. Massive amounts of spiritual energy surged into Lin Ye's body, flowing freely through him. Without mental energy restraints, the spiritual energy automatically permeated throughout his entire being. At first, Lin Ye worried about bodily alienation, but since absorbing the god's blood, his body had become incredibly stable, showing no signs of alienation whatsoever. Completely removes spiritual energy blockade. Even if he couldn't use runes to manipulate external spiritual energy, Lin Ye could still use the spiritual energy within his body combined with martial arts to deal with ordinary spiritual energy users. Just as Lin Ye was stretching and moving his body, he received a message. Teacher, several men in black suits broke into the fast food restaurant to try and capture us. We've escaped and are currently running through the streets. Send coordinates. I'm coming now. Lin Ye used spiritual energy to stimulate the middle-aged man lying on the operating table before leaving the massage parlor. Considering the precinct might be compromised, he didn't want the man to see his face. The massage parlor surveillance equipment had already been casually destroyed by him earlier. As for those technicians, they would have to be handed over to the precinct. He could only hope there were still normal people within the precinct. Following the coordinates on his phone, Lin Ye quickly found the 2 students and the several men in black suits following them. Can I ask what business you have with my students? Since they were on a public street with many pedestrians around, Lin Ye didn't immediately resort to violence. Kid, get lost if you don't want to die. Our boss needs to talk with them. Slap. One of the black-suited men stepped forward to push Lin Ye away, but instead got slapped to the ground by Lin Ye. Lin Ye didn't use spiritual energy and even held back to only 20% of his strength. Otherwise, the man's head would have spun at least 2.5 times on his neck. You bastard! Seeing Lin Ye take action, the other black-suited men surrounded him. Slap! 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 One slap per person. Lin Ye wasn't about to go easy on them. At that moment, a sleazy-looking old man emerged from the crowd of onlookers. He cautiously approached Lin Ye and said, "You must be a teacher from the academy, right? So young and accomplished. I'm an executive from the Wenxuan Society. Our chairman has some questions for your students. Could you please have them come with us? Matters need to be resolved eventually, and you can't protect them forever. Besides, our society has several spiritual energy users, and our chairman is acquainted with several captains from the precinct." The old man maintained a friendly smile, but the threat behind his words was unmistakable. "See that coffee shop over there? I'm giving your chairman 10 minutes. If he doesn't show up, I'll kill you first, then go kill him." Understood. Lin Ye grabbed the old man by his hair, pulling him close and forcing him to make eye contact. Understood. I'll notify the chairman immediately. The old man's eyes widened, his previous composure gone. As a seasoned member of the society, he had met many people, and he knew clearly that Lin Ye wasn't bluffing. He genuinely intended to kill him. "Let's go. We'll get something to eat at the coffee shop. I've never been to one before. Girls your age probably like this kind of place, right?" Lin Ye hadn't chosen randomly. If he were alone, he would have picked an old noodle shop by the roadside rather than this trendy coffee shop. "Yes, I've been a few times with friends and taken photos." Li Shiyan wasn't particularly interested in coffee shops, but as part of socializing, she could perfectly blend into friendly atmospheres. "I've never been to a coffee shop either. I'm too intimidated to approach places that look this fancy." Song Qin gripped Li Shiyan's clothing. She had always been a coward. If she hadn't met Li Shiyan, she might not have dared to resist those cultists. "That's perfect then. We could try out together." Lin Ye glanced at the old man who was making a phone call. The old man dutifully followed behind Lin Ye. The coffee shop was quiet, with only 2 tables occupied. The shop owner was a tall, beautiful woman with striking looks. There were no other staff, just the owner herself. "I'll have a strawberry cheesecake and your best coffee, plus a takeaway portion of your most recommended snack." Lin Ye glanced at the menu and ordered casually. Li Shiyan also ordered cake and coffee, while Song Qin chose a cream puff with soda combo. Before their orders arrived completely, a black luxury sedan pulled up outside the coffee shop. A distinguished-looking middle-aged man entered, followed by 2 burly bald bodyguards. Alpha Nubi. Both bodyguards were low-level spiritual energy users. The old man sitting next to Lin Ye hurriedly stood up and offered his seat to the newcomer. "I'm Zhao Wenxuan, chairman of the Wenxuan Society. You must be Mr. Lin from the academy." Zhao Wenxuan was very polite. While he could handle 2 academy students without backgrounds, dealing with an academy teacher was considerably more difficult. "Get to the point. I'm busy." At this distance, Lin Ye could blow his head off in just 1 second. "It's like this. The child of one of my friends is also an academy student. He's gone missing, and you seem to have some information. I hope you can tell me what you know." Zhao Wenxuan spoke earnestly to Li Shiyan. "That friend of yours who isn't missing wouldn't happen to be yourself, would it?" Lin Ye interjected, then proceeded to tell Zhao Wenxuan everything they had discovered. This wasn't because Lin Ye particularly trusted Zhao Wenxuan. It was a simple test. He would judge Zhao Wenxuan's connection to the cult based on changes in his expression and eyes, which would determine how to deal with the Wenxuan Society. "I see." After hearing Lin Ye's account, Zhao Wenxuan closed his eyes in pain. The missing student was his illegitimate child. He wasn't actually close to the boy. They only met occasionally for meals, and the child was usually cared for by nannies. But ultimately, it was still his child. You don't need to grieve too much. There's still a possibility that student is alive. I haven't figured out the cultist objectives yet, but after I handle a few more cult strongholds, I might find clues about that student. Lin Ye slowly ate his strawberry cheesecake while only taking one sip of the owner's special blend coffee. He didn't really understand the appeal of coffee drinking. "What do you need me to do?" Zhao Wenxuan immediately asked. "Help me find those massage parlors that might be cult strongholds. I also need a car and a driver who knows the roads well. Additionally, give me a batch of silenced spiritual energy firearms." Lin Ye didn't hold back, stating his requirements directly. "The first parts are no problem, but spiritual energy firearms are difficult to obtain. They tend to attract attention from the precinct. I can get you 2 silent spiritual energy pistols, but it's best not to use them." Zhao Wenxuan was going all out. This wasn't just for his son. It was also because he didn't want to live in the same city as cultists. Actually, some lower-level members of the Wenxuan society had also gone missing, but since they were from the bottom rungs of society and occasionally disappeared anyway, nobody had paid much attention. However, connecting this with Lin Ye's information, Zhao Wenxuan immediately realized those people had probably been taken by the cultists. "Good. I'm giving you 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I need to be in a car heading to the next massage parlor." Lin Ye had no intention of cooperating with incompetent teammates. That would be too much of a waste of time. "No problem." Zhao Wenxuan made several phone calls. 5 minutes later, a black sports car stopped outside the coffee shop. Lin Ye got into the car with the 2 students. The driver was a young man in his 20s with a crew cut. Without waiting for Lin Ye to speak, the young man handed him a box, then drove toward the nearest suspicious massage parlor. The box contained 2 silenced spiritual energy pistols and 4 magazines, each loaded with 18 spiritual energy bullets. After placing the pistols and magazines within easy reach, Lin Ye took out his phone and quietly studied the city map. In just 5 minutes, the sports car stopped outside a massage parlor. "Wait in the car for me. I'll be back soon." Lin Ye got out and entered the massage parlor. The moment he stepped inside, he smelled that thick, cloying fragrance. That's right, this is the smell. Lin Ye turned and closed the shop door behind him. Without giving the cultists in the lobby any chance to speak, Lin Ye decisively smashed their heads with his fists. Even without being able to use mental energy, Lin Ye could predict everyone's movements with his keen senses and crush their skulls before they could act. Spiritual energy flowed within Lin Ye's body. Without needing control, it naturally accompanied his movements. Lin Ye ventured deeper into the massage parlor, eliminating every cultist he encountered along the way. Although he couldn't use the power gauntlets, he had learned some basic boxing techniques, making it easy to take down these cultists with single punches. The troublesome ones were the technicians. Since he couldn't use mental energy, Lin Ye had to personally pull the parasites from their mouths before stabbing their vital points with a mutated dagger. At first, Lin Ye needed to carefully examine them before making his move, but after handling several technicians, he gradually familiarized the process. Now he could basically complete the procedure within 5 seconds per technician. In comparison, the cultists were much easier to deal with. Relying on his senses, Lin Ye quickly found the hidden door leading underground. This time, the stronghold leader wasn't waiting for him in the corridor, but Lin Ye could faintly hear eerie sounds coming from deeper below the hallway, from the building's depths. It sounded somewhat like singing or perhaps someone chanting a ballad. The voice was intermittent and mixed with screams. Lin Ye carefully inspected the entire first underground level. Aside from 2 middle-aged men lying corpse-like on operating tables, there was no one here. The operating room had the same layout as the previous massage parlor's surgical space. Lin Ye pushed aside the full-length mirror attached to the wall, and a flood of insects with human organs growing on their bodies surged out, lunging at Lin Ye. Not only that, but from his diagonal rear, the 2 middle-aged men who had been playing dead on the operating tables suddenly exploded. 2 insects emerged from the flying flesh and blood, charging toward Lin Ye's back and the back of his head, respectively. This was a pre-prepared trap. Unable to use mental energy, Lin Ye had to dodge sideways to avoid the pincer attack from front and back, but the insects nimbly changed direction using their limbs, continuing to assault Lin Ye. The operating room had limited space, preventing Lin Ye from continuously evading. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, locking onto each insect's vital points before drawing the two spiritual energy pistols from his waist. The bullets precisely struck each insect's weak spots. Mid-air, they had no way to dodge projectiles fired from the spiritual energy pistols. After clearing the attacking insects, Lin Ye directly crushed a green card, and a spiritual energy spear gradually took form, charging in his hand. Lin Ye stood sideways at the entrance to the underground space, addressing the spiritual energy user who had already merged with the insect tree. Before you die, can you tell me which deity you believe in? Even now, Lin Ye didn't know what kind of monstrous thing he was fighting. Damn it, I don't know either. The insect tree person barely managed to produce a hoarse voice. You're not a participant too, are you? Why are all your initial identities cult stronghold leaders? Wholesale identity cards. Lin Ye felt somewhat speechless. He had already dealt with 2 cult strongholds, but only eliminated minor players. Both mid-level cult members turn out to be participants. Betas. Could it be that all cult stronghold leaders are participants? You're a participant too? Had I known, I would have waited before using the card. But since I've already used it, I can only ask you to die here. The insect tree person was extremely confident, not considering a second-tier spiritual energy user with most abilities sealed as a match for itself. But it clearly failed to notice the spiritual energy spear Lin Ye was charging while hidden behind his side profile. It wasn't just Lin Ye who couldn't use mental energy. Then goodbye. Lin Ye didn't waste words, directly throwing the fully charged spiritual energy spear into the underground space. The insect tree person reacted quickly, beginning to evade when Lin Ye revealed the spear, but Lin Ye predicted its reaction. The spiritual energy spear accurately struck its thick, towering body. Boom! Lin Ye followed the spiritual energy spear into the underground space. The spear had only blasted apart the insect tree person's body, failing to completely kill it. Having charged into the underground space, Lin Ye naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip. He continuously pounded various parts of the opponent's ravaged body before finally decapitating the human head growing atop the insect tree. Only when a white card materialized above the corpse did Lin Ye stop his right hand from continuing to dismember the body. White card unlock. Randomly unlocks 1 item from loot space, January 1st. Note, hope you don't have too much junk in your loot space. Lin Ye directly crushed the card. This time, the unlocked item was a short sword with a blur blade. Night Blade, mid-tier spiritual energy item. Speaking of which, it seems like it's almost nightfall. Lin Ye stored the Night Blade and began searching for loot. The underground space only contained some half-human, half-insect corpses, nothing particularly valuable. Finally, he found a blue card and a pink card on and within the insect tree person's body respectively. Blue card support. Using this card can randomly teleport to near participant 1/1. Note, essential card for professional delivery personnel. Using this card would likely teleport me inside enemy territory. Truly easy to become delivery service. Lin Ye suppressed the impulse to crush the card. Other participants should still be in their development phase currently. If he didn't have unfinished business, he would definitely test it out. The pink card was still a loot card with identical description. Storing the cards, Lin Ye left the massage parlor and drove to the next suspicious location. On the way to the next massage parlor, Lin Ye took time to explain the event handling process to the 2 students. The driver listened very attentively. 10 minutes later, the sports car stopped outside another massage parlor. Let's pause here for now. I'll continue when I return. Lin Ye entered the massage parlor and quickly discovered this wasn't a cult stronghold. Although it didn't seem entirely legitimate either, that wasn't his concern. Lin Ye left the massage parlor under the front desk staff's strange gaze. This one isn't it. To the next one. Returning to the car, Lin Ye continued instructing the 2 students. This one isn't? One of our association members disappeared here, I thought. The driver found it somewhat strange, but didn't elaborate, only muttering to himself before turning around to head to the next location. Wait, let me take another look. Lin Ye got out and scanned the surroundings. This place was very close to the city outskirts, with few residents living nearby. The area was extremely quiet. A massage parlor opening in such a location is indeed somewhat strange. Could it be because they're afraid of precinct inspections? Lin Ye's judgment that this massage parlor wasn't a cult stronghold was based on only 2 points. First, the shop had no strange odors or sounds. Second, the front desk and service staff were all normal humans, not cultists. But cults could also hire ordinary people, and odors and sounds can be concealed. If this really is a cult stronghold, then it must be important enough to require careful disguise. Considering this, Lin Ye glanced at the darkening sky, drew the night blade, and re-entered the massage parlor. Lin Ye casually moved through the massage parlor holding Nightblade, completely unnoticed by the staff. Nightblade's effect was far better than he had anticipated, truly worthy of being a mid-tier spiritual energy item. This massage parlor had many guest rooms. Considering the possibility that the enemy might have hidden their base in a secret room connected to one of these rooms, Lin Ye had to carefully inspect each one individually. Some rooms still had customers and technicians inside, but as long as he held Nightblade, even if Lin Ye stood right beside the bed, they couldn't detect him. Wang Minghui shivered, his gaze unfocused as he stared at the ceiling, but he suddenly noticed a human figure standing at the edge of his vision. Who are you? Wang Minghui nearly jumped out of his skin in fright. He glared at this young man who had suddenly appeared in the room, hurriedly wrapping himself with the blanket. You can notice me? Lin Ye looked curiously at the panicked Wang Minghui. This was the first person in the massage parlor who had detected him. Of course. Who are you? Why are you here? Wang Minghui grabbed his pants from beside the bed and put them on, finally relaxing slightly. I'm the operations captain from the precinct. I'm here on official business, of course. Lin Ye casually made up a story. Operations captain? Which department are you from? How come I've never seen you before? Wang Minghui looked suspiciously at Lin Ye, secretly reaching toward his coat pocket. Of course you don't know me. I'm not from around here. Don't move. Lin Ye turned to speak to the technician who was trying to sneak out of the room. Not from around here? Then you're... Wang Minghui only felt slightly reassured after getting his service weapon. Lin Ye was putting tremendous pressure on him. Someone reported to headquarters that cultists are running rampant here, and that even the precinct has been infiltrated by the cult. Lin Ye stared at Wang Minghui, looking directly into his eyes as he asked word by word. Are you a cultist? Of course not. How could I possibly be a cultist? There aren't any cultists in this city. Wang Minghui exclaimed excitedly. Oh, but I've already taken down 2 cult bases. Are you trying to deceive the operations captain from headquarters? Lin Ye asked with a frown. What? There are really cultists in the city? Wang Minghui looked utterly shocked. Lin Ye shared the information he had gathered. He didn't think the other surprise was feigned, so he wanted to hear the perspective of someone from the precinct. Ingobes. Massage parlors? These cultists are so brazen. Could this place also... Thinking about his personal preferences, cold sweat broke out on Wang Minghui's forehead. Since Lin Ye had appeared here, it likely meant this place was also connected to the cult. Exactly, this is also a cult base. It's probably an important one, which is why the entrance is so well hidden. Lin Ye looked at the wall separating the 2 guest rooms. The room dimensions were off. There was a missing space between the 2 rooms. One of my colleagues suddenly resigned, but she never mentioned anything about quitting before, and her phone goes straight to voicemail. The technician standing to the side suddenly spoke up. I'll find her, though the outcome might not be good. Lin Ye carefully examined the wall. He could punch through it, but that would create too much commotion. Since this was an important base, he wanted to gather some information before killing anyone. Soon, Lin Ye found a hidden button behind the bedside table. Pressing the button caused the wall to flip around, revealing a passageway leading underground. Are you coming down with me? Or should I knock you out? Lin Ye looked at the 2 of them as he asked. As a law enforcement officer, of course I'm going down. She should probably stay behind, though. It's too dangerous for a civilian down there. Wang Minghui responded. No, I'd rather go down than be knocked out. If cultists come by while I'm unconscious, I'm dead for sure. Lu Xian wasn't stupid. If fighting broke out below, someone would definitely come to investigate, and whether she survived would depend entirely on their mood. Then follow behind me. Don't get too close, and don't try to run. I'll scout ahead. Lin Ye gripped Nightblade and entered the passageway, quickly disappearing from their view. Aren't you scared? Wang Mingwei held his service weapon. It had been a long time since he'd dealt with a case requiring him to draw his gun, so he was terrified. I am scared, but I'm more afraid of disappearing like my colleague. The precinct won't help us. Whatever his motives, he's willing to help us, so I shouldn't hold him back at the very least. Lu Xin completely disbelieved that Lin Ye was from the precinct. She had met many men and heard many lies. She could tell that man genuinely wanted to help her find her colleague. All right then. These damn cultists' massage is my only hobby. You're forcing my hand. After mentally preparing himself, Wang Mingwei entered the passageway, with Lu Xin following behind him. Lin Ye followed the passage down into an underground space that connected to a narrow, long corridor. On either side of the corridor were cramped prison cells. Some cells were empty but covered in bloodstains so dark they appeared black, while other cells held people whose conditions were clearly abnormal. Moving along the corridor, Lin Ye didn't alert the citizens imprisoned in the cells. There were too many people here needing help. He had to deal with the cultists first before he could release them. But Wang Mingwei and Lu Xin couldn't move invisibly like Lin Ye could, and soon noises came from behind them. A cultist who heard the noise came to investigate, but was stabbed in a vital spot by a suddenly appearing short sword. Lin Ye covered the cultist's mouth and nose, stabbing several more times before dragging the body into a nearby cell. More than one cultist had heard the noise. Lin Ye stood in the middle of the corridor, stabbing each one that approached until the nearby cell was filled with corpses. He had to move forward a few steps and use another cell to continue disposing of bodies. Lin Ye went through 5 different cells before finally dealing with all the cultist corpses, and the cultists finally stopped their suicidal approach. To Lin Ye's surprise, he actually obtained 2 cards from these cultists. 1 white unlock item card and 1 green skill card. Green card skill. Set up a rune node. Spiritual energy bullets will change direction and increase speed and power when passing through the rune node 1/1. Note, which direction the bullet is fired doesn't matter. What matters is where it hits. Damn, I can actually draw this skill? Too bad I didn't get Deadly Joke or Trump card. Lin Ye crushed the white card, and a number 3 salted fish appeared in his hand. Crap, why this? Lin Ye quickly let go. Fortunately, the number 3 salted fish was much less powerful than the original, otherwise he'd need to change hands. Really dangerous. Lin Ye stripped a piece of clothing from a cultist's corpse to wrap the salted fish. He hadn't figured out how to use this thing yet. After dealing with the salted fish, Lin Ye continued deeper into the cult base with Nightblade. The corridor was long, and he had no idea where it led. Pure white seed. Whether they were hiding or had been completely wiped out, Lin Ye didn't encounter a single cultist on the road after that. However, the citizens in the prison cells along both sides of the corridor showed no signs of decreasing, and as Lin Ye progressed deeper, their conditions grew increasingly bizarre. At first, he could still see human characteristics on them, but gradually they transformed into combinations of flesh and blood with the insect tree. These citizens were almost all in different states of transformation, as if the cultists were conducting some kind of experiment using living people. The corridor was very long and completely straight, making Lin Ye feel he was approaching the city's edge. Lin Ye quickened his pace, considering whether he should retreat first. After all, he hadn't finished dealing with the cult's strongholds in the city, and who knew what kind of monstrous things lay ahead. He felt he should at least obtain another card to unlock his mental energy before leaving the city. Besides, the 2 students were still waiting for him in the car. Just as Lin Ye was about to turn back, numerous footsteps echoed from ahead. Oh! Lin Ye gripped Nightblade and pressed against the corridor wall. What approached was likely a large group of cult reinforcements. He could wait here for them to pass, then follow behind and stealthily eliminate them. However, what appeared ahead wasn't a large group of cultists, but an enormous worm so thick it occupied most of the corridor. The worm's body was snow white, with dark green patterns crawling beneath its tender skin. Both sides of its body grew human limbs, making the giant worm resemble an enormous white centipede. Lin Ye couldn't even see the worm's tail, but just from the sound of footsteps, he could tell this creature was terrifyingly long. Even more frightening was that the giant worm's head was covered with human eyeballs, all of which were now staring at Lin Ye. It could see Lin Ye, and it was watching him intently. Lin Ye was certain he couldn't handle this long worm. Its size was too enormous. Without access to his mental energy, his attacks couldn't even reach the worm's vital points. He didn't even think he could escape. The giant worm looked at him with brutal amusement, in no hurry to attack. The consciousness within this monstrous thing likely belonged to a cultist. The moment he saw the giant worm, Lin Ye didn't hesitate. He immediately threw the clothing-wrapped number 3 salted fish and crushed a blue card. Lin Ye vanished along with the shattered card. Before disappearing completely, he saw an enormous mouth swallow both number 3 salted fish and his afterimage. New beta. Lin Ye casually punched and exploded the law enforcement officer beside him, who was trying to crush a card. The man's reaction speed was too slow, and he hadn't made any preparations. Did he really think staying in the precinct would keep him safe? Lin Ye felt somewhat puzzled, unable to understand how someone of this caliber had reached 4th rank. Victoria, be careful. Make absolutely sure no one discovers you're killing people in the precinct. Lin Ye, what do you mean? Lin Ye found 3 cards on the corpse. 1 white card, 1 green card, and 1 pink card. The white card still unlocked 1 item from the loot space. The pink card remained a loot card, while the green card was a skill card. Green card skill. Using this card will generate 1 dead corpse, 1/1, on a nearby corpse. Using this card will generate 1 dead corpse, 1/1, on a nearby body. What the hell is a dead corpse anyway? Victoria. Usually official factions in these games aren't to be trifled with. You'd better leave this place quickly, or you'll be in serious danger. Lin Ye, all right. I was still thinking of checking out the armory. Victoria, better not. For armories of official factions like this, the Guardians are at least mid-level spiritual energy users. Since you can only use spiritual energy right now, you're no match for them. Lin Ye, understood. Lin Ye sent a message to Li Shiyan, asking the Wenxuan Society to investigate Wang Minghui's contact information and having the driver come pick him up. Shortly after sending the message, Lin Ye received a brief dossier about Wang Minghui. Lin Ye sent Wang Minghui a message telling him he could withdraw now. However, Wang Minghui didn't respond. He seemed to be busy with something else. Lin Ye put away his phone and crushed the white card. A black formal wear appeared in his hand. Nightfall formal wear, a low-level spiritual energy item. Lin Ye put on the Nightfall formal wear, the familiar sensation calming his mood. After searching the office, Lin Ye found a laptop computer in a drawer. Putting the computer into a nearby backpack, Lin Ye shouldered the pack, took Nightblade, and left the precinct. Just like at the cult stronghold, no one here noticed Lin Ye, but he faintly felt somewhat uncomfortable. Only after getting in the car and moving far away from the precinct did that uncomfortable feeling slowly fade. Will you be going to another massage parlor or resting at the hotel? The driver's rough voice carried a tone of respect. The Wenxuan Society had already prepared hotel for them. Another massage parlor. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so I need to eliminate all enemies quickly. By the way, help me find someone to check the information on this computer. The computer required a password to log in, and since Lin Ye couldn't bypass it, he could only leave it to professionals. Understood. The driver took the computer and made a call to Zhao Wenxuan. Lin Ye continued teaching the 2 students. This cult was more troublesome than he had anticipated, and now he needed more cards. The sports car soon stopped outside another massage parlor, forcing him to pause his instruction and deal with the cultists first. The massage parlor hadn't closed yet. Lin Ye swaggered inside holding Nightblade, and with just one glance around, he turned and closed the door behind him. Only then did the cultists disguised as staff members notice that someone new had appeared in the lobby. Lin Ye quickly eliminated all the cultists in the massage parlor and dealt with the technicians controlled by insects. Entering the underground level through a hidden door, Lin Ye went straight to the operating room and pushed aside the full-length mirror on the wall. The layout of these massage parlors was quite similar. The builders apparently hadn't considered changing the design blueprints. A man wearing a white silk gown stood in the underground space, having waited there for quite some time. "Hello, Teacher Lin Ye." "Hello. And you are?" Finally encountering a cultist who could speak normally and was quite polite, Lin Ye decided to give him a chance to communicate. "I'm a priest of the Emerald God cult, usually responsible for conducting sacrifice ceremonies." The man gave his answer directly, and Lin Ye finally learned his enemy's name. "Aren't you people supposed to be planting trees? Why are you raising insects now?" Lin Ye had encountered Emerald God cult followers before and even obtained a copy of the Emerald God cult initiation guide, which recorded various basic rituals developed by the cult. He had learned much about ritual studies from it. "We worship the Lord of Emerald Capital. Everything related to Emerald Capital falls within our research scope. And those aren't insects, they are pure white seeds." "The pure white seed? What is that?" Lin Ye vaguely felt this name sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard something similar before. "It's a special seed that can alter human physique. Once implanted into an ordinary person, it transforms them into a pure white life form." The man spoke calmly, but intense sparks flickered in his eyes. "What the hell is a pure white life form?" Lin Ye recalled those citizens locked in the prison cells. Their skin did appear somewhat pale. At the time, he had assumed it was due to long-term lack of sunlight exposure. That's just a designation. They themselves aren't important. What matters is that a substance called pure white primordial fluid will emerge within pure white life forms. This substance is the main ingredient for creating purification potions. The man produced a small vial of pure white potion containing only about 5 milliliters of liquid. "This is the purification potion? What does it do?" Previously, Lin Ye had thought these cultists were conducting rituals to communicate with their deity again. He never imagined they were actually using humans to manufacture potions. Its effect is simple: purification. Human bodies are filled with various impurities. The amount of impurities determines our limits and makes our bodies prone to alienation. The purification potion can solve all these problems. The man's tone grew fervent. This wasn't the first time he had spoken these words. "You're still young now and can rapidly advance through the tiers. But imagine when you reach the high tiers and find yourself stuck at a certain rank for decades without any progress. Then consider that by drinking this small vial of potion, you could break through those constraints and reach tiers you could never otherwise achieve. Would you drink it? Even if it costs dozens of human lives?" "Of course not," Lin Ye answered bluntly. He still had that pure crystal he hadn't used yet. There was a young man who gave the same answer as you before. But in the end, he became one of us. Do you know why? Hearing Lin Ye's refusal, the man didn't get angry. He actually quite liked outstanding, righteous young men like Lin Ye. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared here personally. Indeed, this man wasn't the person in charge of this massage parlor. He had simply chosen a random stronghold to wait for Lin Ye's arrival. To avoid making Lin Ye suspicious, he hadn't even evacuated the employees upstairs. With Tilda OES. No idea. Was he won over by your massage skills? Lin Ye said with a slightly malicious smile. "If you'd like that, I can give you a massage too. But that's not the point. The point is you don't need to do anything. We'll handle all the dirty work. You only need to turn a blind eye while those lambs suffer, and then you can freely enjoy the fattest mutton." The high priest revealed an evil, crazed smile. "With so many people disappearing and so many collection strongholds, you don't think the precinct hasn't noticed, do they? That fearsome director certainly isn't our ally. He just chooses not to see. And the academy. Your director is a top-tier, 6th-level spiritual energy user. How do you think he reached the 6th level? Do you think he wants to become a high-tier spiritual energy user? They're all respectable people who prefer not to watch the slaughtering process when enjoying their meat. And we We are this city's only and best butchers. Now I'm inviting you to sit down and eat like they do. I hope you won't refuse." The high priest tossed the purification potion to Lin Ye and declared loudly, "Drink it, and you'll become part of this city. The Emerald God cult will help you deal with those suddenly appearing strangers, even help you break free from the system's constraints. Though difficult, it's not impossible, because behind me stands the Lord of Emerald Capital. I swear this by my deity." Lin Ye caught the potion. The liquid inside shimmered with pure white light. "Victoria, don't refuse directly. He's a 6-tier high priest of the Emerald God cult. You're no match for him. Keep that purification potion and buy time first." "Lin Ye, you're right, but that doesn't feel right. I don't like it. That the other party knew he was a system survivor didn't surprise him. Even a brain-dead worker at the Red Maze knew about the system. With the person in charge of their strongholds almost completely replaced, it wasn't hard for the Emerald God cult's priest to guess his identity. The problem was that the other party had come too quickly and with very specific targeting, which made him deeply uneasy. So Lin Ye directly used his special skill, Mystery. Special skill, Mystery has been used. Received a mysterious blessing. Drawing blessing source. Vague images flashed before his eyes one after another. While maintaining eye contact with the high priest through these images, Lin Ye unscrewed the potion vial and poured its contents onto the ground. This was his answer. He wouldn't use such potions, nor would he allow others to use them. For no other reason than because he disliked it. Blessing source drawn. The true master of the asylum. Received mysterious blessing. Spirit Supreme. Spirit Supreme. From now on, Spirit determines everything. Note, when matter is no longer stable, Spirit becomes the foundation of all. Mental block has been lifted. This state continues until the special skill ends. Oh, this is a small-scale spiritual world? You don't actually think this can make me accept your refusal, do you? You shouldn't have poured out the purification potion. Now I have no way back, and neither do you." The high priest spread his arms wide. A phantom of a flesh and blood tree grew wildly from within him, its main trunk easily tearing through the earth and destroying the cult's stronghold above. The bright moonlight streamed into the dim underground space. "You're right. I actually don't like leaving ways out, because only in truly desperate situations can you see the most real things." Lin Ye appeared behind the high priest, holding a still-beating heart in his hand. The mysterious blessing was far more than just a small-scale spiritual world. It had pulled physical strength to match mental strength. This blessing was very unfriendly to entities with weak mental energy, but for Lin Ye, it was completely different. His mental energy was terrifyingly strong. "You're a mid-tier spiritual energy user?" The high priest clutched his chest. While losing his heart wouldn't kill him, this sudden attack had severely wounded him because his spiritual energy core was located within the heart. "No, I'm just a second-tier spiritual energy user." Lin Ye struggled to maintain his physical stability. Of course, he wouldn't waste time chatting with a cultist at such a moment. If he could move, he would have finished the other off already. Just as the system's note had indicated, this special skill wasn't actually a blessing. Forcing physical strength to match mental strength wasn't a good thing. After using just one accelerated heavy blow technique, Lin Ye felt his body was about to fall apart. Falling apart didn't mean death, but rather changing physical form into something closer to a spiritual entity. If he transformed into that state, even after the skill ended, it would be difficult for Lin Ye to return to his original form. He would become a spiritual entity trapped in the material world, not much better off than a fish on a chopping board. "Wow, are you an idiot? We're in the spiritual world now, and you're still using physical attacks." A familiar voice suddenly echoed in Lin Ye's mind. "Mia? How are you here? And I don't know any spiritual attacks." Lin Ye attempted to communicate with Mia through mental connection. "You're borrowing the princess's mental energy right now. Mental energy can transmit information. Since we're so familiar, of course I can communicate with you through spiritual messaging. As for spiritual attacks, don't you know runes? This is the spiritual world now. Just use rune concepts to attack it directly. This is the simplest form of spiritual attack. Runes were human-created techniques. Although Mia hadn't studied runes herself, she understood their significance. Runes were tools humans used to interact with universal rules. So as long as Lin Ye comprehended the essence of runes, he could directly employ rune concepts for attacks in the spiritual world. Concepts? I only know how to use mental energy to inscribe runes, then manipulate spiritual energy through those runes. I can't directly manipulate concepts. Lin Ye tried creating spiritual energy blades to attack the high priest directly. The spiritual world was indeed easier to manipulate spiritual energy than the physical world, and the spiritual energy blades he created were more powerful. But without physical coordination, the high priest could easily swing its branches to shatter the spiritual energy blades. Not like that. Ugh, I don't know how to explain it. I was born in the spiritual world, a spiritual being that naturally influences rules. I've never actually used runes. Wait a moment, let me ask the director. That old thing knows a lot. Mia's voice disappeared. So you can't use that move continuously. That's reassuring. Now, return my heart to me. The high priest breathed a sigh of relief. With its main body severely wounded, it had nearly considered fleeing just moments ago. Massive amounts of flesh and branches began growing outward from the high priest as its center. Rather than immediately attempting to kill Lin Ye, the high priest decided to first take root where it stood, absorbing citizens to recover its condition before dealing with Lin Ye gradually. As long as Lin Ye hadn't escaped the city limits, once it completed taking root, it could eliminate him in an instant. Of course, the main reason it didn't attack directly was fear that Lin Ye might fight desperately and deliver another devastating blow. Although the high priest wasn't deliberately attacking Lin Ye, numerous flesh branches continued growing toward him. Unable to move currently, he could only control spiritual energy blades to chop down the approaching flesh branches. But this stalemate couldn't last long. The severed flesh branches began taking root and growing around him, with numerous dark red flesh tentacles surrounding Lin Ye and continuously compressing his living space. Victoria, what kind of technique is this? Material world spiritualization? If you have such a technique, why haven't you learned any spirit-related skills? Lin Ye just acquired this skill, and it can only be used once. Do you know how to use rune concepts for attacks? Victoria, I don't. That's a technique only usable in the spiritual world. Since I don't go to the spiritual world, why would I learn that stuff? But you should have one of my support cards. You could try using it. Might be helpful. Lin Ye, you mean that blue card for detecting participants? What use is that? Victoria, that card contains the detection techniques of a 10th tier spiritual energy user. Detection is a method of utilizing mental energy. Of course, it's not very useful in the material world, but you're currently in the spiritual world. You might be able to learn my method of mental energy application. However, you can only perceive, not make contact, otherwise your spirit might be influenced by my mental energy. Lin Ye, thanks. Lin Ye used the blue card. A unique spiritual fluctuation spread outward from the card as its origin point. Within 1,000 meters, there were 2 participants total. They had probably heard the commotion and come to investigate. Our Nigerian Iro, yes. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that in the spiritual world, Lin Ye clearly perceived the spiritual technique of detection. Not just detection. Victoria's utilization of mental energy was concise and precise. By comparison, Lin Ye's use of mental energy could only be described as crude. This support card showed Lin Ye how to properly use mental energy. It provided a standard, like elementary school textbooks. If Victoria's writing was like printed text, then Lin Ye, who never received formal education, wrote in cursive script. This wasn't to say cursive was inferior. Many people wrote beautiful cursive, but the prerequisite was having seen standard printed text first. Lin Ye was the type who wrote arbitrarily without ever having seen the standard. He could indeed write normally now, but if he continued like this, eventually he would deviate completely from the standard, never to return. Victoria? So? Helpful? Lin Ye, extremely. Your mental energy is beautiful. Victoria, don't look at my current rough situation. My family comes from a prestigious lineage with long history. This is our foundation. Lin Ye, impressive. Just for showing me your mental energy, I'll definitely help resolve today's situation for you. Even with the blue card in his possession, if Victoria hadn't mentioned it, he definitely wouldn't have used the detection card in this circumstance. Victoria, can you handle it now? Lin Ye, no, but it helped immensely. Victoria, then what do we do? Lin Ye, no problem. I have other backup plans. Old Lin, the director, said that as a material being, it's very difficult for you to directly manipulate rune concepts. But your friend can. You can indirectly manipulate rune concepts through your connection with her. Mia's voice happened to echo in Lin Ye's mind at that moment. She's not here. How should I operate this? More and more flesh tentacles had completely submerged Lin Ye's body. He could only continuously erect layers of mutated spiritual energy shields to block those tentacles trying to pierce into his body. Fortunately, being half-spiritual being now, he could easily manipulate spiritual energy to create spiritual energy shields in the spiritual world. This is the spiritual world. You just need to imagine her beside you. As long as you create a shell, you can connect to the spiritual world through that shell. That's what the director said. Mia wasn't actually certain herself. She didn't understand why Lin Ye couldn't directly use rune concepts. What's the point of this? Whatever, I'll try. Lin Ye didn't understand either, but he didn't think the director would pretend to know something he didn't. That old man was quite formidable. Little Ye, little Ye, little Ye. Lin Ye closed his eyes, beginning to recall little Ye's image in his mind, then suddenly opened his eyes. Come forth, little Ye. A white-haired, robust elderly man appeared before Lin Ye. Old man Zhao, why is it you? For several moments, Lin Ye questioned his own mental state. You must face your inner self. Zhao Yong gave Lin Ye a thumbs up. I'm perfectly normal. Who are you? Lin Ye suspected some abnormal condition was affecting him. He wouldn't randomly create spiritual entities without reason. Try to deceive you is really difficult. Could it be you've never truly trusted anyone? Old man, Zhao said with a laugh. You're an illusion created by that mushroom man? You weren't devoured by the abyss. Lin Ye frowned as he asked. Although I'm controlled by it, I'm an illusion generated by your mental energy. Since you're not dead, I naturally won't disappear. Zhao Yong replied. I was thinking of little Ye, so why did you transform into him? This was what puzzled Lin Ye the most. Now that the mushroom man is gone, I don't dare to take that form anymore. Otherwise, I'd probably die horribly. As for appearance, I thought becoming a man would make communication easier. What form would you like to see? Zhao Yong instantly transformed into Zhou Wan. Appearance doesn't matter. So what now? Are you going to fight me for control of this body? Lin Ye attempted to carve severing runes on Zhou Wan's body. Don't. I just came out for some fresh air. I can't control your body anyway. Ultimately, I'm just an illusion. If this weren't the mental realm, I couldn't even manifest. If you don't want to see me, I'll disappear right now. Zhou Wan sidestepped to avoid the severing runes. Forget it. Can you control rune concepts? Lin Ye decided to give him a chance. I can't, but I can help you control them. I'm a pure spiritual entity. Since you can use runes, we could cooperate. Zhou Wan bowed slightly and extended his right hand toward Lin Ye. Holding hands with a man feels a bit strange. Lin Ye naturally extended his left hand. This way it won't be strange, big brother. Alice grasped Lin Ye's left hand. The moment he made contact with Alice, Lin Ye truly experienced the mental realm. It felt like he wasn't holding Alice's hand, but an entire spiritual world. Previously, he had only stood outside this world, peering in, completely out of place in this bizarre, kaleidoscopic reality. But now everything was completely different. That troublemaker Mia. I thought it was my intelligence that was lacking, but it turns out it was hardware limitations. Rune concepts simply aren't something humans can control. RB. Lin Ye held Alice's hand and vanished from the spot, appearing directly before the high priest. How did you escape? What is this? A spiritual entity. The high priest had now completely merged with the flesh and blood tree. Its branches hung with the desiccated corpses of nearby residents. No matter. I've completed taking root. Now you can't escape anymore. I'll turn you into a pure white life form and offer you to the deity. Tendrils of flesh and blood roots shot up from underground, moving so fast that Lin Ye couldn't dodge them through speed alone. But those roots struck nothing, because Lin Ye had already moved to stand before the high priest. I refuse to believe you can maintain this speed indefinitely. The high priest continuously manipulated the flesh and blood roots to thrust toward Lin Ye. A single touch would allow those flesh plants to take root and grow within his body. Yet they simply couldn't connect. Lin Ye moved like a fragile illusion that would shatter at the slightest touch, continuously teleporting around the area. He didn't attack the high priest, merely calmly evaded its assaults. You can't possibly be this fast. I understand now. This is an illusion. The high priest ceased its movements and began carefully sensing its surroundings with mental energy, attempting to locate the real Lin Ye, who was using illusion magic on it. Get a grip. I'm not an illusion. Lin Ye walked hand in hand with Alice to stand before the flesh and blood tree. He could only control one rune concept at a time, and now was the perfect opportunity to deal with the high priest. Normally, he would have already attacked, but today he wanted to try a different approach. Impossible, right? As long as I can destroy this mental realm, the illusions will fail. The high priest began conducting a ritual. If it could connect to the Emerald Capital, destroying a small portion of the mental world would be effortless. Collapse. Lin Ye spoke, and so the ritual collapsed. This is the power of rules. You've become a deity. No, impossible. Second rank, even with a divine seat, you shouldn't be able to accomplish such things. The high priest muttered to itself. Of course I couldn't do these things in the material world, but this is the mental realm. Matter overturned, spirit supreme. Here, I am the rules. You should come out to meet me properly. That's basic etiquette. Sever. Before Lin Ye's words faded, the massive flesh and blood tree was cleanly sliced in half, revealing the high priest hidden within. This is illusion, all illusion. Don't believe it. As long as I don't believe, it doesn't exist. The high priest kept its eyes closed, relying solely on mental energy to perceive its surroundings. But no matter how carefully it sensed, it couldn't detect anything amiss. You disappoint me greatly, burying your head in the sand like an ostrich. I could kill you right now, but you don't deserve such an easy death. So go mad instead. Entertain me before you die. Berserk. The high priest's eyes snapped open wide. Its body began twisting and contorting as nearby flesh and blood roots stabbed into its form, spreading and growing within its body until they finally tore it completely apart, blossoming into a vivid flower of flesh and blood. The mind was the first to go mad, but the body couldn't escape either. The madness spread from the high priest into the flesh and blood tree, then from the tree to the very ends of the root system. Go on now. Share your roots with every one of your friends, just like you shared the purification potion. Don't miss a single one. This is what your deity truly desires. Lin Ye spoke softly before the flower of flesh and blood. Deity desires outcome. The flesh flower emitted sound. Yes, the deity wants results. Now you may communicate with your deity. Lin Ye smiled and vanished from the spot, reappearing inside the sports car in the distance. Victoria's mental energy detection method proved quite useful. Teacher, are you all right? That tree grew up from below just now. Those tendrils were grabbing at everyone. We had no choice but to flee. Li Shiyan explained. Wow, was that teleportation? Song Qian stared in astonishment at Lin Ye, who had suddenly appeared in the passenger seat. You should have fled earlier instead of waiting for that tree to grow. This isn't teleportation, it's spatial manipulation. I learned it while driving the bus. That bus could move between different planes, while I can only manage simple spatial displacement in the mental realm. Lin Ye explained to the two students. Teacher, what should we do now? That tree is beyond our capability to handle. Li Shiyan asked. No, I've already dealt with that tree, but there's still some trash in the city that needs cleaning up. The seeds have been planted, and now we only need to wait for the flowers to bloom. Lin Ye accepted the paper documents from the driver with pleasant anticipation, the information from the laptop. They marked the specific locations of the cult's strongholds, which were spread throughout every corner of the city, even beyond the city walls. Just as Lin Ye was reviewing the documents, the entire city began to tremble. Countless flesh and blood roots shot up from underground, stabbing into everyone connected to the purification potion, taking root within their bodies and bearing fruit, blossoming into flowers of flesh and blood. Naturally, some struggled and resisted, but no one could defy the will of the deity. Lin Ye watched as flowers of flesh and blood continuously bloomed throughout the city, feeling quite pleased. He didn't actually enjoy killing people. It was much better when others handled such matters for him. Besides, he didn't have time to deal with everyone connected to the purification potion one by one. But he wasn't willing to let them go either. So this was the perfect opportunity to test the berserk rune he had just learned. You went just like that? Why didn't it fight back earlier? Mia asked, puzzled. Probably because its willpower was weak. After all, it reached its rank through purification potion enhancement. Over-reliance on external things leads to this kind of weakness. Lin Ye hadn't expected to win so easily either. Since he could only use one rune concept at a time, if the high priest had continued attacking him, he wouldn't have been able to hold out for long and wouldn't have had any opportunity to counterattack. Moreover, the Spirit Supreme state wouldn't last indefinitely. All right, the blessing is about to end. I should return now. See you at the asylum. Mia's voice faded away, and along with it disappeared the increasingly unstable mental world around them. See you at the asylum. Lin Ye stretched slightly, finding the return to the physical world not particularly pleasant. The mental world offered a sense of exhilarating freedom, but it was also more prone to losing control. The physical world felt more stable because the spirit remained trapped within the shell called the body. The shaking city gradually calmed down, with numerous flowers of flesh and blood blooming throughout the urban area. The streets filled with the pungent smell of blood. Where to now? The driver looked toward Lin Ye and asked. It should be about time. Let's go to that massage parlor from earlier. Victoria, be careful. Without that state, you're very vulnerable now. Lin Ye, I know, but with all that noise earlier, those participants won't dare approach the flesh and blood tree directly. Lin Ye felt some regret that the Spirit Supreme state had ended too quickly. Otherwise, he could have used the sacrificial offering skill on the high priest and those flowers of flesh and blood while in the mental state, which might have produced a peculiar mental mutation organ. Then again, it's hard to say. Sacrificial offering might not work in a mental world, and even if it could, I probably wouldn't use it well. The sports car parked by the roadside. Lin Ye didn't dwell on it too much. He had no particular attachment to those corpses and was merely considering how to avoid waste. Returning to the depths of the massage parlor through the hole torn open by the flesh and blood tree, Lin Ye stood before that flower of flesh and blood. The high priest was dead, and 3 cards floated above its corpse. 1 pink card, 1 white card, and 1 black card. Lin Ye directly collected the cards as he heard faint footsteps approaching. Hey man, you're pretty brave. Aren't you afraid that the badass who caused all this chaos might still be here? A man wearing a brown formal suit jumped into the hole, cautiously observing his surroundings. Not only that, but outside the hole, numerous participants were gathering toward the massage parlor. Why should I be afraid of myself? Lin Ye said calmly. Trying to scare me? With your second-tier spiritual energy? I know you. Your supporter is quite famous, which makes your head quite valuable. The man licked his lips and drew out a white card. If all participants are idiots like you, then no matter how many come, it's meaningless. Have you ever wondered why I'm the only second-tier spiritual energy user in this game? There's only one possibility. I'm too strong. So strong that the system ignores my rank. I can only say that these relatively fair rules are somewhat unfair to you all. Lin Ye raised his head and used that blue detection card. Spiritual waves spread outward, marking every participant within a kilometer in his mind, while those participants simultaneously received system notifications about being detected. What do you mean? The man took a step back. He had to admit, the second-tier spiritual energy user had actually frightened him. Kill them all. Lin Ye spoke to the pitch-black skeletal figure standing in the darkness. Unlike the hesitant and uncertain man, as soon as Lin Ye approached the high priest's corpse, he crushed that green card that generated dead husks. The high priest's corpse was connected to all the flowers of flesh and blood through root systems. Using the skill on it wouldn't waste these corpses. Lin Ye didn't know what a dead husk was, but something generated from an entire city's worth of flowers of flesh and blood couldn't be too weak. It would perfectly serve to deal with these participants who could only use cards. The black skeleton emerged from the darkness, step by step approaching the man. It looked like an ordinary black skeleton, but as it moved, some black powder scattered into the air. All that big talk for this? A skeleton? The man crushed a card to unlock spiritual energy. Before the card completely disappeared, he vanished from his spot, instantly appearing beside the dead husk, then punched the pitch-black skeletal figure into powder. "Haha, I knew you were bluffing." The man turned to look at Lin Ye, intending to smash him just like he had destroyed the dead husk. However, before the man could celebrate for long, black powder began appearing on his body. His clothes and flesh started turning to powder, until only a pitch-black skeleton remained. So this is what a dead husk is. Lin Ye didn't believe that using the card on just any random corpse would produce this kind of dead husk. Its strength definitely had to do with the corpse that generated it. The dead husk looked up toward the participants above, faint light flickering within its pitch-black eye sockets. Various ranged attacks landed where the dead husk and Lin Ye had been. Lin Ye had already retreated deep into the underground space, while the dead husk was shattered to pieces by these attacks. The participants above began turning to powder one by one. No matter what cards they used, they couldn't escape the fate of their flesh and blood shattering into skeletons. Lin Ye hid deep within the underground space. With limited cards in hand now, it was better to leave those outside to the dead husk. Of course, he wasn't completely without combat capability either. The pink card was still a loot card. The white card could unlock mental energy for 1 minute. Finally, there was the never-before-seen black card. Black card designation can obtain one designated card from a random card library, 1/1. Note: black cards possess unique properties. Each black card is one of a kind. This card is quite powerful, but what constitutes the card library? Lin Ye spoke to the pitch-black skeletal figure standing in the darkness. From a direction Lin Ye couldn't see, a dark shadow was gradually approaching him while pressed against the wall. When it reached a certain distance, the shadow stopped, pulling out a handgun with an exaggerated caliber aimed at Lin Ye's head. Boom! The gunshot rang out, and the shadows had exploded.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.